Hello. How are we doing today? I'm just missing a few things on my dashboard here. Just about ready to go. Make sure I'm actually live. I'm gonna have to keep doing that now. Sure, why not do Surviving Mars again? Pretty good. And what else am I missing to the chat? Should be it. Alright. I see you. Hello, Chris and Brunswick and Asami. Sorry, just one thing. This last thing before I get started. Awesome. Great. Alright, cool. Surviving? I was gonna say Surviving Mars. Satisfactory. We're back. Let's hop into our stream world. Enlightenment. Stream 17. This will be stream 18, I guess, I think. Although I do have a feeling I miscounted one time, but oh well. Hello, hello. I can't believe it. I've been watching you for years, and this is the first time catching you live. Legend. Thanks, Only Walker. Appreciate that. Hi, Ammonite. And lol, what do it... Sorry, lol, what do I type here? Nino and KVM. Greetings. Yeah, all over the world. We have people all over. 12-hour differences in the chat. Alright, Damn Cara with the 5 strong gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. Again, thank you. That's gone to Farmer Scott, Martin Sundqvist. Oh my god, Gaming. Jeff Nelson and Jacob Kasank. As well as 420-435. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, Gaming just said morning all. He wasn't gifted. I thought you were gifted a membership. You're already a member. You just popped up in the middle of that. I really liked the last Desert Series video. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Yeah, it's been a while since I did one. It was about 2 weeks, so it's not doing too well, but that's to be expected. I had a gap between videos. The next one will be really soon. I've already recorded half of it, so if I can just muster enough energy tonight to record the rest, maybe tomorrow I can do the edit, maybe even get it out for the end of the week. We'll see. Are you already in the new apartment? No. That we have our first date now to move in, which is the 4th. The 4th of June. So that's our... Well, that's not our move-in date. Sorry, that's like the date to do the exchange. So that's like sign contracts, pay money, get the keys, in theory. So that's the tentative date for the moment. So we'll see if that goes ahead. And then we'll have like a few days of moving stuff over. How's Rex doing? Little boy Rex is good. I was just petting him earlier. He's out in the kitchen at the moment. So we have like a cat tree tower thing in the kitchen. So he's just lounging on that. He is loving life. Rosie like opened the front door recently. It was, you know, sometimes we bring the cats out to just like so we're in an apartment block. And between the apartments, there's like a shared hallway kind of thing to lead outside. And sometimes she brings the cats out there just to, I don't know, they sometimes are curious to go out there. Anyway, I've been saying like, oh, I wonder does he want to get away? Like, does he want to get out? He often sits at the window, and he was an outdoor cat. Now we're forcing him to be an indoor cat. And she opened the door, and he just didn't want to go out. So it's like, oh, that's kind of a good sign. He's happy here. You know, he's good. He's in a good mood. Learning more about his personality all the time. He's basically just like, I mean, he is still, I guess, sort of a kitten. He is extremely hungry all the time. And he's been stealing butter that we left out on the counter. He ate an onion, or part of an onion, a very small piece of onion. It was, I had a Chinese dinner. And yeah, he just grabbed onion right off my plate and ran. And that's really toxic to cats. So we were like all freaking out for a while, but he seemed fine. So yeah, he's a little divil, but he's great. He's really affectionate, really friendly, really fun and funny. So he's good. Yeah, we own him officially. We had to officially like own him once we paid for his surgery. He got put in our name then. So since then, he has been ours. But now he's like out of his crate. He's doesn't need to go back to the vet ever again. Like, you know, there's no more checkups or anything. He's got no medication. Now he's just like a cat on his own. So yeah, he's doing really, really well. And his fur has almost come all the way back in. We were just saying that earlier today, that you know, he had his back half shaved all the way down basically. And now it's just about like blended, almost blended. You can still kind of see it, almost blended in. His eye, his little cut in his eye, almost gone as well. It's like a really small little scar, I guess, a tiny little scar in his eye. But he's walking and running around like he runs like crazy. He's running all over the place, chasing our other cat. So yeah, he's loving it. And thanks for asking. Recently got to your playlist. Really fun to watch. Yoinked an idea or two. Quick tip. Even if your tractor doesn't look to be loading or unloading during recording, it doesn't matter for your route. No, I know that. Did I say otherwise? I do actually know that. You can just drive straight through a truck station. Once you save the route, it drops that gold node, and then you can set the time on it. But sometimes, I guess maybe just in the video I want it to happen, so I'm like, oh, I have to get out, click the thing, get back in. But you're right. You don't need to do that, because I think it was probably when I was complaining about the hotkey not working. Yeah, it's partly for the video. You know, you want that satisfaction of actually seeing the thing do the thing. Otherwise, some people won't believe you that it worked. That could be why. So one of the things I thought we would do today, you know, I don't have any grand plan of what we could do, but we recently were building up the copper caterium factory that's just over there. And one of the things that was, some of the refineries that weren't running fully were these ones that are sending their copper down into this area. So I thought, like, oh, it'd be cool to do an upgrade here, upgrade this building. Effectively, what this is making is motors. I think I've got a logic map for it. So it's a lot of stuff going over there to make like wire and steel pipe that then goes into a motor factory beneath us. So I thought, yeah, let's put some walls and windows on this, give it the belt speeds it needs. Might be a little repetitive, a lot of upgrading need to be done, but we could, well, I was going to say you could actually, instead of just upgrading all the belts, I could delete them and place all new ones that are done via Blueprint Connect, Auto Connect, one or the other, but that's the next thing I was going to do, and look to see if we can get the, I think we're supposed to make 150 motors per minute, if we can get that number accurate. So that's the plan for today, just kind of hanging out, playing around with the big scale factories. Oops. Yeah, there was all these like really weird specific numbers in this place, I remember, so we could straighten it all out. I want to get this place running correctly. Bit of a shame it's so foggy down here. I know you can get rid of the fog. It's good to hear that a cat could come back from such an injury. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that's what the vet said, that in some ways it's good that he's a kitten because he'll heal faster, and he has. He's also just really lucky. The way his bones broke is just lucky. It could have been his spine, or he could have had a broken hip or pelvis, and he didn't. He just had two broken, like a broken knee, and the break on his hip was actually like the bone came out of the socket, so it's like not too, like it had a hairline fracture on it, but it could just be placed kind of back in. So he's very lucky. I mean, he's lucky for many reasons. They were going to put him down because no one was coming forward for him, and no shelter could take him, so he's lucky that way. But he's also just lucky at the way he got hit. And, you know, his eye, like the cut on his eye is on the surface of it. It didn't go into the eye, so he didn't have to lose his eye. So he's just like, man, you got so lucky. Like, you were so close to having it really be missing a leg and an eye. Or worse. And, yeah, so, and he's recovered very fast. Six weeks, and he was, you know, running around, really. And he's jumping, and, yeah, you wouldn't even know. I mean, you really wouldn't know. Can't tell that he's had anything done. His, like, left back leg is slightly turned in, ever so slightly. So if you're standing straight with your feet, it's like one foot is just kind of slightly pushed in, but you wouldn't notice when he's walking. It's only if he sits down, you'll see like one paw's just slightly turned in. And Rosie spotted that, actually. I didn't even notice myself. But that's like the only evidence that something's going on, or had happened. So all things considered, but he doesn't care. He's running and jumping. He's not falling or anything, or making mistakes. He's more agile and quick than our other cat. Alright, I was just having a look over what we've built here. So this is kind of the area that we need to improve. So I'm going to open up my Mealy Note document and see, do we have information about how much each of these things are supposed to take? Is it supposed to be Mark 4? Should it be Mark 5? Where do the Mark 5s need to be? And so on and so forth. So let's figure it out. Upgrading a Monstrosity to make it even higher volume as well, actually. Alright, so Mila note. This is this is right at the end of my series, so I didn't really lay these out properly. They're okay, I guess. So 130 wire constructors, that's where we are now. So all of that copper ingots, 52 refineries. So 2 blocks, 4 belts, 1950 ingots in for 1740 out. So, okay, at least there's something there for me to look at. I didn't lay it out per how I normally do, which is like I show the rows of machines. Now, some of this is also doing steel pipe. So it looks like... yeah, they're wire, obviously. Wire, and these are steel pipe. Okay, cool. So we got 4 rows. 4 belts, 4 rows. Not bad. Alright, well, let's work our way back to the ingots, and we'll make these belts here. Mark 5. I'm going to have to clear my inventory a bit, because we're going to be picking up a lot of encased industrial beams as we upgrade them into Alclad versions. In fact, I don't already have any Alclad, so maybe we'll go make a run for some. Drop some inventory upstairs, so I'll do that. We'll have a quick run up to the aluminum factory and pick up some Alclad. I've been watching the 1.0 Northern Forest playthrough on VODs, and I've just gotten to the nuclear pasta, so this is a nice surprise. This is actually a totally different world. But you've just gotten to nuclear pasta, man. Yeah, you're close to the end. Close to the end. Nice. And thank you for watching and sticking through it for so long. Hey, Richard. I've just built your 80-60-60 aluminum setup. I've got 8 groups using 400 bauxite each, feeding 96 smelters. It works well. Thank you. That's really good to hear. I was testing it again this morning. So, you're right. Each block or group takes in 400 bauxite. But I've been trying to design a version where it takes in 500. Because in the desert video series, there's 3,000 bauxite in the swamp that we're gathering. And I've divided it into 6 carriages. So it'll be 500 per carriage. So I was like, huh, it's no problem. We could do it with 400 per group, you know, and still manage it. I think it was 7.5 groups you need then. That's okay. You just underclock one of them to half of the 60-80. But I was like, oh, well, why not? Well, maybe I can make the numbers work for to take in 500 instead. And I can. The only thing I'm nervous about, very slight nervous about, is that the luminous solution that travels from one side to the other is 600 per minute. And I'm like, should I introduce chaos 600 per minute on a pipe? It's the tiniest little pipe, but it is there. And I ran it for about 20 minutes today, no issues. But I'm just like, I don't know. I need to run it for longer. When I was looking at the inventory of the solution in the... When I was looking at the inventory of the solution in the machine itself, I could have sworn it was getting lower, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, and then each scrap refinery does 300 per minute on its own, which is kind of a nice number too, because it works into 5 smelters exactly. So I was like, this could be even better. Not even better, it's the exact same layout, it's just the ratios are slightly different because you were building a higher volume, but it's the same principle. Sorry, I meant to just hop in a railway here. But that's good to hear that that works, though. It's nice to know that someone else can get it to work, it's not just me. Because sometimes people load my save and they say things don't work, and I'm like, well, they work for me. So it's good to hear that it's working for someone else. And hey, sorry to take a while to say hi. Gnomth. Gnomith. First time catching you live, really enjoying your desert series. Just wondering if you ever build a factory that uses logistical floors. Yes, I have. We'll get to that, actually. I was going to break and run back to it. Let me just grab some Aluna. If you hang around for 5 to 10 minutes, oh, you'll see. Because do I use factories with logistical floors? This has to be possibly the biggest understatement ever. In the desert series, though, I haven't done that yet, but I am actually about to with the aluminum factory. But wait until you see. We've got a triple logistics floor in the copper factory in a minute. So yeah, such a developer works on my machine. That really was crazy though. Like, this person loaded my save and they were like, all your trucks deadlocked for me. And I'm like, well, that's... They do work for me, so I don't know, what can I do? How am I supposed to know, like, what won't work for other people? And they were like, oh, I've got a high frame rate, playing on good graphics and stuff. Don't know why it's happening to them. Don't really know. Can't wait. You won't have to wait long. We'll head over in just a second. I'm just here to grab some aluminum because we're going to do a bunch of belt upgrades. And then I'll drop my inventory up here. Yeah. I don't really remember where we make anything in this world. Do I have? You know, I don't think I ever made a container. Because this is all the alclad and it's just going straight into the, yeah, damn. That was a bit silly. I think I do have, a container somewhere with some in it, though. Just on one machine. Yeah. I just temporarily built one over here, so I do have a container. Good. I'm just wondering, should I ditch this stuff now? I'm gonna get rid of some of the stuff that I don't need. Because I actually don't want to run back up here just to get this stuff back. Should have dropped it before. Remember, the awesome sinks and everything up here are just temporary as we figure out what we're going to actually build with a lot of it. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, cool. Alright, with the alclad ready to go, we'll head back down and we can begin the upgrade. So I'm going to go into the copper factory and we'll have a look. Try to blow someone's mind, if we can, with the logistical floors. The copper factory setup is... It sounds so innocent, copper factory. How bad can it be? Hey, Philly and Martin. Haven't finished the swamp video, so but it looks good so far. I've had a lot of meetings. Oh, no worries. And thank you. Yeah, I was quite happy with that video. I think it... I mean, I spent a long time just explaining how trains work. So obviously for people who know the game really well, it's probably less relevant info there. But people have asked me to explain trains a bit, so I wanted to take the time to do it. And the train network seems to be running well. I've already started recording the next one. Because everything's planned. So it's like, yeah, we just need to sit down and record each one and edit it all together. So, starting the layout of the aluminum factory. Based on the bauxite that'll be coming in from that railway, from the swamp. And then I need to build a big water pipeline. So there'll probably be at least 2 more videos in that factory, maybe 3. Right, so... Just a quick overview. I know people know this factory pretty well, but we'll just touch on it one more time. So we've got trucks that are all lined up in a manifold situation, right? So trucks are roaming in from all the different little orange I have to give that one fuel. I forgot about that. From all the different orange locations out here. So the orange locations are where we're picking up copper, we're driving it down the roads, we're circling around, and then it forming a kind of a train line of vehicles unloading into each truck station. So they actually wait one behind each other. Pretty much for the most part. There is a lot, so they'll be a bit glitchy when I'm in the area, but for the most part it works fine, right? They're doing their thing. Then we have the first logistical floor, right? So this is where all the copper comes in. 780 per minute per line. And above me is all of the machines. So this is a gigantic logistics floor. This is logistics floor sort of 1. There is a floor below that's somewhat of a logistics floor 2. Which is separate. This is the belt release room, right? So, as we've mentioned many times before, the copper comes down here, it goes along belts and comes back up on this side. Why? Because there are remote control, or remote switches, power switches, sorry, that can turn on and off these awesome sinks. So if I don't want the copper to go into the factory, we can turn it off at the belt by sending it into an awesome sink. So a little switch activates the awesome sink, then the overflow splitter turns off and goes into the sink instead. You do that because you might want to fill up all your refineries with water first. So all their water is down over there, obviously. Now everything's running in this factory at the moment, so we've just started building it up and powering it all on for the first time just recently. So it's not fully at 100% yet, but it's almost there. But that's why we have this. So this now continues all the way down, all the way around, down to the very center of the map, or the factory. But just to show really quickly, and this factory is a bit laggy. But this is what the actual floor looks like. So this is the power control room I just mentioned. Right, so we can activate every group of refineries, every group of water, every belt. They're all individual, so there's no issues there. We then have a separate group of refineries here. These are doing copper sheet. They also need to be tweaked a little bit. Then we have, this is actually called the copper Caterium factory. So the yellow refineries are the Caterium ones. So they, again, need to be buffed a little bit to run properly. They're all capable of running properly. It's just their outputs are blocked. We're making too much. Right, then we've got just rows and rows and rows of copper refineries. I believe, well, we can actually look it up. There's 26 per block. There's 14 blocks. There's 364 refineries just doing copper. I think in total it's around 420 refineries in this place in total. And then the logistical floors are downstairs handling all of the belt work for all of this stuff to come up together. So they all have the same amount on each belt. That makes life a lot easier for figuring out what we want to do with everything. We go down to the center of this logistical floor. This is what you get. So that belt track that we were following all from much further back comes along here, goes down and splits down along every single group. One of them actually goes up this way because they're... to try and make it actually interesting to build, they actually staggered it so that they weren't just like one on one side and one on the other side. Turned out to make things kind of more complicated, but it does visually help a little bit. Anyways, it doesn't really matter overall. These are graphically broken in just 1.1, but they're working obviously. And yeah, that just continues all the way down. So that's one logistics floor, plus the other like half one that we mentioned earlier, plus the basement, which is full of water and all hooked up by various little power switches. If we go up higher, we have the next floor, which is maintenance and ventilation. The next one up. So maintenance is where a lot of the power was organized, but also some belts need to travel to other places up here, such as the one doing copper sheets. So some of the ingots actually send their belts over to a different floor. It also hides all the chimney stacks for us, so that's why I called it ventilation a while ago. If we go up another floor, we get into the next logistics floor. And this is the one that's dealing with all the byproducts of everything that else has been made. So after the refinement of the ingots for Caterium and copper, we obviously then make quick wire, AI limiters, wire, copper sheets. All of that stuff kind of comes up here. It's all organized up until that line there, like that wall of belts. And then from this part onwards, it's kind of a bit more temporary. To keep the factory running, I just threw down some awesome things really quickly recently on a stream. All of this stuff now makes its way over to a different factory to get made into motors, and a lot of the stuff that's been made here, I'd say 70% of it just stays here. We haven't decided where it's going to go yet. So yeah, so the question, do you use logistics floors? Yeah. Just haven't done it yet in the Desert series, because it's not really warranted in small factories. It's only in big ones that I really feel like you need it. But oh yeah. And a lot of this was done. We had blueprints, but there was very limited amount of blueprints back then. You couldn't dismantle blueprints. You couldn't do the auto connect on these belts. So this was painful, you know, the amount of belt work and stuff it took. And I did all of this before even getting a hover pack, so it was a bit of a nightmare. How long did it take? I can't remember. It took me 4 or 5 videos, and the videos probably came out in a span of about 2 weeks. So I'm sure I mentioned it then, but I don't know. 100 hours, I'd say, probably. Something like that. And it's not done, you know. It took 100 hours to get that, and then we've added another 100 probably just like upgrading belts, getting everything to run. So it was designed to run at a belt speed we didn't have. So it started at Mark 3 belts, but it was designed to support Mark 5. Because at the time when I started building this, that was the max speed in the game. They've obviously added Mark 6 now. So it's not capable of going higher. It's not designed to. I mean, you could add higher belt speeds. It wouldn't do anything. Probably you could merge belts, I guess, if you wanted to. Anyways, so yeah, so I just went and grabbed, to get back on track now, I went and grabbed aluminum alclad, specifically to come in here. So, like I said, we're trying to get the place running at 100%. And this is a Mark 4 belt. So these ones now need to be upgraded, and we're going to trace them out. But as I upgrade them, my inventory is going to fill with encased industrial beams. So just temporarily, I'm going to throw down a container here. Store everything into that, but keep the alclad. And just keep whatever I need to fly and do whatever I do. Should be fine. And we're just going to start upgrading. So if we upgrade just the first initial bit. and then we paint it, we can then just copy those belts over and over, and our paint job will stay. So the goal for today is to get these belts. So what each belt is supporting is 487.5. It's just slightly over the 480 Mark IV belt speed. But they need to become Mark Vs ultimately. So when we do that, then we can get the... They'll be feeding the correct amount of ingots into where they need to. What am I looking for? Copper orange, I think, right? There it is. And copper teal. Anyway, yeah, so in order to get that factory up running, we need to do this for each belt. So I'm going to try to do all 4 at the same time. This can be a little trickier, just at least on the bends. Alright, cool. From there, it should be straightforward enough. And I don't know if I'll have the cloud to get there, but we'll see. Would I do it again? Yeah, totally. I would definitely build this again. It's great. It's a really good factory. I'm really proud of it. But I wouldn't do it as early as I did it. You should do this later on. Do it when you get a hover pack. Do it when you already have Mark V belts, and then life will be a lot easier. Especially now that we have like better blueprint building, and that you can build those auto-connecting belts. It would have saved me so much time. Like, I had to put every belt down manually. You know, the amount of times that you're moving one from the other, you accidentally hit the wrong joint part and it goes off, and you're like, get rid of that. But there's like miles of belts in here, so that you cut down on so much if you could avoid, like with the improved building of 1.1. So now I would definitely recommend doing it. Before, it's like I just did it too early, and I also the game didn't really support building things like this as easily. Oop. Sorry. I enjoyed the swamp video. I was wondering why you didn't use the blueprint snapping for the rail lines to figure out the elevation changes and then place the foundations. Use blueprint snapping, so for the rail lines, to figure out the elevation changes and then place the foundations. Well, if you auto snap a rail vertically, like so it's going down or up or whatever, then your foundations probably won't align correctly underneath it. That makes sense. I could be wrong in what I'm understanding, so because I obviously use blueprint snapping to draw out in a straight line, but when I wanted to go up and down, yeah, to figure out the elevation changes, I'm not really too sure, because I don't know. I don't really get it. Like, I did figure out the elevation changes just by building the ramps and then putting the rail on it. What I ended up doing was building kind of too many ramps that looked small, so I was like, oh, I'll actually just make one bigger ramp. If I had done it where I didn't place the ramps and I just placed another rail segment connected lower, true, like the rails would auto connect to each other, which would be fine, but then I wouldn't really know how to build the ramp. The ramp would kind of clip through it. There was a part where you were saying it took a while to go around a corner. Oh, really? I know it took me a while when I was building up and down, because I just felt like I built too high, so I then lowered it. To go around a corner? Yeah, I can't remember, but I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember, unfortunately. I didn't think I actually struggled going around any corners. Oh, yeah. Well, you could auto-connect going around a corner. I've seen people do that. I was trying to outline, okay, I want to go 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. You don't need to do that, right? You could just say, this is my connection, and that's my connection. It'll just auto-connect between the two. But I guess I'm just OCD, where I'm like, I want these to be the same for every turn. Just for the consistent look. So if I was just auto-connecting, maybe if my segments were off a little bit, it would auto-connect. It would probably look fine. I probably would never even really notice. But it wouldn't be the same. So a lot of times when I was doing the turns, I was like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then I realized I actually did miscount it once. So I fixed that in the next video as well. But that's just me being like OCD crazy. You don't need to do any of that. Certainly building, if you just want to make a turn, just auto-connect your things and it'll kind of do it all for you. Just want to make sure that that's 5. Yep. Well, that looks totally normal. Oh, thought they fixed that. I'm a bit worried with this release coming up so soon because 1.1 is releasing on June 10th. And that's great and everything, but it makes me worried that they didn't push these fixes already to this branch. Like, why not? Normally, that's what you do. At least when we're working on Manor Lords and we do a beta before we do public, just like Satisfactory, our beta becomes the complete stable, and then we just move it over to stable. Like, we wait, you know, if there's any bugs left on it, we're like, oh, we need to, like, fix that. Test it, and then see, like, does anyone react badly to the fixes? I don't like the idea of going, like, oh, we've got the fixes now, and we'll give it to you, like, to everyone on June 10th. It's like, really? Shouldn't you test the fixes? I don't know. Maybe not. Seems like that's what you're supposed to kind of do. Yeah, exactly. You just literally moved the test version to production with no changes to it. Because you're like, yeah, we're good now, right? Yeah, I work on Manor Lords. I work in a limited capacity for them, but I do work on it. Ooh, my landlord tried calling me today. That's funny. Maybe they'll do a small patch. Yeah, I'm sure if there's any issues, they'll patch it. It just seems like if you have the infrastructure in place for doing an experimental branch and then the full branch, why not solve the bugs on the experimental branch and then just move it over? I don't understand why you'd be like, okay, we've gotten the bugs down now to almost 0, and we'll do the final ones and push that as the main later. Because you want it to be tested. But I don't know. I don't know. The reason I bring it up is just you just run a small risk of there being issues for people. Like, why would you run the risk? It's not like it's a paid update or something. There's no pressure on getting it out soon. I'm sure they want to move on and everything, but still. If you just pushed it to experimental and like 1 or 2 days later it was good, you'd be like, cool, the release date is this day. And you just tell people and then it goes out. And you don't even need to tell people that you're just switching the version over. Anyway, whatever. That's awesome. Yeah, thanks. I've been working on it for nearly a year. I do design and writing. I do more... Well, yeah, it's design and writing, I guess. I always feel like I shouldn't be called a designer because I do very little proper design. But I am a designer, I guess. Oh, I didn't change the belt's color. Ah, well. So this was number 5, and that's curving in. So there. So we should only have to go to there. Once it splits, we don't have to upgrade anymore, which is good. Okay. In theory, these can run at 100% now, but we have to make sure that they can actually get out the wire. So we'll just focus on the wire for the first part of this. Anyway, sorry, I missed a lot of chat there. The Baldur's Gate... Oh, sorry. Let me scroll back up. No Superman. Sorry, it took a while. Long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Just want to say you're a big inspiration. I've been making an effort to glam up my factories. Thanks to you. Nice. And thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Sorry, I missed you there for a while. Morning, raw dog, Darren. That's funny. Did those graphical glitches fix themselves when upgrading to the Mark V? No, they just broke when I upgraded to Mark V just now. It's something to do with the upgrade process. When you upgrade... When you moved over to 1.1, and then you upgraded belts, they would visually break. They pushed a patch to fix that, but they said that you'd have to replace the belt to avoid it. So even when I upgraded, even now, it still breaks, but if you just replace the belts, now it'll work forever. So it's a strange one, but I guess there's some old information in there when the thing was placed that just breaks it when it gets upgraded for some reason. That might have a good way to check if your belts are at the right speed when you just filter by that speed and then paint. You should import the hexagon into this world? No. That's not happening. I don't like building odd shapes. It's really annoying in this game. If they had a freeform grid where you could do that, then sure. But they don't. So when you start turning things, it gets very messy. And I'm not good enough to do it. Every back-end dev wants front-end breaks. Well, guess I'm a designer now. I don't think your colors are copying over to the new lifts you're creating. Oh yeah, thank you. No, I realized that. Yeah, so in this game, so let's say this is a Mark IV belt and it's yellow. If I was to, let's say I paint this, right? So that's Mark IV, and now I make it a Mark V. It'll stay yellow. It's the original color, whatever your default color is. Now, if I was to, let's say this is a Mark V, right? And it's painted, and then I pasted it here, it takes the paint with it. So basically, it'll take the paint with it so long as you don't change it. If you change it, it won't. There's a mod called Persistent Paintables, where when you take the paint of something, it doesn't matter if you changed anything else within its category. It keeps the paint on the selection. Great mod. So I'm hoping they implement that for 1.1, the full release. It's a small thing, but it would help. Like, oh, I'm grabbing this, maybe I'm changing the speed, or the machine, or whatever. It's like, yeah, just keep the color. I'm the one that copied it, so I think it's... People would rather the paint be applied than default. I think, anyway, but it's hard to tell. The other great thing with that mod was that you could look at an object, so like this one, and if you had your paint tool out, so let's say you take out your paint tool, and you look at an object, and then if I copy the object, right, so me hitting middle mouse button now, it doesn't do anything. But in that mod, you could copy the paint of whatever you looked at. Again, super great feature. Because at the moment, we don't really have multiple custom color swatches. You got the predefined ones that you can change, obviously, but you don't have your own palette that you can keep adding to. So in some ways, it's great just to be able to, you pull out the paint tool, you're like, yeah, I want that blue, I want that orange, I want that yellow. You just look at the thing in the factory, so it's great. In fact, I even got in the habit of starting to... I remember in one of the factories, I built 6 painted beams, and they each had a color on them. And I would just look at the beam when I wanted the color, almost like that was the color picker. So again, fantastic mod. I hope they do something with that, but maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. Alright, so next thing is now trying to get these to all... I have to work out their speeds. So each one of these, mark forward, out of its mind, in a line. Do they combine up, or are they all separate? Looks like they're all separate. Alright, so let's see how much comes out of this row of machines. They're all clocked... No, they're not. See, this is back in the day when I didn't clock everything the same. Instead, I would clock the last 2 machines to be lower. For, you know, I would set the rate that I wanted. So forgetting that, and then go like this. That is 10. The 10 times 3,300 to 310 per line. So a Mark IV should be okay then. We'll leave it for a while, assuming that that is okay. And if I've gotten my number right, let's do the math on that. 310 times 3, 930. There's 3 rows of it. Times 4, 3,720. Is that how much we're making? No, according to this, we're making far less than that. 1,740. Oh, wait, no, yes, we are. 2,160 and 1,740 go out of here. What are those two numbers combined then? 3,720. More than I calculated. 3,900. Maybe they were clocked for a reason like this. So I've got 487.5 ingots per line. The recipe is what? 15 to 30. 487.5 divided by 15. You can support 32.5 constructors. Okay? For some reason I built 36. Okay, well I'm just going to clock them the way they should be then. So 32.5 out of the total 36 that we have gives us a clock speed of 90.2 something something. That's what they should be. So we'll clock them now and just paste that onto each machine. Bit of a pain, but it shouldn't feed back the stuff to us, which is good. Alright, anyways. Do you have any insight? How hard is it to implement anything in to any game? Like, how long does it take? Or why do you break unrelated stuff? And thanks, gameplay review, by the way. For this conveyor problem, they said each one has to be changed manually. Yeah. Yeah, so to answer that question, that's a tough one to answer. I don't want to go off way too... let me just see if I'll catch another chat before I delve into that question deeper. I got my degree in game design right before the industry exploded, so nobody's hiring junior devs right now. Yeah, I mean, I got a degree in game design as well, or actually a game development, so mostly in programming, but also design. But I was in Ireland, so there ain't no game companies in Ireland back in when did I leave? 2014? I ended up getting a job in the UK. But I ended up working in marketing. I couldn't find a job either. I found a job in a mobile games company. I got offered one and I was like, I don't want it. So, yeah. Anyways, right, let's just start copy and pasting this. So yeah, so how hard is it to implement anything into a game? Well, it depends on the game and depends what you're doing. It's like completely dependent. So, Manor Lords is built on Unreal Engine. Right, so you open up Unreal Engine is an engine or a tool. It's a program that just runs on your computer, just like any other, and it's a 3D environment. And then there's this like component to it, which is like this. It's so weird to almost explain, but it's like a logic diagram. Actually, you know what it's very like? It's very much like this. You literally have these like cards, and you link them to each other, and that's like logic. So basically you'll say like this object, let's say it's my camera. I'm going to link it to something called like a player controller. And the player controller, I can set the input to be W, A, S, and D. And I want W to affect the, the x-axis, W and S, let's say. So W will affect it +1 and S will affect it -1. And that'll be a multiplier of like your speed. So instead of going 3 in a direction, you'll go -3 to go back on the x-axis or whatever, and then on the y-axis for A and D, and then something else on the spacebar to go up and down, and you literally just like connect it in. So how does that work? Like, what's it doing? So Unreal Engine is making it abstract so that you don't have to worry about the code. Now there is code in it too if you want. It's very powerful, right? You can code as much as you want, and Manor Lords actually runs on a custom version of Unreal because Greg did a bunch of like crazy coding as well. But what's happening behind the scenes is there's code written in C++ or in C# that is doing what that little UI is doing. So you're putting it together in the UI, and then Unreal knows how to make the code do what you think it should be doing. And that's kind of how like Unreal or engines generally work. The reason people build engines like that is because not everybody can code. And you want like designers or artists or whatever to be able to interact with the project without having to learn how to do C++. And typically that means things will get done a lot quicker. Anyway, so how hard is it to do something? So doing something like that, adding a camera to a 3D space and moving it, you could do that in 10 minutes. Someone who's not even familiar with Unreal at all could follow a tutorial and probably do it in 30 minutes. Like, build a little camera, build a little environment, and like move it around themselves. You can obviously use templates as well, which will make it go even faster. But that would take really not much time at all. But then there's like, okay, let's say we want to add, for instance, in Manor Lords, we're at the moment, there's so many different things, like adding a model. Okay, adding a model is actually pretty quick too, but making the model could take you a really long time in 3D. Hooking up animations to it can take a long time. You know, you have to make the animations, and then you have to like connect them into the actual thing and make sure the scales are correct and everything's working, like the rigging is correct. So the animations have like a skeleton underneath them and they're applied properly. It just depends on what you're doing. In some games I've heard that it can take like forever just to get a door to open because of various things. Now, why does affecting one thing affect loads of things? No one wants to really hear this, but it's basically because of lazy coding. And lazy is a harsh word, not to insinuate that anyone's not working hard. It's to say that they're cutting corners to get things done a bit quicker. So, and if you don't have a good design. So if you don't have a good design, let's say you just make a game. Let's say you make a Total War game, right? And the Total War game is like, yeah, you conquer towns and you move armies around on a campaign map. And, you know, when you get towns, you get money, and you spend the money to upkeep the army. And let's say you make the game... I'll give you the example. So I worked at Creative Assembly for a few years. Creative Assembly made their engine for Total War, their current Total War series, back in 2007, right? It's called the Total War 3 engine. It started with Empire. Before that, it was Total War 2. Before that, it was Total War 1. A lot of people call this engine Warscape. That's not actually the name of it. Warscape is the graphical rendering pipeline that sits on top of the engine. But anyways. Did I copy these ones? Let's just check. No. Did I do these ones? No. So I just did 2 rows. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, so they made this engine back in 2007. They're now making a game called Total War Warhammer. And that game is full of magic and monsters and all sorts of things that they just never thought that was going to be added to their game. So, because, you know, this isn't really lazy programming or bad design. This is them just milking one engine for a really long time before, like, really making the underlying changes needed to support such features. So what you end up getting is a game where they're now, like, affecting modifiers of units. So they'll say, like, I want the mass of this unit to change because, like, a spell can come in. This, like, external thing that wasn't really planned for. And maybe adding that messes with the stats of a unit in an unexpected way, because it was set up in a specific configuration, and then someone else has come in now trying to put something else into it. This isn't a great analogy, but I've often thought of it as like a filter, like a water filtration system. Let's say you've got like 5 holes and water is flowing down each one, but then someone else is like adding like a little splitter into one of these like lines of water coming down. And the water is like shooting off in 2 angles. And some of that water is now going to be hitting into the other channels. That makes sense? So there's like, I'll just do it because I have 4 fingers. 4 lanes of water all going straight down like a waterfall. And you're saying, well, I need some of that. I need one of them now to break off and do something else. So I'll put a little like pin in it. And the pin will split some water off, but it'll accidentally split water off in a different direction. I know that sounds weird and abstract. That's kind of what's happening in the code. It's like, I'm going to go in, I'm going to affect some code here, because I need it to do something. And inadvertently, I didn't think about all the other things that are also relying on that same thing. So, actually, I've got an example just really quickly, and then we'll move on to the game. But in Manor Lords just recently, we're doing something with trade. And in the trading post, you have 2 groups of trade goods. One is either a minor trade, or the other is either a major trade. For a major trade, you need to pay upfront to establish a route for that good. So if you want to import weapons, which is a major trade, you have to pay initially to set up the route. If you want to import berries, which is not a major trade, you just set it up and people will come and go. You don't have to pay for it. You can pay for it if you want it to come more frequently, but you don't have to. Okay? So, most people would look at that and probably assume that there's some sort of data table, like a database, that says berries is a major trade and weapons is a major trade and berries is not. Like some sort of check that what it is. That's not how it works. Actually, how it works is in the files, there's a value set for each good. Like a literal value, like how much it's worth. And then somewhere in the code, it says like, if it's worth more than 2, that's a major trade. Okay? So fine. Everything works. Everything's fine. The rule is this. I can put in as many of these objects as I want. I just have to know as a developer, designer, any item I add that is worth more than 2 will automatically become a major trade. Therefore, it means the player will have to purchase it. Okay, fine. That's the way it was done. That's how it was set up. Now, just recently, we got a new designer on the team. And he was like, I want a perk that will affect basic goods. He wants them to be worth more on the market. Okay, so it's like, cool. We told the programmer this, and the programmer was like, great. We'll just make it so that berries and meat or whatever other minor trades have more value. See the problem? Increasing the value of them now makes them major trades, and you have to pay for them. So this perk will break how the trade goods operate, right? But that's because the original design didn't factor in the fact that maybe something would affect these prices. So that's how you get something where someone's adding something to the game and they're inadvertently breaking something else. And it's funny, like even the tooltip that tells you whether something's a minor or major trade uses the same number if it's greater than 2. It doesn't read from any file. So now when we have to change this system, which is obviously a simple thing to do, right? We're going to add like a category that will say if it's a major or minor. So now we can change the value independent of how we interact with it. But I also have to now find all the different references to it in the tooltips or any other place that use that greater than 2 number. So a really like proficient, good design, and it's impossible to do this really, will like, you know, future-proof itself against anything like that happening so that you can make changes to numbers and it doesn't break things. So that's like in a very basic example. But anyway, yeah. Let's work on more on being fixed as number 1 in monthly employer. Indeed. So that's enough about stuff that will have to force me to stop playing. Or I can't talk and play with something that complicated, I guess. So I'll head back down. I didn't finish the entire row on the bottom. So sorry about that, but hopefully that explains it. Just dropped by to say hi. Thank you, Blue Salamander, but it's late at night here, so heading to bed. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it, so thank you. I've also never seen THB as a currency, but thank you. You can see it, though, in the thing there. So, for fun, at the moment, I'm like... I just do this all the time. I never do anything with it, but maybe one day I will. I'll stick to something for once in my life. For fun, I'm designing like a Roman kind of game. Like a... sort of like Imperator Rome or an Anno type grand strategy game. And you know, there's 2 prevailing thoughts. You know, I remember Greg was telling me, he's like, you shouldn't really design it out. You should just start prototyping, iterating, and like get something built. Otherwise you'll burn out. And he's right. I've always burned out. So in some ways he's right. Other people will tell you, no. You should design out everything. Don't even touch code until you know exactly exactly what you're going to do with every unanswered question. It's like, how's this going to work? What happens if you do this? Like, you should be able to answer everything without even like coding a single thing. And then you'll make life very easy when you get to the coding part of the game. So, there's no right or wrong answer, but that's kind of generally how it works for a lot of things. Thank you all for bearing with me while I rant and talk about these things. Don't come into a stream and tell the streamer how to do their job. It's rude to assume others. Oh, no, that's okay. I think it's fine. Like, if you want... Oh, Morals. I thought that was... You were just saying that, but that's actually his name. I've got no problem. Don't worry. It's up... I would say it's up to me to tell him whether or not that's okay. And it is fine, because I am here to play the game, not to pontificate about how code works. Is that it? I think I did all these. The problem is now I'm not entirely sure. I'll check a few random ones and that will probably let me know. If I did the beginning of a row, I'm sure I did the whole row. There's 4 rows in total. These are all the bottom ones. I'll do all the next section up just to make sure I didn't miss any. If we see lines getting backed up, I'm sure I'll find it. Alright, cool. I think that's it. Okay. Alright, so that's the wire done. Now, in order to work out how many of these lines are doing, there's 32 and it's times 30 out, right? Wasn't it? Yep. So it's 975. So each line, because they're stacked 3 on top of each other, it should be doing that. It should be 325 coming out of each line. So a Mark IV belt should be okay. Right. They're Mark IV and they're Mark IV. Cool. Yeah, it's all good. Everyone's all good. Morals is good. Nomana is good. And yeah. He said it in a respectful way, and like he said, it might have been just a joke, so it's all good. I like your coding talk, and if you listen to him, you might quit. Yeah, the middle ground really is where most people fall, Orion, which is design a mostly full idea out, then work on iteration. That's the thing. Like, I mean, a really good design would try to anticipate maybe where things will change in the future. It's like no one's going to be able to predict making a perfect game from the beginning, and if you get feedback from early access players or whatever, you might then get ideas that you weren't thinking about and want to change things, you know. But if you've got code that isn't what's called spaghetti code, where it's all linking to everything and it's all using hard-coded values, generally speaking, like, reading from files is the best way to avoid that kind of thing and keeping things separate to each other, so you just don't affect as much as you might otherwise. So yeah, so that's also the other way to do it. Right, so each one of these lines then doing 375. This is where it gets super complicated. It's going into these different rows. Might add some lights in this place. It's pretty dark. Maybe I should do that next. Just throw them in fairly quickly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it 12 wire belts? All doing 325. So let me just write that down, because otherwise I'll forget. So basically, if anyone's just joining, what I'm trying to do is beef up this factory now to use Mark V belts and get it running, relatively speaking, at 100%, or at least as close to as we can, because there might be some factors I don't know about that we can't do that just yet. The other thing is, like, these are reliant on getting running correctly as well. So why aren't you running? What's your problem? Not enough iron ore. Well, in order to make these work as a synergy, we have to get the refineries working too. Let's find out why you're not getting enough iron. And how much should you be getting? So you're at 100. So this thing here, so 23 refineries, the 2030 is at 28% for whatever reason. So it's 780. Okay, so a Mark V belt is needed for the iron ore to even come in. Cool. Do that. Although it looks like... Oh my god, what's happened? They're out of fuel. Oh shit. Alright, we got a problem on our hands. So in the previous stream I upgraded the fuel so everyone's using biofuel. But maybe the drones aren't delivering it or something. That's a lot. There's a lot of trucks that don't have fuel right now. Speaking of fuel, I don't have any either. I gave Bar a try. It's really fun. Oh, nice. Yeah. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's really good. That's a game called Beyond All Reason for those who don't know about it. Do you ever look at viewers' builds? I think it could be super cool to see reviews for other people's builds. Yeah. I don't actually do that, but I've been saying for about 2 years that I'd love to do a series called Fix My Factory, where I take other people's builds and fix them. But I just haven't done that. So, and I put that idea out there a while ago for people to just use if they want. But yeah, when it comes to looking at inspiration stuff, people in my Discord post their builds and their variants of my builds, which is pretty cool. Yeah, this is confusing to me. I don't understand how they've run out. You've got biofuel. We have biofuel, right? We should have loads. Are you just not set up correctly? Biofuel import. This port. Are you out of fuel yourself? Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, I never fueled it. Oh, okay. There you go. Does this need to fuel itself? Yeah, I guess so. Hang on. Yeah, alright, well, easy enough solution there. So, everything just ran out because we weren't actually delivering the biofuel. That's fine. Also notice that that thing is filling up really slowly, so it probably needs an improved belt speed. So we'll get to that as well. Then we'll make it a Mark V belt for the iron, and we should be good. Oh, no worries, Sam. I just take long explaining things. Your trucks probably had some coal left in them. Yeah, we, in the previous stream, went around and took all the coal out, actually. It just seemed like it just wasn't being fueled. Mark 4. Okay, so downstairs there's some problem. Because there's loads. There's definitely absolutely loads. I think there's just a Mark 1 belt in there. I need to refuel this. Yes, I do, Evan. I have to pick up some biofuel to do that. That's why I came down here. It's gonna take a minute. Ah, be quick enough. These are Mark 1s. Yeah, okay. That should help. Now, this wasn't a problem anyway. I just think it'd be nicer to have this more full so it's ready to go. Then I just wanted to quickly pick up some stuff here. But yeah, so give me some of these for each of the trucks that are missing and we'll just get them going again. Where is this cave on the map? Yeah, so this cave is super nice looking. I recommend building it if you can. Sorry. In the map, it's in this lake here. So on the next to grassy fields on the west side of it, there's 2 lakes. You can access it via the waterfall connecting the 2 lakes. And super nice cave. It's small. It's not a very big cave. But it really looks good with the bioluminescent kind of foliage and stuff on the walls. Quite nice, and there's a few slugs in the middle. Oh yeah, I keep meaning to. I have to come back here later to build the slug refinement part of it. You have 2 drones heading to the same port. Trying to run drones with my particle accelerator. The general rule is your drones will be like a, they're either pushing or pulling. You're either exporting or importing something, right? If you're a drone station that is pulling, as in it's going to get something, you build the drone at that port and you send it off to go get something. If you're a drone port that's pushing something, i.e. sending something, don't build a drone at that. You want other ones to go get it. That way, multiple drones can go get the thing. So for instance, this one here is my export, right? So I'm sending liquid biofuel out from this port. This port does not have an assigned drone. There's no dedicated drone here. It just flies. All the other factories will send something here. So this one's like an orange one. It comes from the copper Caterium factory. It comes here to go fetch its biofuel. It flies off. If another factory wants biofuel, it comes here, tries to get it, goes off. Multiple can get it at the same time. What they'll do is one will just hover above until this one's done picking it up, and the next one will come and land. And you can have loads doing that. So that's generally the rule. If you're sending something out of a factory, don't give it a drone. It's the drone that's taking something. Sorry, it's the factory that's taking something that needs a drone. That'll typically work. I have a drone importing material from one location. The output then goes into 2 drone inputs, and I've sent those drones. I can't keep up with that because I don't know. I don't know. I have a drone importing material from one location, so it's bringing something in. Yeah, that sounds fine. So there's a dedicated drone. It's going and fetching something. It's pulling it in. That's fine. When you say the output then goes into two drone inputs. God, I can't speak today. I don't really know what you mean. So you're saying the output of that drone port, this drone port that's going and receiving something, you're saying the output of that is going into two other inputs? Or is it the factory is going into two other inputs? Because obviously you should not do a drone into another drone port. That'd be weird. I don't know why you do that. But if the factory is going into two exporters, the drone picking up the materials from that one location is then outputting the materials to two other drone ports. But why? Why would you do that? I don't understand. So this is bringing in biofuel, yeah? Imagine it's anything, iron plates. Why would you then say, I want you to deliver that here, and then send it via two different ports? I don't understand. There's no need to do that. Wherever these two are going, they're the ones that should be getting it from the original place. That makes sense. That's the way it should be done. Yeah, it's like you have an extra step in there for some reason. You've got two extra steps in there, really. You'll save fuel on drones if you cut those out. Anyways, right, so that should be fuel. We have to go to each truck. I'll just try to do this quickly. So they're mostly in the same place, right? Two here. Let's get those ones sorted first. I guess the easiest thing for me to do is, instead of checking the map constantly, let's just turn on vehicles on the compass, and then I can actually see which ones need stuff. So you're out. Well, pressing E doesn't work. Doesn't want to work, okay. There we go. I'm refueling the trucks now. I like that. Refuel the trucks, please. That's a funny one with the Amazon trucks, by the way, yeah? Anyone? One more this way. Four more to go. Not that bad. There's one up here, isn't there? Yeah. Oh, I don't really care if they stop too long. There's nothing that can go wrong from this, really. They'll all get, everything will just get back up to 100%. Like, I'm not worried. It's not like power is reliant on these or something that would be like really important. That's why I was so laissez-faire about fixing them. It's like, yeah, I'll get to them. It's okay. Plus, most of the factories are backed up anyway right now, you know? Every factory was. So it's like, yeah, let them flush out. It's all good. No! Let me get to it. There we go. Problem solved. No problem. I have one train and just a couple trucks. Over 100 drones. Nice. Yeah, drones are actually like really probably the best, it seems. I became a believer when I started using it for the nuclear power plant a while back. I was like, damn, man, like these are... They have a long unload and load time, but they're pretty cheap. Like, once you get some fuel going, they're not that hard to run them. And they're just so good the way they can just go to where they need to go. Automatically. No building trains and signals, or no driving trucks in their routes. It's like really easy. And then the drones can fuel themselves, which is cool. Like, fly to where they need to and just drop in the fuel. Alright, that should be all the trucks back up and running. Now we should see the iron coming back in. I might need to beef up that iron deposit, wherever it is, to be 780 per minute, because that's what this factory needs. So in order for all the wire to work, the iron needs to be refined properly at the higher volume. So all of this is in service of getting motors up and running at a high speed. They actually look like they're just stalled. I wonder, do they have an awesome sink upstairs? Because they probably need one. Alright, here we are. Good to see you guys. We got coal and we got iron. There it is. Now, to consult my little diagram that I made months and months ago, it is just one miner, 780 per minute, into 23 refineries. Okay. For some reason, these are all at 100, right? Except for that one on the very end. Normally what I do is I underclock them all. I wonder if I should do that now. Will that make life easier with how we do where these are going? Oh, this is underclocked as well. So the two and the... at least they're doing the same amounts then. It doesn't really matter then at that point. Okay. And how much comes out? A lot. 1448.5705. Wow, okay. 35 per minute. So 780 divided by 35. Yeah, it's just a bastard of a number, basically. 285714. 285714. Okay, I see what Darren was doing. So having these two belts here is actually fine then, because their groups are split. It's just about giving it the 780 it needs. Turn off the vehicles on the compass now as well. Are these empty yet? Almost. I was fighting pathing signals last night. I overcomplicated it and just deleted and started over. How do you know how much to produce each item? You don't. You just have to wing it. As mentioned before, you basically have space elevator parts. So let's say you need 500 smart plating. It's like, well, how do you know how much you need? You need 500. And it's up to you how much you want to make. I mean, you can make 500. You could do it 1 per minute if you wanted. It'd take 500 minutes. Do 5 per minute, you know, if you want. Take 100 minutes. 10 per minute, 50 minutes. How many do you want to do? So that's how you work it out. You just have to kind of think, I don't know. Now, obviously in the game, you'll need things that need to get used in other things later, and you just don't know that. But if you look it up on the wiki, you can find out exactly how much you'll need of everything. Supercomputers and turbo motors again. But that is the only way, because the game doesn't want you to know. The game wants you to kind of guess and figure it out. If you look up on the wiki, so satisfactorywiki.gg, and then you type in space elevator, it'll tell you the amounts you need for everything. Literally everything. It actually tells you, oh, you need in total for the whole game like 5,000 smart plating. Something like that. That's it. Just make 5,000, then you'll have all, you know, everything you need. But obviously people want to make things per minute, but it is up to you. Oh my god. I was one tick away. One hammer away. One truck is still thirsty. I'll have a look. Oh yeah. Good call. Oh, it's actually blocking one of the copper outposts as well. That's funny. We'll get to it in a sec. We'll just do this first. It's the supercomputers. Just need 5 of these. Is it weird that I calculate per hour and not per minute? Yes, because everything in the game does it per minute. So I don't know why you do per hour. I mean, that's fine. Whatever you feel comfortable with, right? The reason I do per minute is because that's what's referenced in the game. Hello, Darren. Welcome back. Another Satisfactory Life. Hello, Khalid. Or Khalid. Is it Khalid? Khalid, probably. DJ Khalid, right? Khalid. Alright, 780 out of our mines. And the journey is so close over there, I don't think we need more than 1 truck. I'm sure it'll be fine. I wonder how long you're supposed to wait, though. That might be a problem. Okay, so this should start ramping up a bit more now. So we're going to be getting even more ingots, although we'll have to build Mark 5 belts going out of that. I'm just going to go quickly back down to that other copper point. There's 1 truck that's escaped us. I mean, I look at it as per hour, but I build around per minutes. No, that just probably means you're kind of good at math, actually, to be honest. If you think that way. I would think so, but yeah. I don't think it's... I mean, you're the first person I've ever heard to say that. But I don't think it's that weird. Let's be honest, the game does take hours to do anything. I'm tragically bad at math. Oh, maybe it's a symptom of being bad at math then. But to me, it's like, oh, I make 15 per minute. I would have to actively do math then to figure out what I get per hour, right? I can't do that in my head. Oops. So it's like, oh, what, 15 times 60? It's 900 per hour? It's like, okay. Cool to know that number. But it's not useful in any way, I suppose. A bike or some flying vehicle? I like the Explorer, but yeah, flying an actual drone that you could pilot would be super cool. Would love that. As a late game thing. Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing where I would agree that you should only get that like right at the end. Like tier 9. First thing in tier 9. So you can build the last bit of factories with that, but I guess for them they added a teleporter, right? So it's like, yeah, kind of just get around the map as quick as you want if you can set up the infrastructure for it. They probably prefer that. Alright, hopefully we're good. Speaking of the Explorer, let's just drive back. Why not? On 2 fuel. I like finally we're using the biofuel for something. It's good. Yeah, I kind of feel like the jetpack should be upgraded so it can just do hover as well as jetpack. I just don't know why these are 2 separate items. Either you need a way to hotkey flip between them or just merge them. Like as an upgrade. It's like, oh, you can upgrade your jetpack. Farouk, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. If I spend an hour building this factory, I can anticipate all the needed production will be finished by the time I'm done this project. Yeah, that's cool. That makes sense. Oh, after you upload a new episode, so I stream twice per week on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then for the desert series, it's usually one per week. Trying to get quicker, but it's usually one per week. They should integrate distribution to other places in the galaxy. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do maybe for the first DLC. Morals as well. Thank you for becoming a channel member. It helps a lot. People who become a channel member, you're basically contributing, I'd say, about 1,500 views worth of ad revenue. So it's very, very helpful. You make yourself count for a lot of people, basically. So thank you. Yeah, I think that Foundry thing was really cool. It's such a great way. It's such an interesting way to... Because I've tried to think about it myself, like how do you keep the game going after a while? It's so annoying the way they do that. And that's a really great, it's like, oh, you're not just sending it into an awesome sync, you're not just hitting like random milestones, you're actually like having to provide stuff in order to earn money to then build up a station to keep going further, and the galaxy's like huge. It's like, that's pretty cool. Imagine like you had an order, like imagine you could like talk to the galaxy or see other planets, even just other planets in the system. It's like, this system is requiring 400 crystal oscillators per minute, and if you do that, you get like, in the Foundry game, you get money, or the equivalent of money. You actually get like a kind of an ingot that you can actually make, or you can use it as like currency. But anyway, you get currency that will let you then upgrade your star base so that you can then reach further planets. And it's like, yeah, I guess there's like, what's the point of it? But it's just kind of interesting. It's like, oh, I can get the most money if I can hit that target and deliver there. And you don't have to hit the target. You can just sell them what you've got. But you know how much they would buy if you could give them everything. And I really like that idea. I think it's a great idea to be like, yeah, you can keep all aspects of the game going that way. You could have production for like 100 portable miners per minute, you know? If the demand was high enough, they could be worth a lot. So I think that's really cool. One thing that I thought was thought was really cool, but then I realized it's not as cool as I thought it was. But I understand why they've done it, is in Foundry, I thought it was more about supply lines. Like, okay, like, I'm going to send a ship off, and it's going to take like an hour to get there and come back. But once you activate the route, it's just active. You're making the money instantly. I thought they had to go get it, sell, and then they bring the cash back. Maybe that wouldn't be as fun. But I thought that would be kind of a more interesting way of doing things, because there's like a delay to getting things up and running. You can kind of switch on and off a bit too quickly for my liking. But still a super interesting, cool mechanic. Alright, so back in the motor factory. Let me upgrade this. So I'll say we've already done, copper belts have been improved. So iron refineries now need to be improved. That's the next thing. Then it'll be steel. And then, yeah, it's really testing the assemblers. And maybe some cosmetics. What we're going to be doing. No Man's Sky and a factory builder. But the thing I liked about Foundry is like, you don't have to go to these other worlds. You're not building on them. It's just a meta game for you to like sink your progress into. I don't know, something kind of cool about it. And it encourages you to build lots of different things. Right, so can these all fit on one belt? 65 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just... So it's 14485,705. $724. Yes, it can. Great. Now, I assume past Darren has figured out the numbers on this and it's going into the right thing. I mean, split correctly and stuff. So if it's been split there evenly, and I don't need to upgrade any further, that should just be able to reach the length of the machines now and get them going. Where are their green lights? Front, are they? Oh yeah. Oh, they're foundries, right? Yeah. Keep an eye on that in a minute. We could put down the little things that tell me how the belts are doing. Alrighty. We've increased the amount of ore and the delivery. They should be able to all run at 100% now. It might take a little while till they all get it. And these should be able to reach whatever that number was. 724 is the target. They'll have more than that at first because they were backed up. But eventually we should see that number come back down. That is then going to go and make all the steel. That is running really low. Again, so we can now look at steel. So there's 37 assemblers. Really? Well, that's not even... First of all, they're foundries, but okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, and then there's 20. 30, and then 40. I'm a bit nervous with whatever way I've clocked these in the past, because these are at 100, but then this is at like 53571, and this number isn't right, so I don't know what's going on. I would rather just clock them to whatever they need. To 1448.5705. We do know that that number is accurate as it pains me, as much as it pains me. But if we divide that now by... We have 40 of these. We'll divide it by whatever their standard number is. So it's 40 iron ingots. So divided by 40 means you need 36. That's fine. Got more than that, so it's 36 divided by the 40 machines we happen to have. So it's 90% clock speed. That's the clock speed for all of them. So again, we'll just do this in all these machines. Not as many as last time, so hopefully a bit quicker. Copy that. Alright. Past darn, want to confuse present darn. Well, I like in some ways that I'm after learning like a better way to get the same clock speed for everything. Like I know how to do that now. Back then I didn't, so I used to just like clock the last one. But my math level has leveled up a little bit. And it's great now that the game, when you set a new clock speed or whatever, it doesn't take everything out of the machine. It does that in 1.0. So it's a really nice feature. It's something I feel like no one was even asking for and they just did it, so that's really good. Like one of those tedious things, and it's a nice quality of life. As long as the recipe's the same, of course, like the machine keeps what was inside of it. Alright, great. So that's done. So how are we doing now here? 780. Well, it will slow down eventually, it should do. So out of these now, we were sending 40 in, and we're getting, by default, 60 out. We're making 2172. Is this correct? Yep, 2172.8557, and then it's going into the steel pipe constructors. Now, we've just seen that this is grouped onto 4 belts. So what is this divided by 4? 543. So great. So we do need Mark 5 belts coming out of these. Alright, so we're at the next phase of upgrading. Call it Darren math, yeah, indeed. I have to admit, your dedication to using the minimal belt need is admirable. I've just defaulted to the fastest belt I have for everything. Yeah, there's something that just looks a little bit better with it, in my opinion, anyway. It's like I think the machines look better that Mark 1s are coming out here. I don't know. And that's the same kind of rule, just applies in different places, but each to their own. I think I get tripped up way more doing it that way, though. I make mistakes. Right, so 6, 12, 18, 24, 32, 40. So around here, we'll just say this could be the Mark 5. Right, so go across to here. Same for upstairs. Somewhere here. That's just to save on materials, so I don't have to run to get Alclad, because we have a lot of belts to upgrade. Alright, that's that. Alright, so now the lifts need to be done. Alright, it's quite laggy in this place. It's actually not this place, it's specifically the copper plant that seems to just lag the game. But when I go far north, it just all goes away. Alright. So carefully now. Mark 5, Mark 5, 5 and 5. 5, 5. Alright, so we are joined together. So I'll start on the top 2 layers and then we'll do the bottom 2 layers after this. Do you have enough spheres to set up several depots for Alclad? Yeah, actually I probably do. I think I've got 2 or 3 more, and there's loads of depots around the world. Yeah, I dropped that stuff a bit further back, didn't I? But there's a bunch of depots that I'm not using anymore anyway. They're empty, like they're in containers for things that I was just draining the containers slowly over time. Because this world obviously had random containers all over the place, so I was like, oh, I'll just stick a depot on it, and that'll give me some concrete for a little bit until we eventually drain them. So I could probably also get more is what I'm saying, but I don't know, it's fine. If I run out of this and I have to make another trip, then maybe yeah, I'll invest in it. I think it'd be wise. Good point. Right, so this splits here, so that's fine. Now we'll work our way back. But that's weird. So we have 4 steel belts. This steel belt splits between 2 groups. And this one splits between 2 groups. But the one on the bottom just goes into one. Are these all clocked differently for that reason, or... Oh. Oh, the one that goes into one comes up and joins on and meets in the middle somewhere. I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. Aaron had an idea. I don't know if it was a good one, but he did it. So... Okay then. So I'll start at the back one then. I'll just make this Mark 5 all the way. I mean, to that point, it should be fine. But yeah, that's probably okay. It's so weird. I have no memory of building this. No memory. So I'm like looking at it, like trying to figure out what was I thinking. It's not like it's bad or anything. It's just, yeah, it's just don't remember it. All right, cool. So we just need to do those 2 belts now on the bottom, going all the way back. So just making sure that these are Mark 5. It's going to be a little bit awkward, I think. My badge does not look this organized. Well done. Oh, thank you. It's funny, yeah, I feel like it could be better. Because I built it months ago. You're watching since the Anno videos. Always appreciate your videos. Glad to see you're still doing content. The recommendation videos were always good to watch. The recommendation videos? I'm not sure what they are, but thanks. Thanks, David. And shout out to Anno. Can't wait for that new Anno game. Cannot wait. Alright, this is where it's going to get a little tricky. So I'll start on this side and then flip over to the other side afterwards. That's this side done. So this side is going to be pain to get to. So down here. Oh, I'm on this side. Yeah. Five. That's it, I guess. Yep. By the way, do they have enough water? I wonder. I assume so. I guess I should check. So it's. Let me just make a note of this. So that's 325 was each wire belt. 543.213938. The future present Darren would say that while it might look organized, I don't think he did a very good job at working with weird numbers. That's such a weird number. I mean, sometimes it's kind of unavoidable. I'm using this all stemmed from using 780 iron ore, I guess. Well, I probably would just use the number that rounded this easier because it's a pain. Like, even if it meant using a little less. So that is each steel belt. Okay. The next thing I just wanted to figure out was 780 divided by, was it 15 that goes into one of these? That's 35. And then you need, times that by the amount of water that's required, it's just 20. I know it's written in that thing, but I'd like to just check. 445. Is that accurate? Yep, 445.714, so it looks like I'd already clocked it that way. Trying to upgrade my power, I'm planning to use all the crude oil in the crater lake in the bottom, which will let me make about 85,000 megawatts of power with diluted fuel. Is this too big? I would say it's actually not enough. 85,000, that's good. But those are rookie numbers in some ways. If you, and look, it's totally respectable. I beat the game with about 90,000 megawatts, and that was by having quite a low amount of volume of machines. So I was only aiming for like 1 or 2 of any space part per minute. So I think with modular engines, it was like 3 per minute, like a really low number. So that will probably get you to the end, but you might need even a little bit more. Why I was going to say that's quote rookie numbers, kind of as a joke, is more that a lot of people build in the Blue Crater Lake area with oil and use the nitro rocket fuel recipe. So, oh, I don't have it unlocked. I have it in the MAM though. Quickly take a look at it. And I think it's widely considered the best. Yeah, there it is. Best kind of oil to power ratio that you can kind of get. So you do what you were doing, right? Which is you get your oil, you use diluted fuel, right? So you get your diluted fuel. But then the next layer to this would be mixing it with gas, sulfur, and coal, which is all in the Blue Crater area. And that would give you like a really high volume of rocket fuel out. I don't know what people do with the compacted coal actually. But the amount that you get out, you should be looking at somewhere like, for that amount of oil, you should be looking at like 500,000 megawatts. Something like that. Maybe not quite as much. Maybe. Oh yeah, Avish says 199 from the Blue Crater. So, yeah. And then, you know, you want to throw in a sloop here or there, you could get even more. So, 85,000, totally good. Big build, respectable. But if you could add that extra layer to it, you'll then truly never need to worry about it again. Discord link is expired, by the way. Oh, is it? I must have lost nitro status today, or whatever. What's it called? Boost status. Bear with me just one sec. Yeah, server boost. We need 2 more. If anyone is in the Discord and they have a server boost, if you'd want to give it, that'd be great. If not, I'll just purchase it. It's no big deal. I always purchase them anyway. So basically, this thing here, we're at 12 out of 14. The link only works when I'm at 14. I'm not a partnered member of Discord or anything like that. I just pay. I used to pay 14 subscriptions just to get it. But you click boost, and then if you already have one, you get, if you have nitro, you get a couple boosts for free. So if you haven't used them, consider using it. I'll just wait. Maybe someone has them. If not, no worries. I'll pay for it later today. But that's why the link's not working right now. Oh, Falling Frontier. Yeah, that got delayed to like 2026 or something crazy. Really looking forward to that game. Seeing how they... I'm curious to see how they do it, really. Because it's not an easy thing that they're trying to pull off. This belt's looking really good. It's moving... Well, it actually has lots of gaps on it. Why is that? Let's see where we're at now before we say that steel is done. Oh, lacking coal. Okay. Right, so what's the coal sitch? So coal, 1448. So the exact same amount has to go in. So it's 543 per line. I never gave it a name, so I don't know where this comes from. But yeah, you need more than that then. This will have to be upgraded too, but I just want to see where it's connected to. Follow that back. I can drop the invite link right now if you want. Sorry, yeah. I've only ever had it expire maybe like 3 times ever in the last few years, so it's pretty rare that you catch it on the day that it's not working. And to the minute, it was like yesterday it was working, so quite that's not very common. Let's see, I don't even know how to invite people. Oh, there we go. Does this work? I think this works. That link. Anyways, do you use power slugs on oil? Power slugs on oil. Do you mean summer sloops? Or are you talking about power shards? The answer would be, look, I only use power shards on extractors. Anything that comes out of the ground gets a power shard, or a fuel generator gets a shard. Sloops, I don't really use them at all. That much. Should do. I use them for my biofuel, but nothing else. That link worked? Awesome. Great. Yeah, so for me, power shards are exclusively kept just for... Because they increase the power demand, so there's no point putting them on things like machines. You should only put them on extractors to get more out of the ground. And then summer sloops are best used on things that... in a chain that's making you fuel somewhere. So if you're getting rocket fuel, you're getting coal, whatever it might be. That's where a summer sloop belongs, because it'll actually yield you more power than it would if it was just being placed in a power augmenter anyway, so... that can be good. But also for biofuel, I think it's great. Yeah, I have no idea where I go to get this coal, by the way. Did I mark it as a thing? What's not working? One of these doesn't have fuel still. Maybe I'm not giving it fuel. That could be the case. I'm just gonna have to wait until it arrives. I have no idea where it comes from. Like, no idea. Coal? I guess I could check coal deposits nearby. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's on its way now. That's good, actually. There should be loads out there. Alright, well, just for now, we'll upgrade the belts and see how we get on. I'm following your series, straying here and there. So now I'm waiting for the next episode. I was thinking I can go ahead and do a huge power upgrade. I'll consider RNF. Thanks. No problem. Yeah, so in my desert series, there is the oil distribution platform thing that I made. And the big oil pipeline. So the goal is to use that oil to make more power. But I haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet. Sulfur in the desert is kind of hard to come by. Well, there is one node, but we use it already. But yeah. Alright, that should be fine. Doing that. We have that reverse thing. Let's just try to fix that. Waiting to see where this... There it is. Okay, it's coming around now. And then I'll get to that other one in just a minute. I'll just go out to the deposit and make sure we're actually making that much coal. As long as we're making that much coal across all those deposits, we'll be fine. I'm going to turn on the nodes for this one as well, so that we can actually see the wait time it has. You think they'll add solar? No, I don't think so. I don't think they'll ever add any kind of free power type thing. I mean, solar, I guess, comes during the day and goes away at night. So I wouldn't be that surprised if they did. I mean, you never know. They may... I know they say they don't. They've said a lot of things that they'll never do. And then they ended up doing a few of them. Like Blueprints was a big one. I could see them maybe doing a DLC in the future that's like an eco-themed DLC. I mean, that just... It kind of sells itself. So, maybe. But I just don't think you'll see it anytime soon. To me, that's like... Yeah, I don't think they will. There's mods that do it, which is interesting as well. There's mods that like actually add harvesters that allow you to farm vegetation and stuff and regrow it. So you can see them maybe thinking about it, but I think they ultimately have said that they want it to feel like you're devastating the landscape and it doesn't come back for the most part. Right, so I think this only goes off in this direction, and we need 1448. And there's 4 miners. 1448 divided by 4. So they need to be doing 362 each. $5705, is it? Yeah. That's the number they need to do, I guess. Wanted all things to be even. Oh, I know my shards with me. Damn. I emptied my inventory a while ago. I have to go get them. Anyone remember where I dropped that container? Inside the copper factory, wasn't it? I think so. I love geothermal. Unreliable unless you have enough batteries. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like things that fluctuate. I also just don't think it makes that much. Really. It'd be nice if it made some more, like more power somehow. It's a weird one. I don't know how you make it an interesting mechanic. Maybe if there was like... It had its own byproduct or something you had to like get rid of. Like water or something. I don't know. That would just annoy people, but like putting down a thing and it just generating a lot of power would be weird. So it's like, yeah, I don't know how you really balance that. The Sky UI mod fixes nighttime solar problems. Yeah, that's true. Just have bonus power. Yeah, I'll be using it on the variable power line. So in my desert series, I have 2 power lines, right? We've got one regular consistent line of power and then another one which is variable power, so anything that goes up or down, so things like trains, geothermal, awesome sinks, truck stations, anything that turns on and off as part of its natural function is on a separate power line. That's just because I'm crazy. I like to have it all on one, or I like to have all my factory on one line that doesn't fluctuate. Now, I could have sworn I've already done that for this truck, so I'm wondering if I'm not feeding in the biofuel over here correctly. What about you? Do you have biofuel? You've got it, okay. That was doing steel pipe. Steel pipe. My god. Where is it? This one. Oh yeah, it has coal inside it. That's why. There we go. Fixed. Alright, good. What's next? What were we doing? Oh yeah, I need to get power shards out of my inventory to go back over to that other place to increase the miner speed of coal, so that way we can increase the foundries that are downstairs. Game's not lagging when I look at that direction. It's just when I look at this direction it gets like pretty bad. Dude, all of this I picked up from old belts. It's actually nothing to do with the polished concrete. That hasn't affected the frame rate at all, which is interesting. But yeah, it's just this. It's actually only since the latest update in 1.1. The earlier 1.1 patch didn't have this lag. So I don't know what that's about. And it's only when I'm down here. My other save is like buttery smooth. And it's like a hitching. Like the frame rate's really good, but then just randomly hitches. Right, so I just came here to grab these shards. I could probably pick this stuff up now, seeing as I'm running low. Get rid of that. Put more alclad in my inventory when I can. Depots? Well, I'm not. That's the copper factory. I'm not going to go to the alclad one until I have to go up there. You know, I'm not going to build them. But I agree. When I go up there, I'll build them up there. So I've got 2 spheres on me. There's 2 downstairs here that I could take as well, like those 2. Right, so we have to drive out to that place. I'll just, to prevent hopping around all the time, I'll just drive the route. I'm still on 1.0 stable, and last week it has been laggy and crashing. Blame my new world train though. As I finished the loop, the game got buggy on me. Yeah, I don't know. Did I build anything that did that? I don't think so, because it does seem to be just in that one area. I did increase all the belts though, so it's like maybe created some lag problem? I don't know. All I have to do is follow the arrows, and I couldn't even do that. Alright. We are again. Okay, so they need to be running at 362 each. Or just overall 362 if they can't do that. Could try to upgrade them as well, I suppose. But let's see what the total number is. Are they all the same? Yeah, they seem like they're all the same then. Alright, we'll have to craft a little bit more turbo motors and stuff just to bang out some Mark III miners here. Yeah. First ever power factory I ever built in this game was down here. Right, so unfortunately, yeah, because we don't automate these, we'll have to just manually craft some supercomputers, and I think I'm probably lacking... I need 20 of them, so we can do that. For turbo motors, I can do 8. If I build a manufacturer and fill it, I could sloop them though and probably get enough. I get 16. I need 12. Yeah, cool. Alright. We'll just make something, anything, cheap, and then it'll activate the sloop thing. Reinforced iron plate. At the same time I can do the, yeah, probably just craft these actually. Supercomputers, that is. Any trucks on coal should be switched to biofuel. That's what I've done, yeah. Did you upload... I don't know if you're replying to someone else. Oh, sorry. The trucks at the motor factory are running on coal, so clock the miners a bit more. Oh, yeah, good point. Oh, and I see what Orine's saying. Yeah, it's just too easy. These two... I think keeping these on coal is just... is fine. Because there's like an abundance of it. You're kind of right, though. It's like, yeah, it would be nice, but I don't know. Is it worth it? Does it really make a difference to anything? Not really. But you're right, that we do consume coal on this trip, so we should probably clock them higher anyway. I'll just make 10 and then we'll adjust this. Actually, I'll just adjust it now. Want to do T-motors. Alright, so. Cooling, radio, motor, rubber. A message is for you, man. You ignoring me hurts. Sorry. On the topic of trains, did you upload the train BO on the drive? I don't know what BO means. Yesterday I checked and I didn't see them there. The video that went out has all my train blueprints. They should be the latest train blueprints that I have, yeah. I wasn't saying that I thought your message... I think I just glanced over your message. Sorry, Avish. But I was saying I thought Orion's might be for someone else. But I realized I just hadn't read before about the coal thing. I bet. But yeah, so blueprints, they're out. If you go to the Desert Series Railway Infrastructure, they're there. They all begin with RL. How often are you having to go to farm leaves and logs to feed the biomass? Once every like 50 hours. Basically never. It's not even the leaves and wood and stuff. It's alien protein. Once you got one remain, like one piece of remains becomes something. I should really work that out so I just have that answer, but it becomes something like 600 packaged biofuel. So it's like a really, it's even more than that. So you don't really need to farm it very often. It's good. Blueprint, sorry, no worries for the BO. Exactly what we need. Yeah, I'm just gonna actually work that out because I'm just kind of curious. Like, how much do you get? So just bear with me real quick. Because people often ask that. They're like, oh, I don't want to have to run back and forth a lot. So it's like, yeah, but you don't. 1 protein is 100 biomass? Yeah, but you're slooping it all the time. Is that including the sloops? That's what I want to just load this up and have a look. The whole point is that you double it every point in the chain. And the most points in the chain are when you're dealing with alien remains rather than something like leaves. Although you can do it for leaves too. So I'll show you this factory here. Oh my god, this world just looks and runs so much better than the other one. So clear and clean. Yeah, I think it's 200 biomass that you get out, and then that becomes 400 or 200 solid biofuel, because it's normally halved, but you double it, so it's 1-to-1. And then that becomes whatever, liquid biofuel packaged. Right, so this is my biofuel factory. Talked about it before. So there's 16 constructors, right? That's the max amount that you would need to handle everything, including slugs. So you just throw in here, whatever, right? And it rolls out, and it gets then sorted into whatever machine it needs to go into. Each of these machines has a sloop in it. So let's take a look at, if we just follow the hog remains, right? So hog remains goes in here. 1 remain becomes 2 protein, right? I'm going to math this out. 1 becomes 2. I'll just call it AP. The alien protein will then go down into this machine, right, to become biomass. So the 1 protein becomes 200 biomass, right? So we can say that the 2 becomes 400 biomass. As you can see, it's 3,000 per minute. So that ain't happening. That then becomes biofuel. So the 400, and just the raw number, 400, yeah, will just become 400 again. No change there. 400 solid biofuel comes out of that. That then goes into the refinery, where 6 becomes 8. What's that ratio? The 400 will become 500? I don't know. I'm not good at math. Whatever that number is. So you divide that by 6, and you get 1, and then you times it by 8. $533. So 533 liquid. I think I've done that right. Comes out. And that's it. That's the end of the chain. You can't sloop anymore, but you can package it then. So obviously that would then become just, it's 1-to-1, right? So that would become 533 liquid biofuel. So 1 remains, becomes 533 liquid biofuel, and it burns slow. Like really slow. So I think with this factory, I initially, in the video, I was like, okay, I'm going to throw in like, I think it was like 2,000 leaves, you know, 4 stacks of leaves. Something like that. Maybe more leaves, I can't remember. Some wood, and then it was like 230 remains. And every container filled, and it couldn't, there was still more to go. So there was something like 90,000 biofuel in these containers, and that was it. And that was just from the remains I had from playing the game normally anyway. I didn't go out and like harvest them purposefully. I was just, you know, it's just from, I never threw any away, so it's just what I had. So yeah, how often, I never have to come back in here and do anything. These are all full. Now, this is a world where these aren't really being used very often. They're used in a few trucks so far, but they will be assigned to drones and be flown around the world in the future. But as of right now, they're powering like 10 trucks or something, and there's no, you know, I don't think it's ever going to run out. I mean, obviously eventually it will, but I mean, in my playthrough, I don't think it'll ever run out. 1 remain becomes 2 protein. Becomes 400 biomass, becomes 400 solid biofuel, becomes 533.33 recurring liquid biofuel. There you go. The 1 to 533 ratio. Pretty good. And that's for the remains. The wood and leaves is slightly less. Especially leaves. But wood is pretty good, actually. Alright, well I just wanted to know that number. We can head back now. Oh. One to 533. I'm drinking liquid biofuel right now. I literally power myself with this stuff. Yeah, no worries. No worries, preach. So that does mean you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 summer sloops in total to do that particular chain. And if you do it the way I've done it in my factory, where I can just feed in anything, I don't have to worry about what particular romaine it is or anything like that, you'll need 16 loops. Sorry, 18. You need 2 for the refinery. That's from a single hog remain. Kill a big hog and you get like 3. So the numbers go crazy quickly. Yeah, kill a real big one, you get 5. Stingers, you get 5. Yeah, you can very quickly just go out on a hunt, farm. So yeah, just out of curiosity, you know, it's 1 to 533. You just say, let's say you got like 30 remains. You'll then have 16,000 biofuel. It's crazy. Crazy good. Now, I wouldn't use it in fuel generators. Then you really would be like monitoring and keeping up with it all the time. But for fueling trucks, perfect. Or something like that. Or just your jetpack, whatever it might be. I use it for jetpack and trucks. Did I get rid of that? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm lacking fused frames. Damn. Damn. Oh, yeah. Fused frames, I think I did just behind me here, over there. Just go get them. Love the smart splitter setup, so cool. Yeah, so not to pawn you off in a video, but if you find on my channel the video to do with biofuel, you'll find how to build that factory. And even if you don't watch the video, if you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, the logic map for it is available. If you just wanted to see logically how to do it. And it's free. It's a Google Drive link. This is where we were making this stuff temporarily. Well, I say temporarily, we've been using it for quite a while, but until we get fuse frames up and running properly, this is what we got to do. Alright, that'll just do its thing and go in there. Head back down. By the time we get down, we should be ready to just upgrade these. I just wanted to come in and tell you good job on the latest edited Satisfactory episode. That train line looks really nice. Do you plan on going into Foundry 2? Or is it too much sameness? I don't plan on doing a campaign for Foundry or a Let's Play. I can barely keep up with just the Satisfactory one, to be fair. I like Foundry. Obviously, my videos were sponsored. And the main reason I chose to do that sponsor is because I like the game. I get offered a lot of sponsorships for different games. A lot of games that just wouldn't fit the channel anyway. But I like Foundry, but it doesn't view very well for me. Like, it got maybe 10,000 views, which is, you know, I mean, what a privileged position I am to even say that that's not enough. But it's much lower than my other videos, typically. So it's like, yeah, I can't really... There's not much incentive for me to go off and go like, oh yeah, I'll do this on my own now. It just doesn't seem like the audience is there for it. So yeah. But I do like the game. Radio. So we had said... I think I wrote it down, and I've since quit the game, so it was something like... Oh yeah, I have it here. Basically need 1600 divided by 4, basically. So let's set these to 400 each. Well, I only have a Mark V belt here, so the best we can do is actually 1560. So 1560 divided by 4, 390. So we'll set them to 390. That should be more than enough. I'll set up an awesome sink here as well so they can continuously run if they overflow the fuel. I'm waiting on fuse frames to be made. They should be getting made just slowly up there. We have 5. I just want to see that that goes to 6 in a minute. I'm pretty sure, like, it had the gas and it had the heavy modular frames. I'm sure with 600 casing, we had enough to make what we need. I threw in 600 casing. Oh no, I only threw in 200 casing, didn't I? Ah, damn, I'm an idiot. I meant to throw it into the container. Sorry, I have to go back. Oh, I'm doing so much running back and forth in this one today. My bad. I'll fix the miners and the power shards in just a minute. Sorry, yeah, I probably making mistakes all over the place. Mark 6 went. It doesn't need fancy parts. What do you make Mark 6 out of? Can't remember. Well, look, I don't have a radio control unit factory. I don't have a crystal oscillator factory. I don't have... We just set up an aluminum factory, so we're actually not that far in. I have a lot of this stuff. I do have heavy modular frames. I can't remember what you make these out of. Oh, it's trigons or something, isn't it? But we need to unlock those milestones. I don't know. I don't know. Not anytime soon. I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. I kind of want to just get existing stuff up in the world working properly, and then we can build new things. I'd like to make a supercomputer factory as well. Time crystals and trigons. Yeah, it is a bit of a side grade, right? Because you don't really need those things for other stuff. The aluminum factory, we had said that we were going to give some of the aluminum and dedicate it into making trigons, so that could maybe do it. That might be a good fit. Look at me, I'm flying through the jungle feeding machines manually. Hazmat suits? Oh yeah, that's not something we need to make. I can't even make the, I don't even have what I need to make the filters right now. So there's loads of little things to do. Riot Shadow, whatever is called, which is, yeah, whatever it's called, which is infamous for shoving sponsorship options down people's throats. I actually did do a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship a while back. That was like quite a while back now. I gotta say, and people didn't believe me, but when I played that game, I was like, this is way better than I thought. So, I'm a big fan of like turn-based combat. And I was like, this is fine. Like, I know it's a meme of a sponsorship. I totally get that. And I don't like microtransactions, really. Like, I actually have no problem with them being in games, but it's not how I consume games. I'm not going to sit there and tell you it is. But I was surprised with actually the quality of the game. I was like, it's actually a lot better than I thought. But that was like a couple of years ago now. I just want to come off as like I'm above it. But yeah, I get offered sponsorships. Like, I keep getting ones just recently for some MMO game. And it's like, guys, I don't know, man. What, like, don't you look to... It's just, I don't know. It's so impersonal. They just see like a channel with numbers and they're like, okay, yeah, like, you'll do this, right? Deadlock? I don't believe it. Finally happened. It finally happened. One just got knocked out of the way by the other ones, I think. Oh, this is that weird... And not to blame it on bugs, but it is a bug. Where they get deadlocked behind each other. That shouldn't be possible. It's not... Nothing's stuck. Deadlocks are supposed to be... Oh, they hit from the front, you know? One's just stuck behind the other one. And this only started happening at 1.1. That's a shame, because they're going the same direction, so that's a bit stupid that's happened at all. I'll get to it in a sec. Probably why we haven't seen it happen, because it is just a bug, basically. Alright, so they're all good to go. Let me get rid of this. What? Okay. And they all need to do 390. Yep. Oh, they've copied the settings because I copied them as I built them. That's cool. That's fine. No more power shards needed, right? They're all good. 480 per minute, and then they go into a 500 or a 780. Now, there's 2 trucks operating here. They'll need to wait less. I mean, 15 is really how long it takes to fill, so just set to 15. It might need a 3rd truck for that volume. Lift. There are no lifts here. Sorry if I taken with what you're mentioning. Did I finish the whole game? I did recently. Only recently. What's the easiest way to transport? Oh, sorry. I'm always reading backwards, and I always think people are talking to me. What's the easiest way to transport material from high ground? Orion says lifts. Yeah, the easiest way is just lifts, right? Because it's free. It doesn't cost any power. Just go straight up. And you can go really, really high with them. Yeah, if you want to bring something high, I don't know. It just depends. Like, I would build a... It depends. Like, for the bauxite in the center of the map that you have to go up quite high to get to, I've done trains that go up there. But I've done trucks before. In our other save, I started in the Northern Forest and I drove up like a ramp that kind of brought me up there. Okay. Let me go fix those 2 that are stuck behind each other. And other trucks are just driving through them anyway. It's like they don't even exist. Not a deadlock. A bug. Although admittedly they probably never fix it, so... Maybe one was driving backwards. Yeah, I don't know the cause. I've seen it happen. We saw it happen once on the stream before, and it was just in the middle of a road, just one behind the other, and they just stopped. And it was like, okay. Pretty much like this, I guess. Deadlocked, eh? That's all you have to do to fix it. You don't even have to do anything different. That's annoying, but oh well. See what happens. There's a lot of them now. They're fine. I'm stuck, Step Darren. Oh god. You. So you're getting backed up because there's not enough coal coming in. The coal shall be arriving momentarily. They can hold 4,800. We're making 1560 per minute. That's 3 minutes. There's 2 trucks though. As long as your trips are less than 6 minutes, you should be okay. But you're right behind each other, which is a bit of a pain. Alright. I just have to stay here until it comes back. I want to see if that empties before they get here, there's an issue. If they don't empty before they get here, there isn't. And if they do, I'll probably just put them back on a bit of a timer so they do space themselves out a little bit. Reducing the timer is probably a mistake. Anyway, just want to say I never made it past phase 3. Usually stopped after the first or second milestone, but your series really inspired me. I'm just going to give it another shot. Much love and appreciation. Good luck, Spartan Adams. Good luck. And thank you. Shouldn't you have a buffer on one of the truck stations with a high number of trucks? No point in having a buffer. It wouldn't do anything. What I did forget to add was an awesome sink, actually. Buffers are only needed if the belts stop for some reason, but they don't. What would a buffer do, you know? Because it's consuming as much as it would be is on that belt anyway. Over a really long period of time, buffer might start to fill a little bit. Preach, thank you very much. Hey, tier 3'd out of their mind. Thank you. Really do appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a caster. Just waiting on the trucks to just make that round trip, get back here. They're just arriving at their coal now. We're down to 2,000. They're at the halfway mark. Do you think I just need to add a little timer to them? Because that'll offset, they'll stagger their times a bit better. Because if they're arriving at the same time, that's a bit of an issue. So, probably need like a 40-second timer, roughly. That'll keep them about 30 to 40 seconds apart from each other. Because he's now picking up very little on this. Does the top belt of the industrial buffer still only have 40% output? I don't know, I never heard that before. I thought it was 50-50. It has a lower priority than the bottom output though. We could do a little test while I'm sat here. Oh, let's make it slow. Should work either way, right? 120 per minute. We'll do little belt counters, because why not? I've noted that buffers prefer... Also just started watching your Manor vids. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did videos on the game before I actually ended up working for them. I've noted the buffers prefer one output over the other. Kind of irritating until I noticed it. Yeah, they have a higher priority on the bottom belt, I believe. They don't act as a splitter. But they should send stuff out evenly of both if there's nowhere for that thing to go. It's only when you're at the very... Oh, by the way. Okay, yeah, you need a longer timer then. It's only if I put in, if I was just feeding this and it was empty, that you'd see this being a problem. There shouldn't be a problem otherwise. Weird that they're both at Mark 2 and the readouts are saying less than 120. It looks like they're still calibrating. There we go, 120 each. Nice, there we go. Myth busted. The outputs are the same. Now they're the same for literally if your thing is full, right? But let's try something else. Give me that. Alright, so now we're sending in just a belt into an empty buffer. And my theory is that it'll only come out one of these, the bottom probably. But that's because it's receiving as fast as it's able to put out. If we were to increase this a little bit, right, to 270 per minute. Now it's going to come out of both, but the bottom one will probably get more because it has the priority. So this will do the full 120, and this will do the remaining, or whatever. Or sorry, yeah, we'll do 120, and this will be, what's 270 minus 120? 150? Oh, actually, it'll be full on both anyway. But if I make these both Mark III, that's not going to work either. But you know what I mean. I can't get the numbers right at the moment, but if I was doing 400, then it'll try to put as much as it can on the bottom and then whatever's left on the top. Kind of. But yeah, as long as you have a full container anyway, then it's even. I've had issues with the output from these storage containers being unbalanced. Yeah, I haven't, although I haven't really used them that much. Like I said, they're not splitters, so I try not to use them that way. In the copper Caterium factory, I do send in 2 belts. One's like 400, one's like 500, so 2 inputs. And then I have 2 outputs, and the belt speeds are different. And I'm assuming they're working correctly there, and I think they are. But I wouldn't know until we run them for a while, I guess. Right, next thing. So I need to just set a timer on the coal. We need to stop it running out at that station. Buffers wouldn't change that, because it's just to do with the capacity of the truck station itself. And if it's the best belt speed I have, then what can you do? If I had 1200 per minute belt speed, it might help, but I do not. This will be the last trip out here. This should solve the coal issue. Have you had the bug where your truck or tractor is just stuck floating slightly above the group at a pause node? When you load your save and it's stuck until you jump in and then back out of it. Yeah, only in 1.1. I haven't had it like that. For me, it like, kind of phases through the truck station behind it. It's not just hovering, floating above it. It's like warped in behind, and it never does the warp thing to correct itself. And again, that's only at 1.1, which is why I was hoping that we'd see one more patch. And I posted to the QA side about these truck issues, specifically for this version of the game. Like, I just wanted to work how it did in 1.0. There's loads of things I'd love to see improved, but let's just get it back to there. They've actively, unfortunately, made it worse. Probably by accident. I think they've changed, with controller support, they've changed the physics of trucks, and they just seem to be totally messed up. Tractors are actually behaving really well for me, though. No issue there. Did I miss them? Damn it. That is so annoying that you have to like activate them to be able to see their routes to just edit the pause nodes. Think of it. Run back and forth chasing these things down. Actually, no I don't. No I don't. I can be smarter than that. Build one. Assign it to the route and then affect it. There we go. Alright, so 40 seconds assigned. I think that'll be okay. That'll stagger them enough that this will never fill. After some spreadsheeting, deciding on the size 3x7x4 foundations based on volume, not hitbox, for the 10 times, and a 5% energy gain. You decided on that for what, though? Sorry, that I don't remember. Gone through. You decided on a 3x7x4 foundation based on volume, not hitbox, for the 10 times. For the 10 times, yeah, I don't know. And a 5% energy gain. I can't even think what you could be talking about. For the, oh yeah, for the mod. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry that I forgot your name. I thought you were... Okay, yeah, my bad. Recognize your image, though. So 10 times their fuel generators for... so 3x7x4. For foundations. 3x7x4. 1, 2, 3. Like that? Or do you mean... But you said by volume. 3. by 7. About there. And then 4 up. That's a really small compared to what you were saying before, so am I mistaken? For those who don't know, he's talking about cramming 10 fuel generators into one like mega generator building for a mod. Shouldn't you make a much longer wait time? I don't think so, no. I don't know. I haven't really thought it too deeply, but I don't think so. You'll just wait behind your buddy for 40 seconds, basically. This one will be like completely full, and then it'll get going. And yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. It's like this isn't going to leave when it's full. It'll leave probably when this gets to about halfway. To see when it pulls up and how much it gets. So what do you have now? Nothing, right? Oh, it's got 2,500. That's just coincidence. Okay, so then it's active here. So that was maybe 1,200. Well, yeah, because if it was 60 seconds, it'd be 1,560. But this also waits. And then you have to factor in the journey time. So I think this will be okay. We just don't want this being full by the time the next guy gets here. That's all. You've actually got a really good number on you right now. We'll just wait here another minute or two. You could be right, though. Maybe it does need a higher timer. If it needs a higher timer, it needs another truck then. Because the journey time will be too long. I saw your Anna video from about a year ago, and you used the phrase "that's crack." You said it's an Irish thing. What does that mean? Or what the crack? Yeah, so crack is spelled C-R-A-I-C. And you don't normally say what's the crack or anything like that. Well, you say, yeah, you say to people, like, what's the crack? As in, what's up? That's what it means. What's the crack? And then some people say, like, they're going on a night out to have the crack. That does sound weird, considering the other meaning for the word crack, or many other meanings with it. But it's like, yeah, C-R-A-I-C. There's even, like, ads in Ireland on TV for, like, beer and stuff. And, like, on the glass, it'll say, like, crack. And it's like, oh, you have the crack. It just means have a good time. When you're going out to have crack. Like, yeah. God, I haven't lived in Ireland so long, I can barely even, it sounds weird for me to say it, but have the crack. You don't really say have the crack. It's like, oh, what's the crack? That's quite a normal thing to say. Like, I call my brother and he goes, oh, what's the crack? What's happening? You know, what's up? Down in Southern Ireland, I think they say it a little bit more in referring to going out. Did you fix the housing situation? Yeah, I'm supposed to be moving on the 4th of June, or signing the contracts on the 4th of June. I'm not being evicted. My landlord tried to call me today, actually, which is awkward. But I was streaming, or yeah, streaming, so I didn't answer. I actually didn't even notice until afterwards. The long story short, I'm just waiting for a truck to come here, by the way. The long story short is that I got a message from the letting agent, so our place is going to be rented to some other people, and they were like, "Oh, you're going to be made homeless if you don't move out on this day." Which was yesterday. And kind of spooked me, and I just didn't, it seemed unreasonable, so I looked into it, and it's like, oh no, I haven't been given any formal notice. I haven't given my notice, they didn't give me notice. I'm supposed to give 2 months notice as per my contract, and there's some other rules and laws that protect me anyway, so I was like, nope, I just went back with, like, in my opinion, not to toot my own horn, an awesome email. That, like, really laid out how so their problem is they've got someone lined up to come in here, and they're like, they're going to be made homeless because they have to be out of their place. So you're going to be made homeless if you don't leave. And I was like, okay, like, I'm not the one who booked those people in. It's not my responsibility. It's not my fault that you double booked this place. Like, I haven't given my notice yet, and you didn't give me notice. Like, we talked about me leaving because I was purchasing an apartment. And I did give them some dates where I was like, it's all very vague, though. I was like, I'm hoping it'll be complete by this date. And I would send them my solicitor emails and say like, yeah, it's currently taking a little longer than, yeah, I'll need another truck, I think, on this. It's currently taking a little longer than I'd like, and I still don't know. And they're like, that's fine. Like, we don't know either, etc. And they're like, we'll put in this date just in case. I was like, cool. That's the phrase they used. But there was no like and it was just done through email. So there was no like formal vacation notice. And my landlord's been accepting rent from me. So if you accept rent as recently as May 22nd, that means I'm protected. I've got 2 months. He needs to give me 2 months notice from the last time I pay rent, and he hasn't. So my landlord's actually pretty fine and totally chill. It's the letting agents that were the ones using language like that. And he was trying to be nice. Anyway, he's fine. I know he's okay. He's not trying to put me out or anything. But they're the ones that have found themselves in a situation now because they thought I'd be leaving, and I'm not, because my first purchase isn't finished yet. Now, apparently, I've been given the date of June 4th. It'd be great if that's the case. I've paid in this place till June 22nd, so I'm here till then. And if they want it sooner, I'll maybe do it, but now I'm like, no, you were really mean to me and threatening and when you had no grounds to do so. And by the way, when they came back to me, they were like, oh, you're right, yeah, sorry, like, we don't have the authority to do that. It's like, yeah, exactly. So, fuck you guys. I'm an impressionable young man. Because I was up till like 4 in the morning reading UK law about what I can do. Anyway. So don't let people push you around. He's gonna have an issue. I'll just wait for that guy to pull away before this one pulls up. $120 will actually be enough. So they should sort themselves out now. I don't have to wait here anymore. I'm pretty confident. 120 means that 1560 times 2. The trucks will be at least 3,000. With the time gap between them, they should be okay. If you want to avoid trucks doing that, it's best to approach a truck station from not from an angle. So that's just a faulty design from past endeavors. But obviously I've got new truck stations and stuff up in my Desert Series world, and they do behave quite good. Because you just have to make sure you're on a straight track for a couple of foundations before you actually hit a station. Anyway, yeah, I really don't mind my landlord. Honestly, he's pretty good. He lowered my rent and gave me like 4 months notice to find a place to leave and stuff. Because he was going to sell the place. And then he decided not to sell it. He couldn't find anyone to buy it. So he was like, yeah, April 30th was the original date. But then he decided like, oh, actually, I'm not going to sell it. So you can stay. And I'll look to get someone else to rent because I know you're purchasing a place now. So I was like, oh, yeah, that's cool. So then he went with a letting agent. And they tried to get someone in. Now, they gave me a date as well. But they gave me a date that was within 5 weeks. And that's fine, but they didn't say like it's a notice to vacate. That was just the date they were like, yeah, we have someone moving in for this date. So let us know how it goes with your apartment purchase. There was never like a... I know that infers it, but you need to like actually say like, this is your notice date or something. It can't just be like, yeah, just in case we'll set this date, you know, see what happens. It's like, well, that's not, you know, it's not good enough, really. That's my technicality, I guess, for them. And they've agreed. They understand. And because they weren't really buttoned up, they've got a problem on their hands. For those other people, I don't want those other people are going to become my neighbors potentially. Like I don't want them to be mad at me. But really, they need to be mad at the letting agent for booking them in before an agreed date was agreed upon. You know, you're trying to like rush and get someone in so that you have no missed days. It's like, well, it's not my problem, dude. I'm at the end of the day, and I've paid you the whole way, so you're not out of pocket either. Anyway, I'm buying a house. No, I'm just buying an apartment, and I'm buying an apartment right above me. Sorry, I came in here distracted. I meant to go downstairs. Can't really afford a house. And I was hoping to move to Ireland to go back home to be nearer to family and stuff. I live in England at the moment, but couldn't find a place. Just couldn't find one. I only had well, I say only had 4 months, and one of the problems was if you get a mortgage over there, I'd be treated as like a foreigner, or it would be treated as like a holiday home, so you're subject to increased tax rates, even though it's the first time purchase, and I'm Irish as a citizen, but I'm not an Irish taxpayer because I'm a UK taxpayer now. So they were like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You have to live and work here for 6 months before you can do that. And it's like, well, do we find somewhere to rent then, or what? Anyway, it's a whole thing. It's all good though. I appreciate people asking. I don't mean to go on like little rants all the time about my living situation. It's totally fine. And we found like we really like the apartment we live in. So when we found the one upstairs going for sale, you know, this one was going for sale, and the landlord offered to us. He said it was I don't mind telling the numbers to people. It was £310,000 sterling. And then the people upstairs at the same time listed theirs for 285, something like that. And we were like, well, you know, I told my landlord, I was like, look, we can make this the easiest deal ever. You match their price, and we'll just, you know, we don't have to do anything. No one needs to get involved. We just pay you, hand over the deed, effectively, you know, and that's basically it. And he was like, nah, I think I can get more for it. So that was fine. So we were like, okay, we put in an offer up there, got it accepted, and we actually got them down to 274 in the end. So it was even way less. And just as a last courtesy to my landlord, I was like, just so you know, I got it for 274. So if you want to match it, like, you could do that. It's an identical apartment. And he was looking for a lot that I was like, I don't think you're going to get that, dude, because nothing else is going for that amount. Like, you're definitely higher than everyone else. Anyway, reality sunk in. He realized he's not going to be able to sell it for that much. And then he was like, yeah, screw it. I'll just put it back up for rent. Because our rent was really low, comparable to everyone around us. My rent is $1,275 per month. And our neighbors are like $1,600. So I've always been chill with my landlord. Because it's like, cheaper than everyone else. Pretty good. Gave us loads of heads up time about having to leave, potentially. Offered us the place first and stuff. Obviously that's in his interest or whatever. Offered himself to lower the rent for the final few months. So it's like, can't complain. Never did anything wrong to us. But at the same time, those letting agents were like, yeah, you're going to be made homeless. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't think so. Now that I looked into it. Anyway, so yeah, so they bought these apartments. These are new builds that were built in 2018. And they were bought for 290. So I can understand why he thought like, yeah, 300, 310, something like that. But it's like, no, they've actually gone down in value. For whatever reason. So that's what we're buying. We put in an offer 274, it got accepted. That was in January, and we're still waiting on it to go through. And it should be this week. So it's been, I haven't had to do anything. I could say it's been a nightmare. It kind of has in terms of waiting. But it's not like I've had to do anything. It's just solicitors taking forever. Anyway, so that's the way it is. By the way, I don't live in a city. I live in a housing development. It's just houses here. There's no shops. There's nothing. Just off of a road, and there's just fields, and then houses. But I do live 15 minutes away from London Gatwick, and, you know, 40 minutes away from London City, I guess. It's not like I'm nowhere. But I just live in an expensive part of the country. I don't want to live here. I mean, I like the area, actually. It's quite nice. But, I'd rather be in Ireland paying less. If I could be. But it's actually too difficult to make that happen right now. Because you have to pay more. Because of laws and stuff. I've been paying rent here for 10 years. And I pay 1,275. Then I pay 180 council tax per month as well. And it's all sterling. My girlfriend doesn't work at the moment. She did. She actually just got a job accepted recently, which is great. But for the last 6 months, she's been not working. And it's been a financially stressful time. But in moving to this apartment, we'll be paying like half that. Our mortgage will be way less than our rent. So it's going to be great. Alright, so we have 3 trucks doing this now, so that's what I've been just hovering around waiting for. Want to get these to not stop. To run at 100% basically. Zan, congrats to Rosie indeed. Anyway, in the middle of the US, 400k, 300k, we get you 3,500 square foot with nearly an acre. Oh, I know. I know. I live in an expensive place for no reason. I work from anywhere, right? So and I've got no friends here. I've got no reason to be here. I came here because I got a job at a company, and I left that job 7 years ago, and I haven't had the financial stability to be able to save to move. So you just get entrapped in like a sort of rent cycle, and it just keeps going up every 2 years or every year. Now I'm lucky, like I said, my rent's way lower than everyone else's around me, but it's not too big of a deal. Any kitty cuteness? Yeah, I don't know. They haven't wandered in here. So no, I'm afraid. I could go grab him. I actually have to go to the bathroom anyway. Maybe I'll bring him in. Here. Well, Rosie's just got a part-time job, so it's something, but it's not like what she had. She had a full-time job in games, and she quit. She just was very unhappy with it. And I was able to support her through that time, so it's totally all good. And she's been like doing courses. She wants to get into animal care and stuff. So she's got a part-time job at a place to do with animals. I won't say anymore. But so it's great to have something. And she starts like this week. So it'll be something anyway to help out. Location. Yeah, we were looking for houses at the end of last year in Southern Ireland. And it's way cheap. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. It's quite, I don't know the square footage. It's quite small. There's 4 rooms in total. 1 bedroom's obviously my office. Then we've got a kitchen, living room, another bedroom, and a bathroom. And that's it. And it is nice. I like the area and stuff. But God, do I not need... My dad's like, what? Like, you don't need to be there. And I'm like, no, I know. You want to give me a load of money? Maybe move? To be fair, actually, my dad offered me a house in Ireland years ago, and we turned it down because it was literally in the middle of nowhere. Like, I grew up surrounded by like fields for miles, and there was 6 houses on a street, and that's what he'd offered to give us. And that's, I mean, it's amazing to be offered anything, right? But there's like really shitty internet. Like, I'm talking like 1 megabyte. It's like, you're lucky to get that. So it's like, I just need somewhere with a little bit more infrastructure than that. Just a little. And Rosie wasn't feeling it either. So it's like, yeah. Also, I don't really want to live where I grew up, to be quite frank. But, you know, I'm totally fine to being down in the country. That's what we were planning on doing. But just being like in a sort of group of houses would be all right. With some sort of fiber would be good. That's really all I need. Take care of myself then. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she'd be a vet. I mean, she'd love to be, I assume. She wants to do something to do with animal care, but it's difficult. She has no qualifications in that stuff or education with it, so she needs to do courses. But in order to even do the courses, she has to have 150 hours working with animals. Oh, you got flowers? For me? Why don't you give them to me on stream? We were just talking about you, actually, and your job. Thank you! Oh my god, thank you. For me. Satisfactory yellow, yeah, indeed. On brand. So it's a building up point to get to that, you know, so hopefully she can work towards it, because that's what she's passionate about, wants to do. But yeah, this is more like getting those hours up, and then maybe from there being able to do something else, so yeah. If you move to the US ever, do not get frontier internet. Okay. I'd like to move to the US. Maybe. I'd love to move to Amsterdam. That place looks great. Every time we go there, I love it. This seems like it's working well now. Hasn't stopped in a while. That means these foundries should be running at 100%. They're running at 100%. Then our steel is going out properly, and we can focus now over on the steel pipe. Basically, what we've been doing just for the last little while talking about all that stuff is trying to get these to run correctly. I think some of them are just a bit backed up. We could just try to encourage them to green a little bit, just so that they look a bit better. Take this actually right now, and then we can just delete them. That's an easier way of doing it. Just keep everything flowing. Bro, your job's online, you can literally work anywhere. Yeah, so for a long time, just to make this really quick, so I worked at Creative Assembly. They're based in a town called Horsham. That's where I moved to. So I worked there for a few years. Rosie came with me. We've been together for 13, nearly 14 years. She came with me, and she got a job then in Gatwick Airport, basically, eventually. So I'd left the company then, but she had a job then that was here. So it's like, okay, I'm staying for you now. We'll stay for your job. Like, you're working here. And if you were to move, you'd have to like reset and try find new work. So it's like, cool, we'll just do that. Then that was the way it was for years. So it's like, yeah, cool. I don't need to be anywhere anymore. But Rosie's happy here, and she has a job and friends and stuff. So let's stay. No big deal. Then it became a thing of during COVID. She got a job working in games and in marketing. She worked for Tiny Build, the publisher, and another company before that. The people that do Prehistoric Kingdom. She liked it, but then because it was work from home, I think it just got her, you know, really burned out. She's like, it's like she's someone that needs to be like seeing people and stuff a little, and eventually just like ground her down. They wanted to see the cat actually. This is Rex, handsome boy. He's so handsome and friendly. So yeah, so then Rosie left that job, and then she was thinking of like getting into animal care. So that's where we're at now. So it's not like, oh, you could just go anywhere whenever you wanted. Maybe just since 2022 when she had that job, that's when we really could have gone anywhere, because we were both remote. So it's only since then we could have really done it. But yeah, and that's when we started looking. We started looking in Ireland, stuff like that. So all right. Looking a bit better. So we should have something like... These numbers are so inaccurate, which I can't blame it for. We did overload the machines. It should be like 720 or something, I think. But they're stopping and starting every now and then because there's too much being pooped out. Did they just fill immediately again? Yeah, I guess they just did. We need to have like an overflow or something just to reset it if I wanted to. That's all good. As long as these are all running though, that's the important thing. Okay, so we upgraded the steel belts, didn't we? Yep. So the steel belts in it. Oh, look at that, man. The steel pipe is looking good. No gaps on those. They must be backed up now. How far ahead is the live stream from the uploaded videos? It's a different save file altogether. Your cat got so big, wow. They kept saying that he was really big. Even when he was a kitten. I mean, he is a kitten still, I guess. He's like 9 months old, maybe 10 now. It's funny, I guess he is big compared to our cat Nyx. Like, we didn't think Nyx was big, we just thought she was normal. She must have been huge. Like, she's like twice the size of him. Twice maybe is a bit overkill, but like 1.5 times, like definitely way bigger. She would like stand up sometimes and put her paws up on like this chair, and it's like, dude, you're like the length of from my torso to my head. Like, you're huge. You are a huge animal. Alright, cool. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the amount of pipes that we're making, 810 in total. Ah, and then 580 are going down this way. 810 and 580. So past Darren would have divided these up. I don't know if he did a good job or not. Actually got some overclocking going on as well. I think I just have to trust that I did it okay. And Mark IV belts should be enough. I mean, everything is running. Might have brought this up to 100% now, maybe. What's wrong with you? Well, it is a manifold, so I guess we'd have to wait a little bit. It looks good. What do we got here? 3 belts in total. 2 that seem quite full, and then 1 that's quite not full. And that's working its way down and around now to the machines down here to be made into rotors, I think. Stators. I think that might be it then, actually. It seems like it's just a matter of the manifold getting it stuff all the way down. Cool. I do trust Pastarn with this, because he wrote down really oddly specific numbers here for the... I mean, this does look weird, actually. That says 368.58. That doesn't look right, right? That's quite low volume right now. I mean, we could put the thing on it to see. 270 after the split, so this should be 270 afterwards. I mean, it's only a Mark III, so it has to be. But again, I don't know what that means. Why that was written down this way, what's going into each group, I don't know. This says 360, again, same number, right? 368.58. What the fuck is going on here? So 175 is going to overflow, and the overflow is going out the right, merging onto one of the other belts. Okay. Any more signs? No, I guess not telling me what's happening. Well, that ain't overflowing anytime soon. Well, I'll trace that belt and see why it's so low. It does look a lot lower than all the others. And that says 240. Definitely supposed to be 270. And that's just a regular splitter. Okay. Well, that's... Okay, it makes sense why it's 240 then. Until that gets backed up, this won't push down the rest, which is okay. But at least that's 480. That looks right. Because it is 240. Yeah. That's definitely super low. 120 makes me think almost like there's a Mark II belt somewhere in there that needs to be removed. Got ignored 3 times straight. To answer you on why the 3x7x4, it's based on the volume of the machine. A generator plus some plumbing would be like 3x3x1. You're just trying to take the entire volume of the machine. Hey, it sounds good to me. You know, I was advocating for it to go smaller. It just seems a lot smaller than what you initially thought. But in some ways, I just kind of don't get it. Which is like, if you are you talking about the volume of the generator? Are you including the empty space? I assume so, right? It's 2.5 times 2.5 times I don't know how high. Maybe there. About there. So that's 6 times 4. So it's 26 meters. So I don't know if you're using meters or foundations or whatever, but if you're using meters, right, so that'd be 2.5, so 2.5 times 8. You're looking at a generator is 20 by 20 by 26. That's what it is in meters. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ignore people. I'm not ignoring them. I'm literally just... I often just read... I pick one and I just start reading it, whatever the chat is. I'm looking down the barrel of Phase 3 in my first really big factories, motors, adaptive control units, modular engines. Any tips for choosing a spot and making out a footprint for 40 plus machines? Well, the easiest things are always to just build out in the water, right? Because you just have a flat, clean area to work with. Or building high, anywhere high, if you need to do that. So I wouldn't have a necessarily a specific spot for 40 machines, you know, like I had a huge factory to build and I did need water, so I chose just to build it up in the air over the water, you know. Bit of a, it's in some ways some people would say it's a bit of a cop out, like you should try to build to the terrain maybe a bit better. So yeah, I don't have a specific answer. 40 machines, it's not that many 40 machines really. So I don't, you could fit that in a lot of places. Depends how you want to do it as well, because you can always stack them vertically without the empty spaces. All right, yeah. Well then, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Well, it sounds good to me then. Like you're compressing the 10 down for their volume, like you said, into that space. That does make more sense. Part of me almost thinks that's now too small. Like the other time it was like, Jesus, this is a huge building. Can't remember how big we were saying, but it seemed like it was going to go from like here to like there or something. Something crazy. It's like one machine. And now foundation-wise, it seems quite a lot smaller than that. But I don't know. 3 by 7 by 4. So, and you said foundation, so 1, 2, 3. Just 3 across now by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 3. Actually, yeah, I mean, I guess that's still pretty good. It's quite big. Wouldn't even worry about the height, really. But yeah, for the footprint of the floor. That's the size of your building. I would say you could go a little bigger if you wanted, but that's pretty reasonable. If it's 10 generators, so 10 fuel generators are fitting into that. I mean, it's very optimal for space, very space efficient. Because I would say, yeah, go a bit bigger. I mean, I don't know what my golden rule would be, but I would say something like, just pulling out of my ass, like, well, I would say it depends on the efficiency of the building. So if you're 10 generators, it's the equivalent of 10 generators in a smaller footprint. But is it more efficient? Does it use fuel efficiency different? Like if it's like 110% more efficient, then I would make it like maybe 30% smaller as a footprint. 3 times the efficiency for size. That's probably what I would do, something like that. But I don't know. I don't even know how I'd base that on anything. I'm just kind of guessing. Production paused. We set those numbers earlier, so they'll be better. Still have some yellow lights, though. Trying to get rid of that. That's basically what we're doing today. So the iron refineries are actually good. It's the steel that I'm still concerned about. Are you paused as well? No, you just can't get out. Well, that's just because of where you're trying to go. Mark IV we did work out is fine for all of these belts. It's just that their input's blocked because of the steel. It looks like we're making quite a lot of steel pipe now. Oh yeah, sorry, I came here originally to check what was going on with this line. Because past Darren wrote down something like it needs to be 360. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, way better. What about this? Same thing. There's actually a belt. Are they even connected? Or just delete that. Oh yeah. That's what I like to see. Oh, look, it's so smooth. Like almost matching the speed exactly. Alright, we can check the belt counter now on the other side and see what it ramps up to. I just need to go to the bathroom real quickly, and we'll check back in. Try to catch it. If I miss any chat, just write it again. I'll catch it. Maybe those numbers are once the system is saturated enough, so splitters don't necessarily split evenly, but send stuff where they can be sent. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be doing. It'll do 270, excuse me, when the other side gets completely full. I assume that's what's happening there, because it does say after split. Because obviously after a split of a 480 belt coming in, that would never be the case. I must have meant it after. It's really after manifolds in a way. Estimate size. I'd try placing some of them in a blueprint designer. That way you can see multiples in the way you have them placed for a better guess. That person is modding the game to make a machine that was bigger than any blueprint designer, I think. It's to make these like mega buildings. So instead of having to build like 300 fuel generators, you'd only have to build 30 of these like larger, more efficient generators. But they cost a lot. A lot of material to put down. And I love the idea of that. Because I do think there's like it's what people always say, right? There's a lot of refinery spam in the game. You have to build so many refineries and build so many fuel generators. It'd be nice to have some variation. So I totally agree with that. It'd be nice to have an upgraded version of the building. And that's what we talked about. Like in Anno 1800, there was a mod that says like, hey, you've got a fishery. Fishery makes one fish every 30 seconds. But someone made a mod where it's like, oh, you can have a larger fishery. It takes up just slightly more space than one fishery, but it is more efficient. It's worth the equivalent of like 3, but it also needs power. The other ones don't. So it's a good trade-off. Like there's a lot of interesting things there. It's like, yeah, that feels natural. You don't want one just to be straight up better than the other. There has to be some reason, like some drawback. Now, if you're talking about a power-giving building, it's difficult to make that kind of exchange. Like you could easily make a hyper refinery that is more efficient, but it uses more power. Like, yeah, that would be reasonable. Like it's space efficient, you have to put down less of them. The recipes are actually like slightly improved maybe, but it costs a lot more power. That's like your trade-off. If you're doing generators though, I don't really know what the answer should be there. I'd have to really think about it. But it is something like 10 generators to fit into the space of like 2 would have to, because you can't really have many other trade-offs to it, it would have to have some sort of, I would probably do it where it's like, if I was making it, I would probably do it where it's like, this is a much better generator, but it also needs something to run. Not just the fuel. It's like, it will make the power, but it needs cooling. Like, it needs water. But you need way less of them, so you don't have to worry about like, oh my god, now I need like 100 water extractors. Like, no, maybe it only needs a very small amount, but it needs something to balance this being so much better than your standard one. Obviously, you don't get it for a while, and maybe it costs like radio control units and fuse frames, like these high-end materials. But that's just what I would do. I'm not telling them that wouldn't tell anyone what to do with their mod. But if I was to try and think like, how could you add like these versions, I'd probably do something like that. Similarly, for like a better water extractor, instead of having to build so many water extractors, you just need one big, large one, and maybe it could have multiple outputs or something. You know, instead of just one water output, it could do like multiple. Doing something like that would be cool, but it would need something. It would have to be very expensive for power, maybe, or it requires like an input of something to make it balanced, I guess. But you know, each of their own. At 431, we're obviously making a lot, but we did back up the machines for a while, so it's reasonable to assume why it's a little overflowing. This is looking good, though. We're starting to slowly get the green lights across the board. I just had to go to the bathroom. I said this a million times ages ago, and I have to actually go. I created a road system blueprint. Come to find out, I didn't think it through far enough. I don't know what you mean. You said, because you then say, any suggestions? You'd have to tell me what you didn't think through. Because I've made road systems, and they're good, but then you eventually start making trains, and you make drones as well. That makes sense? So I don't know if I have any suggestions. I'd need to know what's wrong with it. Would I trust them if it's Mark 1 belts? Alright, back in just one sec.
Oh, I can think clearly again. Yeah, I need water to keep it cool, higher thermal density, that kind of thing, yeah. Or even because, you know, the game has quantum technology later. Maybe you need some sort of one of these weird resources. Something different. I don't know. Alright. So basically, at this moment in time, I'm waiting on manifolds making their way down. We're clearly good for wire, but I'm waiting on, like, pipe to get its way down. So pipe is doing better. 0.66. See, whoever clocked these machines, clocked them. Oh, these are all clocked the same, actually. That's good. So we can go. So it's 96. That's great. Yeah, you don't need much pipe here at all. 96.66. I assume the same on the bottom. Yep. So about 180 pipe in total. This says 175.38 to overflow. That's the overflow there, and that's joining the remnants of the, what is it, 270, is it? Oh no, 76.8 after overflow. Oh yeah, that actually says after overflow. This is after split. Still not getting that 270 though, not yet. Let me just count this. $13.5, so 10 of these as well, is there? 130.5. Sorry, 135. 135 goes that way. Presumably both ways. 135 times 2? 270? Maybe this needs to be a Mark 5 belt. Or did I mean 270 after that? No, I don't know. I don't know. Don't know what I meant. Either way, neither are getting enough. I want to double check though. Not one of these is set to 100 at the end or something, because that's how I did it back then. Okay, yeah, they're fine. This is such a nightmare to figure this out. Or like why it's done this way. Let me work out what each belt is doing. We'll just go back to basics. So we have 6 lines of steel pipe. The machines should all be set to the same. If they're not, I'll do that. I think the first ones probably aren't. And I was just leaving it. I'm just going to fix that because now I just don't know. Okay, these are okay. I mean, I wouldn't have changed just a random one in the middle anyway. It would be just the ones on the ends if it was any. Okay, so they're okay. Just check. That's okay. That's not. See, that's a different one. But why? Why that one? And not the ones above? Did I forget? I don't know. Right, so 543. Okay, we've got a really annoying number. 543.213938. That is how much steel is on each of these belts. And there are 4 of these belts. The way it's divided up is that they can do 20 machines each, I think. No, 24. Okay, let's just have a look at the standard recipe. It's 30. So that divided by 30 is this. That's how many machines you can supply. 18 with one belt. So this belt goes in, splits, and these need to be clocked then completely differently. Although we're backed up, which is the other confusing thing here. But let's just straighten it all out. 543 is not prime. Okay, I don't know. That's the number that they have, though. They should have. 18. And we have 24 machines. So we take that and we say divided by 24. That's So every machine needs to be clocked at 75%. Okay. I'm going to be putting out 20. Better copy that properly. Alright, so that's done for all of these. Great. Then it's the next row. I'll leave the bottom one for now, because it's done weird. Okay, so this belt is now taken care of. That's definitely correct. It's 534 that goes in there. Sorry, 543 that goes in there. And it's divided by 24 machines now. Just double check that it's definitely 12 along a row. Yep. Okay, so that's done. The next one, same thing over on this side, so I'll just do the same thing for these ones. Okay, then you... Alright, so that's done. Now, the final two belts. Oh yeah, I think I realized something. Right. So it's 15 machines, not 24. So that's what they would need to be clocked to. Something's so weird about this. They need to be 120% for just 15 machines. This line is being split into 15 machines. Doesn't make any sense. Hang on. 2172, that's what we make. It's split into 4 belts. They're all going into construction. So just tell me how many that does. That's the number. Divide this by whatever the steel pipe recipe is. Let's get these all the same. 30, right? What program is that? It's called Milanote. So that's the amount of constructors we need. So that's correct. 72.4285, etc. That's okay. And then they're putting out 20. That's the number of steel pipe we get. 1448570 I'm gonna pop this up here for a sec. So I know. It's badly done diagram. I must have done this like ages ago, or I was obviously clearly rushing it. Compared to my other diagrams, it like looks awful. Like this is the one we did for Rocketfuel. It's like super organized. Everything's going where it should be. Whereas this one, just a mess. And the numbers are so crazy. Must have been in some weird hurry. 580 and 810. See, we can get way more out of this. That's why I'm a bit confused. We should be getting this 1448. I guess that is actually kind of what it's doing. But I have two really even numbers here, which is why I'm confused. What is the goal of this place? It's to make 130 motors. And then I'm overflowing some of the odd numbers. I tell you what, let's make it so that there's no overflow and get rid of that. And there's 10 overflow of rotors. This is before dimensional depots, so maybe I thought, oh, I'll keep some. I'm gonna work this back now. We're gonna straighten out all these numbers because it's crazy. Or I think, I think actually might be one of the root causes of this. Could be the copper I was bringing in. I don't know. Then we have 780 iron ore. Let's just set the target as 130 assemblers. I'm gonna work my way back. What up? How's the train running? So this is the stream world. Train's running fine up to the copper. It's up to the aluminum factory. Should be up there. Can't see it at the moment, but I'm sure it's doing its thing just okay. All right, so we're gonna have to kind of almost work from scratch backwards, planning wise. So 28 assemblers, 130 motors. Motor. We're using just this recipe, 5 per minute. So let's say 130 divided by 5. Right, so you need 26 machines. Why do I have that? I don't know. So 26 assemblers. Let's straighten this all out. Get rid of that. 26 assemblers making motors, yeah? 130 is our target that we want to make, and they do make 5 each, so that would mean 26 machines. Great. Cool. So, now we just look at what's needed. Motor. So, you get 130, it means you need 260 of each, yeah? 260 rotors, 260 stators. That's what we ultimately are aiming for. That... You don't have to build any new machines or anything. We just correct the numbers and then adjust the numbers that are in them, hopefully. And that will just work out. Oh, I'm just going to straighten this out here as well. Bring that down to here. Oh, the flowers. Thank you. Yeah. Alright, cool. So let's get rid of the storage containers. That's all fine. They're gone. Okay. Now, to make 260 stators, what do we need? We're using this recipe. For 260 stators, break out the calculator for this. I address you consider the past comment up there. That's the smallest gen the mod adds also. While they are more expensive to build, they are 5% more efficient by default, but needs cooling. That outputs steam, which you could get a bit more power. They look smaller because of the chimney, but I'll probably make them bigger. Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, it's definitely a sign of a deeper issue, I agree. Alright. Keep working this out. Oh, I didn't think through curves. I was trying to create one with both roads and trains side by side. Yeah, so I personally think a problem a lot of people do when they're making roads. First of all, I don't bother with curves. It's just too much hassle for very little gain. Like, it looks good, but you spend, honestly, hours doing it. So it's just, to me, it's not worth it. The other thing is, I don't understand why people build their rail alongside road. Doesn't make any sense. If you have a railway, you don't need a road. If you have a road, you don't need a rail. So I don't personally get it. A lot of people make the two in one blueprint, and I'm like, this is just total waste. I mean, it's cool. It looks cool. There's no point. There's almost no point to do that. So typically, I connect smaller factories together by road, and then I connect longer distances by rail. It's fine to have a road go alongside that, but it won't actually be transferring anything, because I'll do that by rail. That's just what the rail's for. But it's nice to drive it yourself, I guess. So my advice would just generally forget the curves. Just use hard right angles, stay on the world grid, and build a railway above or away from your roads. I agree there's no point in trucks. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of people do feel that way, though. So it's like, yeah, you don't need the road if you're all in rail. But I know you're joking. Right, so anyways. The number we're aiming for, 260, right? Because you need 10 of these to get 5 of these. So it's just double. 260. We make 5 each, so 260 divided by 5 means you need 52 assemblers at 100%. I'll just say 52 assemblers. Got it. Same with this, I assume. I'll just quickly look at that for rotors. Well, actually, let's just stay in the status for now. So that's going to require times 40 and times 15. So that's your wire. We need 2080. $2080 wire going in there. And then for pipe, it's 15. 780.
Perfect. One Mark V belt to the max. Yeah. Look at that kind of darkish red color. Right. Awesome. Okay. Next thing. Rotor. Alright, so the rotor. Using this recipe, steel and wire, again, 5 per minute, so it's correct with that, so it's 52 machines, 520 steel pipe. And 30 times whatever that is. 30 times 5, 52. 1560. Two 780 belts together. Again, a bit nicer. Alright, so both of these require wire and steel. Perfect, love it. Steel pipe. Now, the next question is then how much constructors do you need to get these numbers, right? So 1560 plus 2080. Oh my god, sorry. That divided by, I think they make 30 per machine. Need 121.3 recurring. I'll just double check that that's the wire recipe we're using. We're just using standard constructor wire. Yes, 30. Okay, so that means get rid of all this. This is garbage. Garbage. I don't want to see it ever again, even if it's how things work now. So you'll need 121.3 recurring constructors. 1, 2, 1, 3. I'll just leave that somewhere here. Whatever, it's fine. Figure out the breakdown in a minute. Next thing then would be the steel. So that's going to require then ingots. Half the amount of ingots, right? So 3, 6, 40. 1820 ingots. Oh, we have more than that here. Sorry, that master grade super deformed Wing Gundam Zero EW version. I figured I want you to build a factory that's satisfactory while I'll build a model kit. Oh, nice. I'll make everything as... I will also make everything as said Naito A config. So if someone wants to tweak the numbers, that's cool. Yeah, I'd love to actually mod Satisfactory a bit myself. I just have no idea where you even begin. I'm sure once I figured out how to load it into Unreal or something, I could do it. Some like driving around the world. Yeah, that's totally fine. It makes sense for them to have a traversable road next to a track that's already distance effective and long ranging. Because I would just argue that you could just hop in the train yourself or on a train to go. But if you want to drive, I guess so. There's always seemed a bit like a lot of extra effort for very little gain. There's not really a good reason to use batteries these days, so I think it'd be cool to have them be disposable sort of power. Maybe you could use the buffer power like at UPS. Universal power system, is that what that means? Yeah, batteries is a really odd one in the game now. I don't know what you could do with it. Batteries could actually be good to maybe, like I said, something like the generator. It's like, oh, you need this like mega generator. You know, like it needs a constant influx of batteries or something. I don't know why, but trying to make a use for, or at least like a mega refinery. It's like, yeah, it needs like batteries to keep going. Why? I don't know. It just does to make use for this item. Right, 1820 ingots into here. Next thing is the steel pipe. So you get 20 steel pipe. We know how much we need. So 780 plus 520, 780 plus 520, 1300. And how do I'm breaking down here. So we need 1300 steel pipe. How do I work out how much steel ingots I need? Is it just times? I don't really know how. I've obviously just done this minutes ago. Now I just don't know how to do it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I just say by machine. By 20. 65 constructors. There we go. Got it. Don't know what was wrong with my mind there for a sec. There's less constructors than we had planned here, which is good. And we'll say 65. Clean. So much cleaner working this way back. And then you times that by 30 and that gives us our number. So that's the amount of steel ingots we need. 1950. Again, we're producing more than all of this, so this is all totally within doable. It's all doable. 1950. That'll be steel. Color it blue maybe for steel. This can all go. See you later. Night. Now for 1950 steel. We're mixing it with coal. Standard recipe. 45, 45, 45, I think. Yep. Alright, so we divide it by 45. $43 machines. Oh yeah, so 43 machines, basically 43.3 recurring, and then they all have the same requirement. So 43.3 R. And then all of these have the same input, so it's going to be 1950 ingots plus 1950 coal. Something like that. Great. That comes in via trucks, so we just do not have to worry about that. And then this one's been handled up here. So we can get this number a bit better now. We won't use all this ore, I guess. But that's fine, because it's such a crazy number anyway. I don't care. So... Oh, actually... We need more ingots? Than... Oh, sorry, it's ore. Ore. I'm looking at the wrong one. 40, 40, 60. Got it, got it, got it. I did the wrong one. Okay. 1950 divided by 60. 32.5 machines. 32.5. And I believe it's foundries, right? That's what I messed up before as well. And that's going to be times 40 for each. We need 1300. Nice, that's a bit better. I was worried about that for a sec. 1300 there and 1300 here. It was the only thing that seemed like I needed more of it. Now, to get that in, this is the last thing. We're finally at the end of the chain, is the iron. This is what we're using. Pure iron ingot recipe, 65 per minute. You need 1300 divided by 65. 20 refineries clean, I believe. I think, yeah, we've got more than that. 20 refineries. All at 100. That will just give us exactly what we need. Place this down. Alright, there we go. So 20 refineries are going to require how much ore? 700. We'll underclock that down to 700. And then for the water... It's just 20 times 20. They'll all run at 100. Not 100%, but making 100. There we go. So this is our new revised, much cleaner numbers to avoid having to figure out what the hell I was thinking back in the day. I assume I was just trying to think like, oh, we'll make a little bit of extra everything, we'll keep it in containers. Don't need to do that. Alright, let's get this started. So we're going to go all the way to the back of the chain. Are these all coming towards me? Yeah. Right, so here we are at the refineries. Now, there's 12 per row. My plan is to not really remove any of the machines, so we could just take the number and then clock it based on the amount we have. That would be the easiest thing to do. So I don't have to adjust anything in here, but I'll say like, okay, for 20 refineries, but how many do I actually have? Well, I've actually got 24. So we just go 20 divided by 24. That's the clock speed that we need. Right? And then we'll just clock them all to that. It's tempting to remove the machines, but I think it'll just be quicker and easier this way. So hopefully this will just work out. I'm going to do a pasting on every machine though. That's the only downside, I guess. Anyway, it's going to take me a long time to model and make the animations just right. I will base the small ones of the diesel V20 engines and about the large ones. I'll leave you guys hanging. Nice. Sorry that I haven't been very responsive. Sorry. I'm excited to see it. I hope you... I wish you every success and hope you get to actually continue and do it. Or follow through. But no worries if you don't. No pressure. But I do look forward to seeing it. It'd be nice to see. That's what I was thinking. I like the idea of recharging them. The batteries, for some reason, I want to drone them to a remote factory, have it run off like batteries. That's the thing. The batteries in the game are just a product, right? They don't actually hold charge. Like the actual item, the batteries. It would be kind of interesting if they did. Sort of like the... Well, I guess they do have a charge value. But they don't drain. They just delete. Just like packaged fuel or something. Okay, so that's corrected. So now, next tier over. We're at this foundry tier. So the foundries, we need 32.5. How many we need? And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I got 40. 40 divided by 32.5. The other way around. 0.8125. Our clock speed. Now the only other thing I'm not too sure about is how the belts are now hooking up to each other. So we might have to change some of the belts orders, but it should become easier. It just means a bit of belt work. It'll be worth it. 81.25. So just copy this. Bonk. Love removing decimal places. It's always a good feeling. Or lowering the amount of them. Alright, that's that done. So that's now the iron and the steel sorted. We get 4 belts of this out now. 48.75. Just out of curiosity, 48.75. Is it times 10? Is that what I said? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 487.5. That's a curious number because that's exactly how much copper we have on each belt as well. Alright. That's good to know. I'm just going to write that down because I'll probably need to know on the other side how much that does. 487.5 steel. Per belt. Do hypertubes auto-connect through blueprints? Yes. Quick one, Darren. The Discord link doesn't work. It says it expired. Yeah, it's not just you. Someone else told us that today. It's because I'm waiting. Oh, thanks. Someone did boost the server today. Basically... I'm waiting on a server boost. Now, if no one does it today, I'll just do it. I just wanted to mention it during the stream. Just if I'm not saying anyone should go pay for one and get it. Don't do that. Just if you have one, maybe use it if you don't mind. Basically, if you have Nitro on Discord, you get given 2 boosts and you can give them to a server. If we get to 14, I get back the custom link. I just pay for it normally. But if anyone else has boosts, throw them in there. Then the link will be active. I can just give you a link though to invite. Anyway, just the standard link. I just don't have the nice one. Normally discord.gg/WDP. Said it is now discord.gg/SFJFU28V. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
But also, you lose certain other perks like 100 megabyte videos and stuff for the whole server. It just expired today, so after the stream I'll just pay for it if no one else has a boost to give. But that, and it's okay, no pressure. That's why it's gone. Right. I'll boost it, lol, add me. Yeah, just join the server and you'll be able to. And then you'll be able to get the link so that you can visit it, which is funny. Yeah, most people use Satisfactory Modeler. I wouldn't recommend using this. This is just for me. I like this because, like, for instance, I'm working on aluminum, right? So one of the reasons I like this program, in my aluminum factory, for the next video, I can build layouts. You know? Maybe you can do that in the modeler. I don't know, actually. But it's like I was trying a configuration here where the water loops around. Then I tried a different one where the water loops through the center. Then I try a different one where we're just in a line and we flip the machines. So I like it for, it's almost like it's not just the logic, but I can like figure out where things will go and where I'm going to split the belts and that kind of stuff. But I've never used the modeler. I like this program. I use it for other things. That's why I use it. I don't recommend it to people. You have to put in the images and figure it all out yourself. I use it for designing other things. Oh, you can't see. Like Mandalorians, all my designs and stuff is in there too. So it's just a program I happen to use. So I just like using it for that. Done. Thank you so much. Let's see. Awesome. So I appreciate that a lot. So I'll just have to go back and reactivate the link because you have to do that individually, I think. How do I do that? Server settings. I think I have to close it and open it again or something. Oh my god. It can't handle closed loops of items well. I use Satisfactory tools. See you later, man, as well. Server settings. I can't find where you set the link anymore. It used to just be a setting here. Sorry. Now someone else is going to steal the link. Done this on stream. People weren't supposed to know. Dude, it's normally just like a little setting that says set the invite link, and I just can't find it. It's definitely active. Streamer mode enabled. Turn that off. Invites. Oh, got it. Okay. Wait. No, I didn't. Damn it. Server boost status. Yeah, it's definitely working. Custom invite link. I don't know. Don't know where I can set it. So the custom invite link, I've done it a million times before. Custom the invite URLs to your server with discord.gg/something. And it's normally just like somewhere here. Like on invites, create an invite link. It should just be in there. In the boost perk server settings. See.
It's in the boost perks in server settings. Oh, right. Thank you. Oh yeah, I got it now. Hang on one sec. Right, so now I have to authenticate my phone. Okay. Scanning the QR code. It's like I just had this link today. Okay, I got it. It's good. It works now. Thank you for the help. And thanks for the boost, and thanks for the help of where to find that. It used to just have its own setting, but I can see they've added like a I haven't done it in a few months, granted, so they've obviously just added it into its own category. All the perks in one place, which is nice to see. Alright, we're back. We're back. I can close that down now. Alright, thank you. No, it's not causing any hassle at all. It's good to get it done, so thank you. Me just being frustrated by technology. Just things moving around sometimes. Right, anyways, right, so we have the iron refineries in place. These foundries are now working correctly. I know the number that they're all doing, 487.5. So to open up the mealy note again. No, you can't see it right now, but that doesn't matter. So let's see. So now the steel has to go around into 65 constructors. Okay, and then we'll figure out the balancing of steel after that. 65 constructors. No. Now the steel is just here, so 12. So 12 times 3, 36. That's 36 times 2. We got 72. So 65 divided by 72. That's the clock speed they all need to be at. I think we are splitting the belts before they go into this, but I think the math just maths. I think. So let's set that. Sorry that we have to do this again because we did this earlier today. Copy. Go row by row. Do these top rows, I guess, first. Wait, every belt will be putting out the same, and we can kind of then decide how we do. We need 780 on one, and then the rest on the other. So that should be easy enough. You just merge them, right? Let the overflow go out the other way. Haven't switched to the experimental branch yet. Don't worry. On June 10th, which is only just about 2 weeks away, it'll be out for everybody. So if you don't mind waiting that long. That's when 1.1 is the stable branch. Becomes the stable branch. Thank you all just for bearing with me. I know I go off on so many different tangents and get randomly distracted, and here I am just pasting things on the same machines over and over, so I do appreciate it. People have such patience with me, it's insane, so thank you. Oh my god, I just clicked out of the whole game by accident. Now, we've decided to... My plan is to feed these all, so we need to split 3 ways. We'll do that after the fact. I guess I'll just set all of these. So I just did all of those, right? By the way, for those who don't know, streams Wednesday, Thursday, I'll be back tomorrow. Continuing along in this world. Trying to get it all running correctly. Soon we'll actually be building a new factory, which I'm excited for. I mean, the aluminum one's really cool. I actually included a piece of it in my latest video. Fix a companion. There's a web page. The modeler can do closed loops, but you have to use a storage depot as an intermediary. Come for Satisfactory, stay for the random tangents, makes it like hanging with a buddy. And nice. Thank you, Evan. True. Thanks, Music Lover. Alright, so now that we've made these rows all the same, the next thing is to take these 4 belts and split them. So we can use a vertical splitter.
try. Oh, actually, I see the problem. It's 2 belts for 3 rows. Okay. 2 belts for 3 rows, so one of them has to be split. Well, I could just do what I did, actually, yeah. I guess Fast Darren had it right, after all. Down a bit, is it? Alright, let's bring this back up. So that needs to go to 1.5 rows. So we send it in there, we let it go along the bottom, it goes up the other side and then into 5 machines. Or however many the halfway point is. And I think that's what I had done before, right? Yeah, so that's, I guess that makes sense. Damn it. Alright, that's fine. So the next one's going to do the same. I feel like it wasn't doing that though. The bottom was doing that, but the top wasn't. So something was weird. But now it should be okay. Right, so this one just going to go pretty much straight in there. Oh, yeah. It's splitting between the two, but it's only doing the first 5. Okay, yeah. Damn it, Darren did think it through. Past Darren is right. Present Darren that's wrong. Or is assuming that I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm just literally putting it back the way it was then. Nice curved belt in. Okay, well, they're all set. They're just hooked up the exact same way they were before, but that is the correct split. They're doing 15 machines each. They're all connected. Yeah, so fine. This is like a troubleshooting stream. I like it because it gives me a roadmap in troubleshooting my own factories. Yeah, this is kind of what like fix my factory would be if I made that a series, which is we have a world that someone's made, things aren't running right and they don't know why, and then we're trying to figure out how it worked, because I built this but I don't remember it, so it's like I'm looking through like how it's supposed to work, and then I'm upgrading belts and tracking the numbers and then getting it back up to speed. But I've ultimately decided to make a little less in this factory because it's just so messy. And the excess isn't going anywhere anyway, it's just going into a container getting backed up, so what's the point? It's not like you can build with stators, there's no point making more than you need, so we'll just let this roll. We'll let the numbers work out a little cleaner and make life easier for everybody. For me. Alright. So that should be a healthy... Oh yeah, so now we can look at the steel belt coming out. So here's where we're at in the chain. We've redeveloped the chain completely. We've just sorted out the steel. So we've done... Iron is done, steel is done, steel pipe is done. 65 constructors. So now we have the 3 rows with their outputs. And I ultimately need to get 780 and 520. 780 plus 520, 1300. That is what we make in total. Can't fit it on one belt, so I'll probably put it into a priority splitter or a smart splitter. This could all go onto one belt, actually, couldn't it? Or 2 belts. And that's all it ultimately needs to do. Where is it going? It's on 3 belts at the moment. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is if you all merge onto... Well, actually, let me see how much comes out per row. Okay. Right, so I can get 2 belts of 650, basically. And then the overflow of one will go on to the other, making 780. I could do it the other way around. But yeah, well, ultimately, the important thing is these can all merge to the point where it's just 3. What would be nice is to make this a vertical merger, so let's try to do that. I'm gonna break these for a bit. I guess I should probably check which belt is best to follow along with, if it matters. One here along the inside track, maybe. This one already has two stacked next to each other. I'm kind of tempted to go with that. Although, actually, two side by side is easier to merge and do things with. Yeah, okay, so we'll get rid of the one that's on the bottom. Another question: I'm familiar with YouTube as I'm a Twitch consumer. What's the best way to support you on here? Well, similar to Twitch, there's the channel memberships, right? So that's like the subscription on Twitch. That's pretty good. Basically, on Twitch, a membership is 50-50 split. Except for the high-tier partnered streamers. Well, even I was partnered on Twitch as well, but I mean, like, the guys that cut their deals with their partner manager tend to get a better cut. Or if you have a tier 2 or tier 3 membership, it's a higher split. So I think a tier 3 is a 70-30 split between the creator and Twitch. On YouTube, it's just 70-30 by the default. So any channel membership is just 70-30. And on YouTube, you can set your how much you charge for them. So I have 3 tiers. So whatever tier you choose, if you choose one, is just 70-30 split. So that's one way to support. The other is a super chat. So super chat's just like a donation. Unlike Twitch, most people do donations through PayPal or some external website. And the external website, usually like Streamlabs or something, take 1%. On YouTube, a super chat that's done through the chat, appears in the chat, stays in the chat, etc. That's still subject to the 70-30 split. So it's the same split for everything. So that's another method of support. The other one is super thanks, which is just like a comment on a video. It doesn't have to be a live stream, but that's a way of like doing a super chat basically, but it just stays as a comment. There's obviously just watching the video. If you have YouTube Premium, the creator gets more if you just have YouTube Premium than if you were to watch ads. So it's better for you to get Premium. Only Walker, appreciate that so much as well. Thank you for asking, and then also following through. But becoming tier 3 out of your mind as well. Appreciate that. And then finally, yes, that's all the ways to do it through YouTube. I don't have a Patreon or anything else. I do have a PayPal in case people don't want to use... Some people have said they don't want to use YouTube and stuff. And a PayPal just is 99%, just goes to the creator. So that's pretty good. But I never really advertise it. But yeah, so those are the options, basically. I just keep everything on YouTube as well for ease. That's weird that I'm able to... I can't connect at the bottom, but I can at the top. Something unusual about that. Just get rid of this for a second. So I want to line back up with here. I'll just keep that there. What's this say? Is that where I want to go? Well, that's where I want to go with the middle split. This will work. Hang on. So, vertical merger. Oh no. I wanted to merge and send out here, but you can't do that. I forgot. Never mind then. Thought I could merge in, bring it up, and send it out from the sides. I always mistake how those can be used. Sometimes I use them, I'm like, oh, this is actually great. And then other times I'm like, oh, it can't do what I thought it could. Yeah, so I'll just have to start with the merger. Alright, fair enough. This will need to be made Mark 5. Mark. Alright. Bear with me for a sec until I get this last one down. Alright, Mark 5 out of our mind. There we go. I'm gonna build that all the way down. The other one's gonna be identical. No goals for certain lifelong. No, so you see the little icon next to your name? It's similar to Twitch. You just have an icon next to your name, and that gets different the longer you stay as a member. So you'll get like a higher tier icon. But unlike Twitch, there's no like hype train or bits or anything like that. But that's your loyalty badge. I haven't been on Twitch in over a year, so I can't really remember if there's more than that. But yeah, there's a lot less, just generally, there's less fun stuff for chat interactions. If you are a channel member, you can link to my Discord. You also get a Discord role on there. Frankly, it doesn't do anything. It just looks kind of nice. It distinguishes you from the others. The higher the tier you have, the higher the role. But I used to have membership-only rooms in that Discord, but then people just asked me to, like the people who were members said, like, let's make it free for all, so I did. So now it's just purely a status thing. You also get your name in the credits of each video if you care about that. There's a few little recognition perks, but that's really about it. Waiting for my 2 year to change. Yeah, actually, I think it is just at 1 year. That's it. Or maybe there's one more. There's one with a red line on it. It's like a Centurion. But a few people have hit that, so I have to make another one. Or it gets Spartan. Spartan 6 is the guy that does them. To make loyalty badges that go a little longer than that. Right, so Mark 5 out of our minds. We can now get rid of this, get rid of this, this. This bottom belt's gonna go. Thank you so much. That's fine. That's year 2? Oh, right. What are you at now? Let's see. Oh, it doesn't tell me. I have to be on YouTube proper, I think. My OBS won't tell me. But yeah, I haven't set any goals. I don't know. You can set goals even on per stream. Just temporarily, I'll set a goal in the chat and you can see. Well, actually, I'm kind of curious to see what people think of it. I can't actually show it though, can I? Might get a little trippy because you're going to see the stream and me multiple times over. Try to move me off screen just for a sec. Thank you. I'll check that. I can't see it right now. Oh, I can actually. 19 months. There you go. Tier 3 out of his mind. Jamichael, thank you. This is what I was just talking about here. It's actually super high. Why can't I see it? There we go. It says like start a goal. You know, you can have like one, whatever, but it's like goals per stream. I'd rather be able to like set a goal overall. You know, it's like, oh, I hit this amount. Now you can do that. I could just set it below my little camera here and say like, yeah, when we hit 500, and you can count that. That's fine. But it'd be nice if you had something else. You could just say like, pick a goal. How many super chats for the stream? It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not me. I just don't do that kind of thing. And how will you celebrate? I'll host a Q&A session. It's like, bitch, have you seen my streams? All I do is answer questions. Much to the chagrin of people, actually, because I spend too long on them. Right, we just feed into this. This is already lined up for me, right? It's a little too high, is it? Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, I never hooked this side up. Yeah. I was thinking, like, what did I do wrong there? A bit annoying. Oh, that doesn't look too bad, actually. Alright, we'll just do that then. One more to go. Looking at the constructor setup just hurts. So much wasted space. How is this wasted space? If you say increase the amount of power shards, or add power shards, I would say that's wasted power. If you're saying compress it down, it's like, yeah, it only needs 3 foundations really. I do 4 because it stays consistent with all the other blueprints I have, and that way they can link into each other really nicely. And that's way better for building. But yeah, it does take up a foundations of space a little bit more than it should. This is going to be in the way now. Alright.
Alright, we'll do the same for here then. Oh my god, I just did the same thing. I'm still not. I could go up and over it, I guess. It just looks so weird. Okay, this is one other thing I could do. I'm playing for 4 hours. I guess in this save for 2. Yep. Me, man, did I do it at the wrong height? Oh, I did for how I've rechanged it. Yeah, sorry. God, I've never made so many mistakes with this before. Jeez. I think it's not that complicated. Only vertical mergers and splitters worked. As they should. Things would be easier. Damn. That was weird. It kind of made it like really tall before I even hooked it in. Is that right? Go. Alright. Flow. You're free to flow. Finally. For that. And I have to do the belts as Mark 5. You can build the entire conveyor line with a manifold input-output in the front. Hang on. You can build the entire conveyor line with the manifold input-output in the footprint of the conveyors themselves. First of all, I just don't think it matters. We've got a lot of space. But in my opinion, 1, 2, and 3, you can do it on 3 foundations. If you want to shrink it down even further, you can, but I don't see the point. Why not just turn the last merger in the line? So you can connect it to the merger to the floor below if you want to merge those anyway. Turn the last merger in the line so you can connect it to the merger on the floor below. Yeah, you could do that, I guess. There's room. It could come out that way. Originally, these belts were separated, but now we've got the belt speed to combine them, so I don't know. It's just the way I've done it, I guess. That would work. I've got 6 outputs. I'm trying to get it onto 2 belts. I've got it on 2 now, so. You're right. So that one could merge. Well, it's like this one could merge down into here, and that could merge down into there, I guess. And then you could pull out a belt here and bring it along, and then bring it up. Guess you could do that. No, man, if you want to see a waste of space, show them the copper factory. Right, so this is the bit we're changing now because this is all messed up from whenever I did this. This was done months ago. So basically,
we have... We need a belt of 780 steel pipe and a belt of 520. 780 is a Mark 5 belt, so that's easy enough to do. We could merge into one line. Can you do this? I've never tried this before, actually, but like, if I had a merger here. It's really close, but it might work. Merging onto that line. Anything on the right, and then the overflow goes out the front. What we're left with is we need 520 and 780. So this should become 780, and that should stay as 520, really, because they both have like 600 and something on them now. That could work. Seems to be already doing it, kind of. Right, and then we'll fix the line so that it's going into the proper thing, because I haven't done that yet. Third floor, you rotate the middle 190 degrees to the right, top to middle, mid to bottom. I think your liberal use of space has been liberating to my play. I'd been stuck on making it compact that I lost the thread on building for the fun of it. Yeah, it depends where you build. I mean, being space efficient is good. You save some materials, I guess. I would argue it takes you longer to build things like that. It just depends where you do it. I've built really space constrained builds before, and then I've built ones where you just go out in the water and you're like, yeah, screw it, I can build as wide as I want. Typically, the bigger I build, the more liberal I become with space, where I'm like, yeah, now it's like, I don't need to worry about where I'm doing it. But if you look at my desert series, like, relatively speaking, I'm pretty space efficient in that. Where we're building the desert, I know that I'm going to keep adding to it. So I have pretty constrained factories. Now, I generally do apply, like, broad rules, because I often... people build along with me, and I want it to be easy for them. So if I have something like a constructor, I typically... while you could mash this in closer or whatever, I typically go with the center point of the foundation in front of it for splitters or mergers. And that just makes lining things up with it much easier in the future when you deal with the center points of machines. So that's also what I do with other things. So recently I've been building rail in that new series. And it's like, yeah, obviously you can't do much about the size of train stations, I guess. But I'll typically line them up so we're on the center point of a foundation, but then I'll move it back, just one. And then you throw in a freight platform, and now this is aligned, its input, with the center point here. Now, if this was a station that was dealing with exports, I would do the opposite. I would push it forward one. So I'm all about like just making life easier for people with building rather than being super efficient or being space efficient and things like that. It's more about like giving you the reference points to make things easier. So the reason that they're spaced out to 4 is because assemblers have to be, at the very least. And then if you have modular blueprints where assemblers connect into constructors, they're all the same width. You don't have to worry about anything. It's so much easier that way. So that's why it's done that way. And there's no assemblers here. It was just a hangover of using the same blueprints. So that's why it is that way. Yeah, like the modular setup with the iron nodes in the desert series, keeping those like sub-unit buildings and then connecting them, that's a waste of space, right? I built them like slightly further away from the factory than I needed to, just to look cool. Now I'm driving a train through it. No, those things are just for fun. But that was a good build. Yeah, Clifton says, let's line things up on center points, makes it so I don't lose my mind. It's because I played for 1,000 hours, where the amount of times I would think I'm lined up and I just realize I'm slightly off, and you just have to redo it. I'm like, how about we just make this as easy as possible? For people who make mistakes. I mean, if you never make these mistakes, then there's no problem inherently. Do you have some place I can send you over a utility blueprint I'd recommend? So you can see what I mean by space efficient constructor. You can send me a picture. Just drop it in my Discord. I don't want to load it right now if that's okay. But if you have a picture of it, I could just look at it. Or an example of it or something. Check my smart splitter. Oh yeah. Good call. Thank you.
Not that we really need these, but we'll pop them on anyway until the other numbers are clear, just to see what's kind of going through there. It's roughly what we're looking for, though. We're looking for 520 and 780. Right, so let's hook these up then. So the 780 is going for the stators, and the 520 is going for the rotors. I don't know which one comes first. If the stators are first, then the inside track is the good one to go for. Ah, nice. Okay, cool. So they require more anyway. There's 780. For the 52, we've already clocked them correctly, and these are so many. Where does it begin and end? This is stator. These are rotors. So 3 rows of rotors, 3 rows of stators. Okay, oh yeah, it's the same 52 machines each. Okay, cool. Right. Let's just chop this away. Get rid of some of this stuff. Not needed anymore. Honestly, I'd probably move this belt out. I don't like that it's like clipping through this one, so I might just shift that. And it looks nice that they're all next to each other, but it's a bit of a pain. For when you want to put your splitters in. So, just cut that for now. The 780, rolling down. And we'll just manifold them in. Why not? You go in there. This will continue on, and then it'll just do that one more time. The end. God, my God, who made this? Discord.gg/WDP is the link to get into that one. And then in the Satisfactory channel, you can just drop some images. If you do that, then I'll just check it. I'll look at it on stream so we can all see. This is doing it manifold, but I mean, everything else works this way anyway, so why not? Okay, and then we continue down one last row, right? Yeah, that'll be all 780 used then, in theory. So this one just needs its brake belt. That could be a Mark III. Alright, GG. What's the plan for today? So I've basically been stuck in this place the whole day, for the most part, correcting... So for those who don't know, you know, this was a save file from over like a year ago now. And then we brought it up to 1.0, and now we're in 1.1. I'm still going into factories, figuring out how they work and like getting to run at 100%. So that's what we've been doing here. This is the motor factory. The target was something like 138 motors per minute, but it was a really awkward decimal pointy number. So we've changed that now to a more even number. It's 130 per minute. And then we're working backwards, now getting it to run at 100%. So we're almost there. It's getting better all the time. So we're just making it more efficient, effectively. We cut down the amount of belts we need, and they're going into less things. There's less overflow, less splitting. So getting a little bit better. So this other belt then is going to have to just go down the way into the rotors. And we'll just cut it and turn it a little earlier than this side. Be a slight gap between them, but there was a gap here and it looked fine. Get rid of that. So there's our 780. Live to see it. That's expected, obviously, as we've cut this one away for now. Is that the gap we want? I think so. This should be doing 520, I think. And for consistency, we'll just build these next to each other. Place is huge. This ain't nothing. This is the bottom floor of a sub factory to the copper factory. I'll head over there again in a minute. You have to. Alright, so we're looking to get down. Yeah, wow, we have to go so far. I don't know if these were like evenly spaced out or something, but I've lost track of how many. Okay, and then they're going to split into each of these. Now there's some weird, crazy overflow shenanigans going on here that just does not need to exist. It's old, bad planning. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I thought I wasn't feeding the bottom row of any of these yet, but I am. So we're looking to go into that input, that one, and that one. We need student manifold, so 2 splitters, and then just curve it in at the end. That's a splitter as well. Oh yeah. Sense. Is that right? Looks like it's slightly low. No, okay. Okay, now we just build a belt and that'll be hopefully steel pipe done. The target is 130 motors per minute. That's what the payoff we're waiting to see. Mark 5 again, all the way down. I did say it before, but it'd be nice to add some lights in here as well then. Fingers crossed, indeed. At the moment, like, things are like slightly backed up, so might use an awesome sync just to drain them, get everything kind of freshly running again. Not that you need to, but I just prefer to not see belts stopping and starting. Okay, in theory, that's it. So what do we got? We have 520 divided by 6. So each belt going in is 86. So it needs to be Mark 2. Yeah, that's fine then. Let's see, if 86 divided by 10, that should be 8.66. 9.66. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Something's wrong with my math. Can't believe it. 9.66. So it should be 96 per row. But that doesn't seem to add up. 96 times, because there's 6 rows, will be 576. I've written down that I need 520. Let me look back in here. The rotor. And I said that we needed 52 of these. So 52 times 5. 2 times 5 would be 260. That is correct. But they take in 10 each. Right? So what the hell? What am I doing wrong here? It is 520. Okay, so 520 divided by 6 is 6 is 86. There's 6 groups. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, and 6. I feel like I'm going crazy here. They take 86 per line. And then, but we've got 10 machines per line. Divided by 10, it's 8.66. But these are saying that they need 9. So did I clock these too high? Maybe? Well, I said 52 machines, but we actually have 60. Ah, yeah, I clocked them too high. Okay. When did I do that for the stators? Alright, 86 then is what we need, not 96.6. How I did that. We're just waiting on their steel pipe to come down here. We did obviously cut them off for a while, so that's good.
A recipe change? No, I've already changed them today. I just did the math wrong today at some point. Let's row next. Unless I only did it the stators and not the rotors, that could be the case. Maybe I just forgot to do these ones. They do look like kind of identical machines, basically. The lifts didn't reverse, that is good. Alright, last row. Hopefully this will just balance that. Oh, okay, there we go. Right. That. Now, I don't know what's going on with the wire, actually, thinking about it. Might have to redo those belts, depending on what's going on with them. So each wire belt is doing 325, I think, for our new agreement. Or did we do wire yet? Actually, I don't even think I got to that yet. So we've just done steel now. So steel is definitely done. 65 constructors, or the equivalent. And they're putting out 780 plus 520, and we've broken them down properly between these two machines, two groups. So now it is the wire next. So now we're making 1820 wire, and it's the equivalent of 121.3 recurring constructors. So I need to actually get a count of how many constructors I have. Divide it into that number, and that gives me my clock speed, clock them, and then we'll know what we're getting on each belt. Then we'll figure out what to do there. Do you feel like your build style is based on if it's recorded series versus a stream? Would it be different if you played just for fun? Oh yeah. I wouldn't finish the game. I did play for just for fun. I used to run a strategy game channel, and I played this game just for myself, like for a while. And I never made it past like trains when you get them. But I don't know, something obviously changed because I really enjoyed the game, and I was doing Anno Let's Plays. And then I was like, yeah, I'm just going to do a series on Satisfactory. Like, I really like the game. Let's see if it does well. And it did. And then that was my Update 7 world. And then that was kind of how I'd normally play in my Update 7 world. Then when it came to Update 8, it became much more planned and formal, and I took way longer with the videos. And then now in the Desert series, it's maybe a little bit better, but I still take a really long time. But I don't think I would have the discipline to be this organized had it not be for the fact that other people are watching and following along. But now, if I quit YouTube and I just went to play these games on my own, I would now still do this. Definitely, because I know it makes life easier, but I just don't think I ever would have thought that way had it not be for the fact that you know you're showing people. So. Alright, so let's count this up. 12 constructors. 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. So 4 times 12, it's 48. And then there's 3 layers. 144. We need 121.333. 121.33333. Do 4 threes. We'll do 5 actually. Divided by 144. That's how many machines we have. That's the new clock speed. I'm sorry to have to clock to all of these guys. This is so annoying, but what can you do? That's the clock speed. 84. Let me just check that's not what it's already set to. No. That would have been nice, but that's the speed. We have to touch 144 machines to clock them to what we need them to be. Now this will actually give us more ingots than we currently use. They're clocked to use every ingot, but I'm going to save the ingots and keep them in the copper factory. We'll do them something else with them. It's not like I need more wire. Okay, so that's 1 out of 4. Oh dear. How do you use walkways for floors instead of foundations? Space efficiency.
I don't know, I just think the aesthetic looks better. I use these little bars underneath with power lines going straight in. If you use a foundation, it cuts into the bar. You could raise it, I guess, but it's still, the height of these are still correct to the walls. So it's 5 walls. This one surprisingly actually isn't. Huh. I don't do that anymore. I now normally always have 3 wall gap between them. I don't know. You'd have to ask me back whenever I built this, but no, I do still use this setup generally. And it's always 3 wall gap, but I still use the thin little walkway connections rather than foundations. And they're built on the frame platforms as well. So it's a bit of a pain actually. Right. I don't know if I lost track, but let's just go along this line now. Well, I pressed it, but... Alright, 2 out of 4. Bro, you guys are all full. Let's continue here. 391 people are watching me just paste settings onto machines over and over. Goddamn, thank you. Did I go up here? I don't remember. No, I didn't. Good. Alright, 1 row to do after this. I have to ask edge of my seat. That's awesome. That's so funny to think of that. Oh, the edge of my seat, man. This intense Stellaris music. Alright. 2 columns left to go. I sent over a picture? Cool. I'll have a look now in a sec. Okay, so they're set now correctly. Let's see what Ortagon sent me in Discord. It's just like a dick pic. I know, it'd be nice if you could select all of these through the dismantle tool and just be like, select all these and then just hit paste. Oh, so good. I mean, it's honestly not very often I ever have to change these. It's because I'm going into a save from update 8 and adjusting things and changing it, you know, but it's, I haven't ever had to do that in my normal factories. Right. Oh yeah, well I'm not going to do that. You're clipping through the machine. I would never do that. They each to their own. But if you want to start clipping through things, well then anything, you can do anything. Gotta be rules, man, or there's chaos. Clipping through there, clipping right through there. The stuff that comes up is going to be going through the machine. I mean, sure, yeah, you've compressed it down. I'm not going to argue with that. But I don't like how that looks. That would just be, that would be a big no-no for me. No clipping. No, that's my rule. No clipping. Ever. The only rules I follow is fitting inside the blueprint designer. Yeah, no, totally. And a lot of people would be that way too, right? You want to just be able to like fit as many as you can in and spam them down. Especially when people build those modular blueprints that do like, it's like an entire factory cooked into a box. Totally get it. But you know, to me, like the game being satisfactory, it's like once you start breaking the illusion of things working, physically moving, it's like, well, I'll just play Factorio or something then, right? But yeah, no Z fighting, no Gen Z fighting,
And no clipping. Try to avoid it. That's why I mean, the amount of time I spend just making sure things don't clip, it's ridiculous. You saw me earlier looking at a belt, and I was like, this is going to go through this thing. Barely. And I had to redo a whole belt line just to make sure it didn't do that. So my brain is broken that way. That's why I wasn't even thinking about what you're saying. I thought you were just saying compress it in a little bit. I'm like, yeah, obviously, of course. If you want to, like, break reality, then we could do a lot of things. But I've also, honestly, generally, I mean, I've never really felt the need to do that. It's nice compressing things into blueprints, but I mean, I don't know how much time you're really saving. If you... I don't know if I have them in this world. Let me just hop over to my other world real quick. Wanted to show some stuff in that iron factory anyway. Did I just load the wrong one? Was this Oasis? Hopefully it's Oasis. That makes me itch. I think it's nice seeing that kind of stuff. It was impressive when I saw an entire factory that made heavy modular frames, I think, compressed into a 6x6 blueprint. It's like, well, that is interesting. You don't what you see inside. There's walls all around it, but if you break it open, like you see, it's just a nightmare fuel in there. And I can appreciate that a bit more. If you hide it away sufficiently, then it's like, well, maybe. But this is what I was going to show just super quick if I just hop up here. So I got blueprints for machines. Right, so these blueprints all basically do the same thing. They just have different directions. So that's not the one I even want to show. It's the ones that stand on their own. Like this. Alright, such a little blueprint like that. Obviously it's taking up more space than it needs to. Don't get me wrong. But I would argue, like, why do you need to compress multiple into one blueprint? I mean, it doesn't take very long to just go... You know what I mean? Like, I can build a lot of these now in a row. And if I do auto-connect, they'll just connect into each other, which is even nicer. And ironically, they actually flip themselves there, but tell them not to do that. This. Don't. So, I don't know. It's just, I just haven't really felt like that's a sticking point for me, like how long that takes. Because I have blueprint versions where we have like rows of 5, and I often still go with the ones where they're individual. I don't know, I just prefer, it's like, give me the inputs and outputs, but the, you know, the individual machines themselves, I don't really feel like I have the problem adding too many. In this factory, though, is a good example of the whole why I have the spacing the way I have it. Again, it's just for ease of building. So this factory, all of these are done to the same dimensions, and this is done in a modular style. Let's see. It's like that, and they snap on top of each other then at the same spacing as well. So they all have the same spacing, they all snap on top of each other, and they send their stuff out next to each other. And because their distances are the same as assemblers, it means that the assemblers line up with the constructors really nicely. So we have rows of constructors here, and all I had to do, once I put this blueprint down, and I put this one down, I just connected the belt between the two of them. It just makes it really fast. So my argument would be like, might save yourself time rather than space, I suppose. Because it's a lot of, in my opinion, time investment into making blueprints that are maybe a bit more compressed or whatever the case might be. But each to their own. Like, I really don't tell anyone which way to do it. That's just how I enjoy doing it. Because now it's like, yeah, everything's aligned with each other. Like, it's just very easy to build. Oh, turns out I need to get this and bring it up there. It's like it's already in line because everything's the same. 4 foundations. That's just the rule, you know? And that makes life super easy. But, and like, I feel like it's pretty space efficient, relatively speaking. But not like, yeah, to the extreme, I suppose. Same thing with here, like stacking smelters. Same sort of thing. Just stacked on top of each other. This is a blueprint of 5. This is a blueprint of 1. They just line into each other then. Makes life easy. You don't have to think about it too much then, positioning and placing. Because I found that I would often, you know, be like, oh, this is off like by a tiny bit. I have to redo it and move things around. So that's why I just made that rule for myself where it's like, well, now it's just, I don't have to worry about it.
You play with two friends who like to build stuff in the stupidest of places, like count space is the highest tier commodity? Really? Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I just don't even consider it a problem at all. That's a temporary thing, by the way. We're building our first rail line, so I just need to give it power. I did them in a 4x4, not a 6x6. Yeah, I can't remember the... I mean, it could have been a 4x4. I can't remember. It's just the... I saw it on Reddit. Well, I mean, this place, yeah, there's loads of empty space. Ended up being just bigger than I needed it to be. It's actually this size because of what's downstairs, I guess. Oh my god, excuse me. These are the truck stations I was talking about earlier, where you don't typically get trucks that are like confused or warping through things and they never bump into the stations. It seems like if they have to cut in and they have a straight line before they hit the station and the same on the way out, so they're not turning into the station, but they're turning and then lining into the station, they tend to behave really good that way. I'll probably always build them like this if we use them now. And then I gave them their little turns and stuff just to make sure they're had no problem getting in and out. So quite happy with that. But that's why the floor upstairs is a bit bigger, because I guess downstairs needed to be for the trucks. Hey, Alexander Lux. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought space is a problem, because you can build like infinitely high. Well, not infinitely, but like, you know, relatively speaking, you can go really, really high. If you're comfortable building vertically, space just is not an issue. This is my relatively like space constrained playthrough because I'm trying to build everything in the desert and I'm bringing stuff in via train. So in here I was like, yeah, I don't want to take up too much of a footprint, so I build like 3 or 4 stories high typically. Let's have a look. Let's see if my power lines are looking good. Nice and efficient. That's the other goal, right? Is to have no fluctuation on the power line. That might be the hover pack, maybe? Oh no, there is something. 30 megawatts off, so there might be a refinery somewhere having a problem. Looks okay now, though. I've been doing some stuff at the oil factory, so it could be one of the refineries there. That might be why. That's what we like to see, though. That's what you want to see. Nice clean line. No issue. Obviously, if we hook in the hover pack, it bumps it a bit, but... Come at me when you have a clean power line. No, I won't get distracted. I'm like, I want to find out where that is, but let's leave it. I'll do that one some other time. Alright, sit back. That's so damn beautiful. The shininess of the factory. Yeah, it looks good in there. If you don't look at it, there's no issue. That's true. If you look up on the mountain to the west, there's a lake on top. I know the one you're talking about. My friends built a factory there, the outer shell. Wanted me to cram all the production that I build inside it. Oh, that's so funny. They build a shell and you fill it. Oh, yeah. I don't stream on Twitch, no, just YouTube. I used to stream on Twitch, but now I just do YouTube. They paid me a huge... They paid me... I have $1 million contract with YouTube, so I can't break that. Multi-million dollar. Alright. What now? Oh yeah, it was the wire. So I just set all of those machines. And now we have to figure out how much wire needs to go into each thing. So, looking at this, we have 2080 to go into the stators and 1560 go into the rotors. Let's see if we can break these down. So 1560 is a nice number because it's 2 780 belts. We have what I believe is it 12 belts here? 4, 8, 12? No, 369. 9 belts. Oh wait, no it isn't. Yes it is. There's one right there. So 3, 6, 9, 12. Cool. So there's 12 belts in total. So I want to find out what each of these are doing. I'll just count one row and see. 12 machines. They're doing 25.278. Is that it? 25.278? 303. Yeah, that's correct. 3640. Good. 3640. That's really what we're getting. Yeah, 303.3 recurring on each line. That's such an annoyingly specific number. Okay. Alright, so that's what each of these are doing. And then we need to feed them into faders stuff. It might already be working. I don't know. Double check. You can stream in both. I could. I just don't want to. I don't want to be on Twitch. Rosie can quit her job with all those YouTube millions. Yeah, totally. Oh god. Yeah, I used to stream on Twitch. I don't want to multi-stream. I don't know. Maybe I will one day. I just don't feel like it. I've got nothing against Twitch. But YouTube has a... I just want to keep everyone on one platform. To me, that's just like the easiest thing. If I lose people because they're not on Twitch, that's fine. I don't think I would grow on Twitch or do very well. I was there for 5 years. I didn't really grow at all. I had about 100 viewers. It was okay. I was partnered. It was fine. When I started streaming on YouTube, it just did a bit better. And then I was like, you know what? Instead of telling people to go to Patreon or subscribe in different places, like, all you have to think of is Darren's on YouTube. That's where he is. If you want to support me, you can support me on YouTube. That's all you have to worry about. That's just the way it is. So I just think that for ease, it's just really simple. But I know people like to watch on Twitch and stuff, but I just can't. Twitch is so ad infested that I just can't even deal with it. Yeah, so and I can't turn off your ads and stuff. It's just a nightmare. So screw that. I find the viewer experience on Twitch sucks. The chat experience is great, and the platform is better overall. But just the viewing experience of like the ads, it's just a nightmare. So I just really can't stand it. So I just choose not to stream there. The main reason. Yeah, imagine me trying to keep up with 2 chats. I can barely keep up with 1. Yeah, YouTube Premium is the best. I mean, I know it's expensive, but it is really great. Okay, so let me figure this out. So we've got weird things going on with this wire. It's been like overflowed into existing belts, and I don't know exactly why. So I know that each belt is making 303.3 recurring. That's fine. Now let's see what each line is trying to take here for this thing. 36. And there's 10 machines, right? Or is it more? And so 360. We're short. And one belt is not enough. One line. 360 times 2, 720. 303 times 2, 606. I'm just thinking how the best to do this. I mean, you can get a belt of 780. If we merge these up to be 780, that could go in here, and then you just split off a belt of 60, and then you have your 720. You know, the 60 is the overflow, or whatever. That could be fine. I'm just trying to think of how to lay that out then for each one. And we'd need 3 belts of 780. Okay. That seems low. It's supposed to be like 520 or something. I'll have to check into that later. I'm just wondering, do I use this space maybe to do this? We could like break off some belts, merge them up into like 780s and pop them back in. Maybe. Really close and compact together. Or we could do it at the source, I guess.
Yeah, YouTube's really great. The benefit of YouTube, there's a couple of benefits. One, a channel membership by default gives you a higher percentage cut. So that's good. You get 20% more by being on YouTube from a subscription or like a membership. The ad revenue is better on YouTube, and your video stays up forever and becomes a video after the fact. That's all great, and then you have a little bit of discoverability. On Twitch, there's like none. That's all well and good. Twitch, frankly, has just people that are willing to pay more and subscribe more often and use bits and do things like that. Super chats and stuff aren't as common. People aren't as willing to pay when they're on YouTube for things, which is obviously fine. I'm just saying compared to Twitch. Twitch has a culture of like donations and stuff like that. It's much more encouraged and accepted and normal. YouTube's getting better. I mean, people are pretty familiar with using super chats and things like that now. Twitch probably earns you more money per person viewing, but YouTube gives you access to more people. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Depends what you want. If you can get 10,000 people to watch you on Twitch, you'll be like a millionaire. If you got 10,000 people to watch you on YouTube, you'll be pretty far from being a millionaire. I mean, if you're watching live, you'd be doing pretty well, but you'd probably make like half of what you get on Twitch, I would imagine. Anyways, right, so I'm just thinking, yeah, I think I will actually just break these off and like merge them somehow. It's just too awkward to start cutting the belts here and popping them into each other, in my view. This is just too densely packed. I just don't know how to do it without like clipping things. Yeah, it's crazy. I need 3 lines to go into here, not 2. I guess I'm kind of doing that. Maybe it is somewhat sorted out for me. I mean, it's not. I've changed all the clock speeds, but it still could be sort of... Nah, not really. I do like the idea of just merging, getting that 780 belt. But that wouldn't be that easy. It'd be a 303.333 times 3. Minus 780. So you'd be left over with the 129.99 recurring. It's just weird. I think that should go in there. That'll be 303. But then it'll run short. So we'll need to send in a second belt. And then the overflow of that one could maybe move into the next one down. 780, not 720? They need 720. So it requires 360 on the top and 360 on the bottom. We have belts of 303.33. So if you merged up these belts and you got a 780, you could easily send it in and then just siphon off a 60. That'd be quite easy. But that would use your 720 and give you a 60 left over. I can't think of a way to merge these without clipping them badly, and I don't want to do that. Because they'll clip into each other. Even like, I don't even like them clipping to the sides. So I would have to break the belt off here, merge them, and then send them in. Like imagine trying to do it in the real world, not in the game. They can't overlap. So I'm just gonna start hacking away at this and see if we can work this out. Or I can work it out. Alright, so as our basic example, this is our first spot. That for a minute. There. It's like you go in. Okay, cool. 303 per minute's going to be going in. But we need 360. Ooh. We can merge onto this, and then we'd have 606. We could send this out the back and up the top. It's just so awkward. It's not the right amounts. It's so annoying. Hey, Genome Cup. I assume you mean the Mark V ones? Yes, Mark V belt 780.
Honestly, your tangents helped me learn a lot and make the same mistake, not make the same mistakes when building. Getting ready to start an aluminum factory after getting turbo fuel up and running. Nice. Yeah, I've got. If you watch my desert series, I'm working on aluminum at the moment, and the system I have for that next video coming forward should be really helpful for people, I think. I'm interested to see what comes of Asmongold helping Elon overhaul X's live stream service as a competitor to Twitch. Is that really happening? I didn't even hear about that. I mean, Asmongold is like a popular streamer and everything, but I don't know what he... Oh, yeah, I guess, I mean, it's better to have someone like that than not, I suppose. Who knows maybe what features need to be there on X? Yeah, I don't know. That'll be interesting, I guess. It's funny because the thing's being so backed up right now. This is actually kind of enough, but it won't be. 303. 6. That's not what I want to do. So what I'm thinking is like an overflow splitter here, and we just peel off whatever we need. Yeah, and then just continue forward into the next row, and we just have to count our way down. I think that's what I was kind of doing before, actually. This will be clipping in, though. I don't like that, but I might have to just admit defeat on that one. Certain points, because they are built really close together, so it's just, it is what it is. It would take too much effort moving them all. That goes in there instead. This becomes an overflow splitter, smart splitter. Okay, so you'll overflow out the front, anything out the right. So that'll be, so out of 360 minus 303.333, you get 56.667 what's being consumed. I don't have a problem with short lifts. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Because they look fine to me. It's just as long as it looks fine, I can't see the clipping. It's okay. It's when it's you can literally see things moving through other things. It's like, well, I don't want that then. That's just me anyway. But they actually look totally fine. You just can't see the plates moving up and down, but you can assume they're doing it. Like that doesn't break physics, you know. Is kind of how I look at it. Anyway, so this would only need to be a Mark 1. And then we would have on this line, as that's coming out, the overflow going out is now 303.3333 minus the 56.6667, right? So that's what you're left with on that belt. 246.6. Okay, so that's going to continue on now and go into the next thing. And I can put down a sign just so I know, because I'll probably forget these things. Two. 246.66. I'll just say overflow. That's fine. That's what's coming along here, and then that has to now go into this row. Same sort of situation. You can go down the ground if you want. Why not? Alright, so you go in there. That's 246.6 recurring into there. And now we have to take that away from the 303 again to see what it's going to be consuming. 303.333. I'm using 4 decimal points. That's what the game kind of does. That can't be right, right? Oh, sorry, yeah. Jesus Christ, I'm losing my mind here. 246.666, whatever. Yeah, minus 303.3333. Is that not a weird coincidence? I guess it's just math. We're short 56.6667 here then? Really? Why am I... 246.6666 minus... Oh, yeah, I'm minusing the wrong number. That's why I am crazy. Sorry, it's 360 minus that. Yeah. My bad. So we're left with 130. So we need 113 on this belt. That's the next thing that will like come this way from the other line. So it's it's like a waterfall kind of thing where it keeps getting less and less as it goes down. Yeah, thank you, P. You had it right. Alright, so this next line now is going to continue and it'll drop down here as well, because why not? So say at this point... Actually, you can stay at the height you are, because it'll just sit a bit nicer in here. So we'll get this. Very merger, same thing. Put in there. Give this a merger here. This will need to be a Mark II now. You said it needs 113 to go in. Oh, actually, I didn't need to do that either. You can just stay normal. Right, so Mark II. 3. All right, so 246 goes down into overflow there. Gets fully consumed, so that's fine. Now I'll need another sign here, same as before, but higher. It'll say after the overflow. .246 goes this way, yes. This is now consuming 113, basically. So this fresh 303. 303.333 minus 113.3333 as well. We're left at 190. That's a nicer number. 190 is now overflowing out to the right. Now, we did 1, 2. There's 4 of these in total, so we'll just keep going. Getting a bit quicker now that I kind of get it. Gotta get what needs to happen. So this will have to just completely go in, so just delete this. I don't even know where you're coming from. Oh, it's an inside track now. Yeah. It'll definitely be like cleaner once it's all said and done as well, because there's less splitting and this overflow system thing that's happening here. It's just weird. Just stop this. I have room on my inventory? I do. Want some clean belts to work with. All of past Darren's hard work. So many splitters at overflow. It's the same thing I'm basically doing now, but just a little bit cleaner than it was before, I guess. So 190 overflow now is going to continue. So again, it's going to be consumed in the same way as before. So we'll do this. In you go. This is now just purely going to go in by its own. Straight belt in. Just like down here, you grab your merger, but we'll grab from the bottom this time now. So just stack it here, 1, 2, 3. Do that to anchor, snap on, all good. Right, so this is 190 per minute. And then it's going to be merging with something that's going to be coming in from the bottom, this row probably. Another fresh line. And this will be the one continuing on now. Some of this stuff is in the way. These aren't priority mergers. I can make them priority mergers, I guess. It doesn't... You don't have to call me Sweet Summer Child for it. This worked before without priority mergers. Because ultimately... I know you can worry about which one gets backed up first, but... I will make them priority mergers just to guarantee that that doesn't happen. Yeah, I'm just thinking about why didn't it ever fail before? It always seemed to know which one to pull from. I think we worked this out in the aluminum factory, that if you have a higher belt speed, it tends to pull from that than the one that's a lower belt speed. But yeah, we can make them priority mergers, why not? Bonk. And say that, like, we obviously want to do the one, this one first, right? So what's coming in at the bottom, high priority. There you go. Yeah, good call, good call. I'm just kind of perplexed how it worked before, but it did. There you go, you can drain those bottom belts first. Cool, that's all good. Yeah, nice use for these. You might want to remove those scrunched lifts. Pretty sure they said it's going away in stable release. Did they? I'm gonna need confirmation about that. I haven't heard that before for these. That'd be annoying if they did that. I mean, I don't know why. They work fine. I don't see what the big deal is. The merger itself probably has some sort of priority system built in, whatever it was. The priority merger's advantage is that we can set up that order. No, indeed. Because I just recently built an aluminum factory, and there's 3 stations, and they're feeding down onto one line, right? They're all feeding onto one line. And I was like, I want to feed onto that line evenly, but they're train stations, right? So obviously, they're full containers. And what was happening is, like, the one on the front, none of the 2 back ones were loading at all, just the one on the front was. These are 3 separate train lines, by the way, not 3 freight stations. 3 separate train lines. And I just can't remember it. It wasn't that long ago, but we looked at a way of doing it where if we all merge into the center with the same belt speed, they'll evenly distribute themselves, which was interesting. But then we were like, oh, cool. If we lower the belt speed of one, we can increase the priority of the other. We had priority merges at this time. We were playing around with those too. And I remember something about this. Oh, yeah. This doesn't work if your belt speeds are different. They all need to be the same. That's actually like a super important thing. Obviously, it's totally working fine here. Can't remember what I even showed it. We did a big showcase on it. I can't remember the example exactly again. I'm sorry, but we had this here. We had several belts going into it, and they were different speeds. And even though we had the lowest priority set on one of them, they were sending stuff through when they shouldn't be. And it was like, oh, if you make it all the same speed, then it doesn't have a problem figuring it out. Someone in the chat was smarter than me. It was like, oh yeah, it's like the 270 belt speed is like a weird divisible number, so that is interjecting its output like every now and then or something like that. And it's like, oh, okay. And we had different items so we could see exactly what was going through. So one was like silica, one was concrete, and one was like iron plates or something, and we were just looking at them going through, and it's like, oh damn, even though this belt is like backed up and it has the high priority, the other one with the low priority is going through, backing this one up. And that was like crazy. I didn't understand. But then when we made the belts all the same, it worked. Anyway, it's just a small thing. But because of that, I might just at the very least... Well, this seems to be working, so I'll leave it. Because I can't remember what the situation was for that. As long as that's stalled, that's the important thing. But granted, that is a lower belt speed. It was probably in the case if it was a higher belt speed that it didn't work. Let's see. What is this? This is a 4. I'll make this a 5. still not working. Maybe they changed it. Because I have the video, the stream evidence is out there. We did do this, but anyway. Good. Good that it's not having a problem. Either way. Right, so that only needs to be what, a Mark II or something? Yeah, it wasn't... I can't quite remember. I'm so sorry to keep saying that, but I just don't. It was just on the stream, like, not that long ago. Obviously, it's from 1.1, but it was the person was saying, like... And it made sense, and we observed what they're saying to be true, because we did a test on it. Something along the lines of, like, there's... With a 480 belt or a 120 and a 60, these are all the same divisibles, like they all go into each other, but the 270 doesn't. And because of that, it's like it was putting itself onto the belt every second item. So you could almost see how the game was like mathematically trying to split, and there'd be like a very slight, almost invisible gap, and that's where it was putting itself onto it. Something like that, I can't quite remember. But I remember where we were when we did the test. It was in my iron factory. Or sorry, the that truck station factory I just showed just recently. Right, anyways, sorry to get so distracted. So, but good call. Priority merge is totally, definitely the right use case here. We want this to be the main belt that goes in. This is the overflow belt that comes in on top, so it makes perfect sense. So it's good call and good use to it. Right, so anyway, so we've said now that 190 is overflowing here, continuing along, that's totally fine. Now we want to break out the bottom belt, another 303, and that's going to merge in and go up. So we'll do whatever, Mark 3. Or Mark 4, actually, it would need to be. And it needs to go into a splitter first, my bad. That's correct. Nope. It's... Okay. Alright, cool. Still same thing though. This is the overflow coming in, so we want that one to go straight through. Okay, it's just the machines are full, that's fine. And then the actual overflow continues out this way and goes into the next group, which is going to be down there. So let's get rid of this. Now you have to calculate how much is going to be left on that belt. Great, rivet. Alright, so that's the remainder. So let's work out what that number is. So 190 is going along here. It's trying to consume 360. So 360 minus 190 means that 170 is what's being pulled away from this belt. We know that's doing 303.333 minus 170, so what we're left with is 133.3 recurring. Alright, so that's 133.3 recurring, and that's going fully in there. So if we now say 360 minus that, how much we need for the next group. So the next group needs to give us 226. Do the priority merger again. Same setup, so that's fine. This is priority, this does not. And then we'll give it the merger. I'll have to do the squat merger on this one, I guess. The reason I do that is because hose pipes get smaller if you fix it like that. Right, so smart splitter again. Alright, so 133.3 overflow going that way, merging in with this belt when it gets a chance. That means that 226.667 is here. So then we take that away. Oh, actually. I don't know. Oh, God, this is so... I find this math really difficult to keep in my head. 133.333 recurring. That's fine. 360 minus that, right? So you needed 226. Yep, okay, cool. This is taking 226 off the belt to get that full 360, so that's fine. Get this. Oh my god. Right, so 226.667. $76.6667 overflow. Alright, by the way, as a programmer who likes making games myself, me too, I'd have probably set up the merges to take items for different inputs at the rate they're coming in. Merges to take items from the different inputs at the rate they're coming in. And by rates, I guess belt speeds work here. At least that's how I would have made them. Yeah, I don't... see, I built this factory... See, I know I'm making excuses for myself, but this was built a long time ago, and I don't remember what I had planned. So now I've just tried to set the rates to be like quite easy to deal with. But when I build other factories, I normally set the rates for the exact thing that's coming out of the machine's belt. But I don't have to do any of this. This is so unusual for me to do. But I just want to get it working. I mean, maybe I could have scrapped the whole thing and tried to rebuild it, but that would just take forever. But normally, I do exactly what you're mentioning, which is, here's the... like, oh, these groups of machines are putting out like 420. So I'm going to make machines that consume 420. That's going to fit on one belt. Or I'll build the whole factory to a specific belt speed. And everything behaves by that belt speed. That's normally what I do. So this is irregular. But that's what these streams are. It's me going into my old stuff and trying to like get it running properly. And this is... I've never had to get this involved with stuff. This has been pretty crazy. But kind of fun at the same time. Just trying to get it to work without changing too much around. Yeah, I don't know if it's embarrassingly or not. I have a degree in programming, and I work on the game Mannerlords. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. Oh, we're dropping crates. Get rid of this, screw it. The speeds are different for the rotors. We're not at the rotors yet, but you're... Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder. I would have forgotten that. This is the final stator machine, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, good call. I probably would have just forgot that if you didn't mention it. So we're done now with these. That's it. We now have a belt of... down here, 70 something left over, 76. So presumably all of this wire is supposed to go into these final machines, actually. Let's clean this up though so it's easier to look at and deal with in a sec. The only blueprint I made fairly recently where I had to make it so I can touch rates was an aluminum one. So we can work with either an input of 480 or 600. I've never made... Oh, hey, Liam. Claude has the same degree, so not sure how much it's worth. That's true. I don't think our degree is worth very much. Considering, like, nobody from the course got a job. Well, actually, I did. Internship-wise, what was it, like 2 or 3 of us got jobs? Something like that. It's crazy. Okay. Continue this down. And it's good to see you, by the way. $76R. So, have to look at what these are consuming then per row. So what do we got? 26, and there's 12 of them. 26 times 12. 312 now. So it was 360, now it's 312. Okay. per line. 3 lines to go. So, am I mistaken? Have I fed the... Oh, these are the rotors. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, Sai. These are the rotors. These are the stators. I thought there was 4 rows and 2 of those, but it's 3 and 3. I think I did say that earlier, so my bad. Oh yeah, so these are being considered differently. So what we'll have to do is, instead of taking it away from 360 like we did before, we'll just work that back. So let me just do that again. So that's 133.3 recurring, 133.3 recurring. So it's 312 minus that. So we actually have 178 being pulled away from our belt. $124.6. But that's actually what we have now left over on this one, taking slightly less. Good. Using your stream to keep me awake on night shift. Most people tell me my streams put them to sleep. They say it in a good way, but I hope you don't fall asleep at the wheel or whatever you're doing. Your fixed factory idea would include people dropping a save file of a complex build, but intentionally break something so you can troubleshoot it. Well, I'd rather they didn't intentionally break something, but I'd rather they say, like, my factory's not working, I'm not sure why, can you fix it? But inevitably, you would get people that would just try to make or hide away awkward to find annoying things. But if I started finding malicious things like, you know, a belt, a Mark 1 belt of like a millimeter between 2 480s or something, I'd be like, come on, dude, what are we doing? But yeah, that would be fun. That would be the idea. But the reason for the idea was that a lot of people in my Discord are like, they post their builds and they're like, this is all, it's not working. Like, it's breaking down, the water's getting backed up, what do I do? So I'm like, oh, it'd be cool to kind of go in and be like, oh, here's your problem, and try to solve it. And then cut it so that it's not like me, like this, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Cut it so it's a bit quicker and snappier and stuff like that. But it would be fun to stream it too, see all the different builds. Anyways, right, so cut this. I just realized I haven't even done the top rows yet. That's why I've got so much wire left over. I'll have to do the same but further in. I guess we'll just keep working on this side and then see what we need to do on the other side. I feel like maybe it's gonna be an issue. We'll see. Alright, anyways. So that's good. We have our 124. This is just going to continue now in a straight line. 124. Alright, cool. So 312 is what this row takes. Minus 124. 6663. We're left over at 187. Alright. So unfortunate, I just built these right next to their inputs all the time. Just copy that priority merger so it has the settings. Okay, the 124 can come this way now, please. Yeah, I was just making sure I've done that right. Okay, cool. Before. So I have to do the splitter on this one. I have to put down our little sign to say how much is left over. So don't go mad. $187 is what's been taken away. Then we say 303.333. We have 115,99996. These numbers are so crazy. Alright, that continues down to the next row. Of course. Did that in the worst spot because that needs to be a priority merger. Okay, so our 115 is going to roll that way. We'll just take that number now, so 115. The problem with building like this is if something has gone wrong here, it's like so impossible to track down properly because it's so fine decimal points. So I'd typically never tell anyone to ever do it like this. Anyway, so 303.333. Oh no, sorry, 312 minus that. So that's what we have. What we need from another belt is 196. This can be used from here. Or this one even. I'm kind of confused. No, I guess not. And if I just built these belts a bit more spaced out, it would have been so much easier. That's a fresh 303. That's not touched by anything. That'll ultimately just need to go over there. Okay. So interesting that it's completely backed up anyway, just from these belts. And why aren't they getting all the way down? They're just... Oh, it's the steel pipe that has an issue. Got it. Kind of concerning. I mean, I don't want to get too distracted now, but like, do you think for leaving it this long, by now the steel pipe would be good to go? And that would be the one that's backed up. I want to check, I am going to get distracted just briefly. We did put those signs down. I know what I'm doing, kind of. The one belt should be 780, and that should be fine. It's this one. And we could check it just here on the monitors. But it's not. 622. Okay. Well, why? Itching a lot as well. Maybe Mark 3s going in there isn't enough. So it is, for the stator, 780 divided by 6. 130. So it's 260 per line. So they all need to be Mark 3s. Yeah, you're a Mark 3, you're a Mark 3, and so are you. You don't look like you're receiving anything right now. What's this problem here? Backed up, just totally rammed. You're missing wire. But if you're backed up, then why aren't we seeing too much steel pipe? I don't understand how we could be so short on it if it hasn't made its way down here. And it seems to be low over there, so could it be the... Oh, there we go. There's your problem. These are backed up. That's not my problem, really. Are we making steel okay? Seeing green lights, seeing the yellow lights. So not enough steel can get out. Okay. Mark 5 lift. I don't think it's taking time to back up the manifold, but maybe. I have a feeling it's a belt speed problem. You just full? Full. Just completely full of steel pipe. Okay. Oh. I know. I think I know. I have a splitter here trying to force itself onto that line, and that is backing up that line. It's not a priority splitter, right? You'd almost need a priority merger here, and this just goes into there, and then any overflow goes over. Yeah. Well, actually, I could just make this a priority merger, right? So you shouldn't be getting anything from the left now. I'm visiting Ireland from the US, watching you from Dublin. Your home country is a beautiful place. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't lived there in like 10 years. I'm not a big fan, actually. But nice to hear. Yeah, that could be it. We'll give it time. Let's see. I mean, the only reason that they'd be backed up... Why are they backed up? Like, I'm assuming it's because we're trying to push things onto that belt and then they can't get out. So that's my guess. So we'll priority merge them and see if that fixes that. Alright, back to this last thing down here. So did we feed that yet? That's the final group of machines. Now we just have to do it for the top row. That'll be easy. Alright, so we have to take any fresh belt that wasn't used in this overflow system. And then presumably break off this last part of this one. Help get up to the top. Will presumably be what needs to happen. So I guess it's in some ways this layout's going to be the exact same now. Just for we're using belts that are further in. So I have to mark the ones that are reserved. Well, it makes sense. We've used half of them, right? We've used half in total. Man, I don't know. This whole thing's a disaster. I don't know why I've done it this way. I'm a bit confused of how I seem to have used more than half the belts. So there's 4, 8, 12, right? There's 12 belts? 3, 6, 9, 12. There's 3, they're on 3 rows, right? So 1, 2, and 3, and then there's 4 of them across. And by the time we're down at the end, somehow, there's 3, and then a 4th one. But there should be 6 if it's going to be an even... Because the top layer is taking the exact same amount as the bottom layer, so I don't know how that's... how I've done that. We aren't a big fan of you. Good. Not coming back. I'm not the biggest fan of my country at the moment either. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Ireland is the weather. That's all. And it's just a bit... It's like a few years back behind everyone else. But other than that, it's nice. People are great. And I do miss it. But the weather sucks. Oh dear. What I'd really like to see is just the whole bottom rows like running properly, so then I know I can just continue this up on the top. Really weird the way it's not. Are the pipes running a bit smoother now? This pipeline is like janky, right? It's like... I almost want to turn the place off, let all the belts do their thing. At the source, I mean, and then like empty out everything. You don't have enough wire. That's expected, so you're never going to be running properly without the wire, because we haven't given it to the top rows, but the bottom rows would be. Okay, yeah, okay, alright, well that's fine actually, then that does make sense. Oh, okay, right. I really don't understand how I've done this, why this has happened. So this bottom row here, 303 in, and then we have the overflow thing to help give it the rest. Makes sense. We send that one on and we keep doing that. That's happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. So we should be only using 6 belts. So have I left a belt stuck in there somewhere that I haven't counted? So I have to track them now because I don't know. I'm going to count them, color them even. Color them a bright red if they're used. Alright, so this is where it starts. You've definitely been used, so you're in. Right, you're good. You've been used, right? You're in there, obviously. That's good. So you've been used. That's 2. Now the third one up, then. This has been used. It goes across, and it continues on. Great, no problem. Makes total sense. So the next layer back, I push in 1 layer, right? So the 4th layer on the outside is now almost gone, right? Because it's gone. It ends with this one. We're in 1 layer now. So we start using that one. Great. Okay, it's getting help from its previous buddy, and that continues on. Fine. Paint those back as well a bit. Okay, they're totally good. That gets used here, totally fine. Continues on, makes sense. Now, I've pushed in again. That probably was where my error was, because there's this belt. That's free. But okay, that's fine. Whatever, I'm not going to change it. We'll just try to count the ones that we have free. Okay, so that now leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4. I still think it's only 4. I just don't understand how I'm left with 4 belts. It's not enough to do everything we need to do. I think it'd be good if you just keep going. I mean, I could try. I don't know how it works out, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, I don't mean to be stalling, but I feel like that's like a real problem. But okay, so I need to know which ones I have and haven't used. We could work our way from the outside in, actually. That would probably be easiest. Ugh. So we need to do that. Buffer up here. Ones that aren't moving aren't being used. Well, there's not enough steel going into some, so I guess the ones that aren't moving aren't being used. Yeah, to an extent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, maybe actually. Okay. Alright. So what we could do, I suppose, if we want to just copy this layout, go all the way up. That's the height we have to aim for. That would need to go in there. Part of me is like, oh man, I should really just merge these belts to make 780 and just try to find a way around it. I should have done that. This water overflow thing is no bueno. Facing the wrong way? How that's happened. Oh no, it's okay. What happened? Oh, just because this is probably off from where that belt was. I'll just leave it. It's fine. Just want to get it working. This can't work. I mean, it can. It's just such a nightmare, though, because of how the belts are done. I'm going to have to redo it. I'm sorry. I just don't want people to be mad at me, but I'm going to have to redo it. I feel like we got to cut the belts. We got to split them out a bit further, merge them together and stuff, and then send them in. Be much easier numbers-wise, because all you have to do is go... I say all you have to do. You go 3.333. You try to merge 3 belts together, right, until you get your 780. So you take away the 780, you're left with a belt of like 130 basically. The 780 goes in. You take 60 off the 780 and you'll have a belt then of 190. That'll just feed down to the end. I don't know, it's still messy though. I don't know if it's okay. Let's try to continue, I guess. I don't know, I'm so conflicted. You forgot to extend the top belt some second row. If you're worried about this, don't worry about that. Oh, you mean here? Top belt, second row. Yeah, this one, right? Yeah. I guess we found it now, but thank you. So the next thing then, so is this one in use? Let me just check all of that down the line. This is in use, so I can't touch that one, but we can get this one. All right. Do the next one then, I guess. Put that back. This is the one that now needs to do the overflow, right? In the same fashion as before. This can come up and over. We'll have to go even higher though, so there. Well, it needs to go into a splitter first though. Splitter. I'll just have to build this. That 1, 2. God. What have I done? Alright. This is what I was talking about clipping though. It's like now this just has to like snap out of here. It's like, oh my god. And the overflow continues straight out. So anything out the left now, please. Oh, that's this line operational. This should help the steel get going again, I guess. At least here. With priority on the bottom. And then something will continue out the front, I suppose. See what goes down that way. And that's going to have to go now up to the next layer. Here. Okay. I'm kind of getting it again. Back on track, kind of. I almost gave up. So hard to know. And it's accurate. It should have that little bend in it. Oh, it actually... Yeah, it does, kind of. Does it? I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, cool. That's in. Send that in to its buddy. Has the priority, and then we need to give it more. Now, I could... Do we need to work out the numbers? I guess it'd be nice to, just to know what these are doing. The same sort of math the whole way down, though. Well, I guess it's the exact same, isn't it, really? So I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's the exact same as what's happening on the bottom row. So when this says 246 overflow, that's true of this as well. And that's going in. And then that has to be combined with a buddy. Alright, but the question is, where does that buddy come from? So can you be used? No, you're not free. Are you free? This line here? This one's free, I think. No, it's not. This is so painful. That's not good. Which one do I grab then? This one, I guess? Should I have worked from the outside in? I don't know. Let's just grab this one, I guess, and we'll pop a splitter on it. Make it smart. And nudge it for some reason. Oh my god. Good afternoon, Michael. Happy finally catch a stream. Found your channel not that long ago and maybe install Satisfactory again. Thank you. I'm sorry that people are joining me at my lowest point. Where it's just a bad design. We're dealing with a bad design here. The numbers and everything are like kind of okay, but it's the way I've been fixing this is not good, and it's a bit awkward to do it this way, but oh well. It's not that bad. But it's a bit of a nightmare. It's just so there's 12 belts all doing wire, all doing 303.33. They need to go into many groups of 360 and some groups of 302 or 312. So it's like, it's just a bit of a pain. But more so than anything is that the belts are all right on top of each other. They're not spread out. There's no room for like splitting and merging properly anyway to be able to easily see it. It's a pain in my heart to deal with it. I'm getting there though. It's not gonna be easy to follow. We're almost there though. Okay, so this is doing the same system, right? It's overflow, the priority's going in, so everything should start running up again on this line. So the next thing, we just keep doing this on the way down. I don't have to worry about the numbers anymore. Build far worse than this. It's just unnecessarily complex, that's all. It's like so unnecessary. We've got all this room here. This could have all been belts, just... It could have all been so easy. Anyway. Okay, so next one down. So we do have the overflow coming out of this guy, right? You're good to continue. So you've continued here. And then you need to go up now. That's fine. So I have to build this up. That thing would work where the line would come out. I think that's right. Alright, in you go. Easy. I gotta be more positive. This is easy. Fine, this is how you should do it. Alright, so now we need to find the next line that can like merge in as the overflow again. So which one is not being used? My painting thing didn't really work out very well because it still can't really see the ones that are further back anyway. But this one's still being used. The one on the left here is good. Grab this and send it up. Have to maybe nudge it in a bit further out this way. Different, this can just aim towards this, I guess. Alright, there goes our overflow. Did I mess up again? Am I supposed to have built a splitter here first? I think so, right? Yeah. Just needs to be a splitter there. Okay, so next one done. I should really get this out from the side, I guess, because that doesn't make any sense. Now this won't fit in properly, so we'll just push this down further. Okay. Because I forgot, we obviously still need to go out that original direction. There instead. Alright, now you're overflowing out the front, sending your stuff out the left. Go. And continue down. We have 3 rows to go, we're almost there. What are the numbers again? 360 needed on the inputs, and 303 something coming on each belt. I would probably try to build some smaller belt fillers, 3 to 2. Well, that's what I said, so the way I would do it, really, if I had to do these numbers, would be 303.333, right? That's what we have on each belt. There's 12 of them in total, so in total we have 3640 really is the number, so that's fine. Yeah, so you need 360 for 4 of the groups, but 312 for... Sorry, 360 for 3 of the groups and 312 for the other 3. So it's not even like how we can do that. But what I would probably do is go 3 of 3. I'd merge 3 belts, or try to, right? So you get 3 belts. It would be 909. My best belt speed at the moment is 780. So you'd have a belt going out at 780. Perfect. And then you have a belt remaining of 130. So you let your 130 do its thing, or whatever. Your 780, you chop off 60, right? So you're down to 720. It's exactly what you need. And then you have your 190 belt now going off in a different direction. So you have a 720 and then a 190. The 720 would only have to go split once between the top and bottom of a group. So you do that 3 times. All right, so you get your 720, 720, 720 3 times. All great. That would give you 190 times 3. 570, and basically the rest then could just be fed into these. I'd have to work out like 312 into each line, but yeah, that's how I would do it. That would make things a lot better, but these aren't even because these are doing stators and these are doing rotors. They're all outputting the same, but the amount they take is different, and the reason they're, yeah, so they take 26 per minute. These take 36 per minute. It's just the recipe. I mean, you need an even amount of stators and rotors to make the motors. Like I said, this was built from the bottom up, not the top down. It should be done top down. Then you can work the numbers in easier. But it is what it is. We're almost there. Where am I at now? So this is where we've ended. The overflow comes out this way and it needs to go up into here. Okay, we're totally fine to be fully consumed, I think. Realize these aren't even going in. Fix that. Okay, so they need a little buddy, a little companion, so let's find their companion. We have to find a belt that's not in use. This one's just completely cut off here for some reason. Oh, it's from... Okay, cool. So we have to grab this one now. Just like I did before, basically, so we need to do our splitter first. Overflow, anything at that side, overflow down the middle. And first so I can see where it is. Alright, that was a quick one. That's fine. Now this overflows straight out. Continues down this way. I think that's pretty much it. This one and this one are going to merge together because there's too much on this line. This has to be the splitter. Or just merge with these two. These two can merge and go into the top. I mean, that's... Yeah, well, obviously would split. Okay, cool. That going. Evan was right. I mean, the belts do just kind of work themselves out. That needs to go higher. What the hell's the problem with this? Is it just not right off the ground? I guess not. Meters. Go. Off the last one, you likely have to overflow the excess to a sink. There shouldn't be any excess. We should be fully consuming everything. That's the goal. Every bit of wire we make should be fully consumed by these. It wasn't before, but that's what this rework is doing. It's making sure we use everything. So this is anything out the right, overflow out the center, but that overflow is now going to merge with this belt somewhere and go into there. And that's, I mean, I'm not even going to look at it, but it should be the number that you need. So we'll see. Not sure how to get this to like line up properly though. If we go... Just trying to think of a nice way to line it up, like that will just curve around to go in. That's fine, I guess, but be a bit weird here at the end. Let me just bring this up first. That's the height we're trying to get into. And the way I did it with the other ones is I brought this forward, didn't I? Yeah, so let's try to keep consistency with how I did the other ones, I guess. We don't need priority merger on this, just a regular one. I'll just build this anyway. Having weird deja vu. I feel like I've been here before and we talked through this and I was saying it was difficult and awkward. But I'm pretty sure I built this by myself, not on streams or anything. Alright, so now it's consistent with all the other ones at least. Alright, I mean that uses every belt. It's going somewhere. It's just whether or not the overflow and everything has been done correctly. I have to hope it is. But in theory now, all of these should line up and do their thing. What's the problem here? I just never did one for this line. What I was saying about how is this possible? Haven't I not used all the belts? One last one to go, says Evan, but I'm confused. I've obviously skipped over this one. Hang on then. Let's just cut that there. This is already an overflow, so this has to just go straight, if we're following how I did all the other ones. This goes straight up. Is there a belt not moving? Well, see, lots of things aren't moving because nothing's running correctly. It's hard to kind of tell. Properly, anyway. I'll check in a sec. The thing is, with these ones at the end, it's kind of weird. Like, we have 303, but we only need 312. So the overflow is like a tiny, tiny amount. So my theory is that the overflow I'm probably sending too much into some of these, which is why the belts are running out. But with the priority merges, this will actually probably sort itself out, thinking about it. You don't need to be there. Because if I am sending too much in a certain place, like let's say I'm sending too much overflow, this will just back up and go to where it needs to go anyway. Because we prioritize the bottom belts. Maybe it'll work, otherwise I have to get down and do some more math. Rather not. What are you out of? Wire, okay. I reckon we just give it some time now for a little bit. I might put some lights in, just do something different for a few minutes. Yeah, it's like an insane manifold. Yeah, it's like an overflow manifold. Rough. Let's see, if we start the lights, maybe these two. Like now that I'm finished building, it's like, yeah, let's put in the lights. Yeah, there's gonna be machines in my way. That's okay, I just need to place one of these in temporarily. Now we can, I think, blueprint them together. So maybe a gap of 3. Alright. One. Yeah, so I'll just carve out these holes and I'll just copy and paste them over. So I have to actually do the motors section too. Thinking about it. Oops. Oh my god, it's been 6 hours? God damn. Be nice to stress test this and see does it actually work today. Any spare depots? Instead of those aluminum? Why do you want me to do that so badly? It was only needed for when I'm upgrading the belts. I've actually kind of done that now. I don't mind doing it, but I sort of feel like I probably won't ever need it now that the factories are up. The only thing I can think of is the coal factory needs to be made into a Mark V. If I really wanted to upgrade everything. The motors is 130 per minute. One thing to take off for future, Darren. Well, I'm thinking like, do you need that? Like, I never needed multiple for iron plates or multiple for reinforced or even encased industrial beams. Like, do you need more than? That just seems like I don't know if I'd ever need that much. I needed it for upgrading certain belts and things, but now that the belts are upgraded, I feel like I don't. I don't know, just live the depots. So do I, but I like them. I just don't think I need it. Actually looking pretty good so far. What's your problem? You're quite low looking. Ah, this should have the priority. I think I'll have to, let me check that. Normally I'm saying that the overflow from the previous splitter has the priority to go in. This instance, this one's the overflow. Oh no, it was right actually then, never mind. Yeah, okay. Alright, with that, we should start seeing the numbers of steel pipe climbing, I think. We're aiming for 780 and a 520. Okay, I mean, it's just going to take a while until we can start getting consumed properly. The yellow light flash down there. There's still too much iron. Yeah, so I'm just going to try and reset these just a little bit. Are you Mark 5? Yeah. Give me your iron for now. Help you guys get out for a sec. And I'll just flush these. Flush that iron away. Sort of like a little reset on them. This is in full. That is. These are going into the bottom group, so it makes sense why they're not as full. Alright, so with all these refineries now, they should stay at 100%. They're getting mixed with the coal that we currently set up. Make all the steel. The steel's then rolling back out and going all the way over there to make it into steel pipes. The steel pipes is then coming back here to be mixed with the wire. The wire is getting the copper from the copper deuterium factory over there. That's also going over there. So as long as these guys all run, these will all run. As long as we set up our weird manifold, the weirdest manifold in the world. Now we've got a line here that doesn't look the same as the others. Everything should be doing 303. Actually, that one looks probably correct more than anything. Because on a 480 belt, you'd expect to see like significant gaps. These don't have any gaps. Waiting for all of them to kind of drain out of the older machines. So it could just take a little while. Maybe I will just go run around for a bit, come back, see how it's doing. just to get out of here because we've been in here for a long time. Need to do more lights and stuff as well. I don't have the infinite nudge mod, playing at 1.1. Oh yeah, so I'm playing at 1.1. There's no mods available for it, and you can nudge infinitely in 1.1. It's just a feature now of the game. I can't believe you went off the world grid in your desert series. I love it. Well, technically we did before with the coal factory, but yeah, I've gone off the world grid for the railway. Alright, let's take a look at this copper factory again. Let's see how things look upstairs. I'm going to have to create awesome sinks for the copper to go into, because now, or just temporarily to keep them moving, because now we're making too much. That's bizarre. Why is there no trucks here? Just on their way. Okay, it's really rare that we see nothing in here. Oh dear. Random truck saying hi as you pass, just bumping into the other one. I'm back. Hey, Gunther. Started 3x8x5. Basically 1-to-1 size now. Nice. Such a tall logistics floor. Oh, you haven't seen this place? We actually showed it off earlier. I'll show it again actually really quickly. You'll like this Wartagon. So I'm guessing you probably know, like with manifolds for refineries, it's often the case that you want to fill them up with the water or the oil or the whatever they're using first, the liquid, and then give them their ore. The way this place works is we've got, I think I've got like 16 trucks delivering all copper ore in on 8 belts. So the belts are all doing 780 per minute. Those belts then go downstairs into a sink room. So in the sink room, I won't show you the sink room really quickly. I'll just show you up here. We can, those 8 belts, if I want one of the belts to stop, I just pull this switch. Now if we take a look at the belts, got an empty belt. So whenever I'm trying to reset this place, or if I have to, I mean we don't really normally have to, but if you want to get it going at full speed, you're like, okay, I'm going to shut off all the ore. I'm going to run the water extractors. They're going to fill. Then I'll reactivate the ore, let the belts trickle their way down. That's a good way to like get the restart going so that you can guarantee water goes in first. Because there's 400 refineries in this build. It's big. So a belt release system was kind of needed. Yeah, so you've joined when we're looking at a factory that's like really badly done. This is a factory that's well done. Lots of interesting things in it. Although it's still not done either. And yeah, it's nighttime, so it's a bit dark. But yeah, the logistics floor, we were showing it off earlier to people because they were asking about it, is mental. So there's Caterium refineries over there. The rest are all copper. So the Caterium I haven't run at 100% yet, but the copper is. The copper should be at 100. There might be a slight instance where one of the blocks isn't because we're, like I said, we're messing with copper over in that other factory just a minute ago. The idea is that there are 14 blocks. Each block has 26 refineries. Each block is doing 487. No, sorry. Each line is doing 487.5 ingots. 487.5 ingots. Every block is broken into 2 lines. It's 14 blocks. So 2 blocks. No, 4 blocks have 8 belts. That's it. Yeah, yeah. 4 blocks, 8 belts. Because there's 2 lines. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Just trying to remember. Anyway, it goes like pretty far. And yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare to build. But it's great. Now we've got copper for days. That logistics floor is just one logistics floor out of 3 in this factory. But we'll show that one really quickly. Can it become daytime, please? Anytime now would be nice. So this logistics floor, again, it's nighttime, so we can't really see much in here right now. I did have some lights for a while, and then I just kind of gave up on it. But the long and short of it is these 8 belts that have curled all the way around the factory to get to this point split, and they go down between all the different blocks to feed them in rows like this that are manifolds. So the belts will split. They actually split here. Every belt feeds 2 blocks, and then every belt will split again to feed 2 rows. And the rows all have their like labels and stuff. Every water pipeline feeds 2 blocks. So much like the belts, they also split before feeding the different rows here. This is where I was joking, saying like, you want to see space inefficiency. It's like, look at all this. It's just, none of this needs to really be here. It's like a lot of space for no reason. Anyway, then all the ingots and ore that come back out, or ingots, they go back up into those glass case risers that we have. And this goes like all really far down. And they're all done in a repeating pattern. They're actually offset for variety. There's more up in that direction. There's 7 on one side and 7 on the other, but they're not aligned with each other. Anyways, we'll go up to the next floor and have a look at the next logistics floor. So that is logistics. Then we're up to refinement. That's where all the machines are, right? So we can walk around and see them. Then we have above us is maintenance. So it's kind of like a mini floor, mini logistics floor. Maintenance or ventilation, so where all the chimney stacks are, and some of the belts will move around up here quite infrequently. A lot of the power management is done up here as well. All these different power lines that have to be fed to different blocks. I can remote control every block, remote control every water extractor group, and whether or not we release the belts and stuff. So we got full control in that power room, which is nice. Up another layer, then we have logistics 2. This is still under development, so this side of things is work in progress. That side of things is the one that's actually done for the most part, just beyond this kind of wall here, almost. Again, it's super dark, so we can't see much. It's a bit of a waste showing it now until it gets bright. But yeah, over here, we'll see upstairs there's cable, AI limiters, quick wire, copper sheet. Those are all the things that are made over there. Some of it is now being used in that factory that we were just in, this, which is what I call the silicon factory. And the 4 belts that we were dealing with going over there are these 4. So they haven't been sent into Awesome Sinks to keep running. It will be eventually, or they won't be sent to Awesome Sinks. They'll be sent somewhere, you know, they'll get a designated use. But at the moment, now we've decided to use 1950. So 487.5 times 4 is that 1950? But that's not right though, is it? 130 times 15. Oh no, oh I didn't update it. Yeah, that's why. 1820. The 1950 minus 1820 is what we actually have now available. Just for this line. That's how much we have left over. So we could pop all these 4 onto an overflow belt of 130 and do something else with it in the future. But the rest of all the stuff, and loads of stuff is made here that doesn't go anywhere. The idea is to have train stations up above here that will carry it away. Especially the quick wire, because it's extremely high volume. But some of it does go this way. Into a silicon factory. And this is where we make adaptive control units and electronics like circuit boards, computers, and loads of other things. And this is above the motor factory. That was just down outside the window down below us. That's where we are now. So in the previous streams, we was getting this back and running up 100%. And it's much simpler. There's no like complicated, weird overflow numbers with this. All quite straightforward. And in fact, with various recipe changes, we were able to shorten the amount of machines we had. This used to be a long stretch of machines here, but thanks to recipe changes in the game from update 8 to 1.0, we were able to shorten it down. Same materials give us the same yield. Been pretty great. Hey DJ D. Yeager, thanks for the content. Super amazing to learn more about the game. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. I assume you didn't overclock anything. No. Don't think I underclocked anything either. We used the pure copper recipe. Pure copper ingots. So it's this one. 37.5. So we have 26 times 37.5. But then, like I said, divide it by 2. You get your 47.5. So every block is made of 26 machines. 13 in one line, 13 in another. So nothing's overclocked or underclocked. It's just that's the rate. They're all at 100%. The amount of ore, I can't remember.
Well, we could just look at how much it is. I mean, someone else told me recently how much it is. 15 per minute. So we have 14 blocks. And there's 26 machines in each. So it's 364 copper refineries. That's not including the copper sheet refineries or the quickwire ones. Sorry, the Caterium ones. And they're consuming 15. The amount of ore is 5,460 ore per minute. And it comes in via truck into 4 stations to give us our 8 belts to break it into this 14 blocks. Oh man, that was fun to build that one. People rightfully said, what do you need all that copper for? It's like, I don't know. Apparently, this was built before I even knew about what was in the end of the game. People were like, oh yeah, that'd be great actually for making copper powder. And we were working it out recently that we could do with even more. If I want to get like a certain number per minute. Just now that it's getting brighter, I was going to go upstairs so we can actually see the machines that are up there. Just a sec. Like I said, this needs to be organized. This is just temporary awesome sinks. And then where we have proper belt tracks, that is what we want, like the big ones. But the ones that are just going off of their own, they're kind of temporary too. Those are the copper sheets coming back. We don't use all of them at the moment. And then we have AI limiters here, limbs. These are all the quickwire machines off in that direction. That's all, obviously all the logistics. I'm just going to call this now because we're going to use it probably in a sec. Yeah, there they are. So as you can see, a lot of yellow lights because this place was built with 780 in mind. And I ended the series before, because 1.0 came out, before I even got that. So when we started streaming, it was like a mission of like, okay, cool, let's build an aluminum factory. We'll make alclad, and then we'll upgrade all our belts to make these big builds actually run properly, like fully. And that's kind of what we've been doing. And that's why I went into that factory downstairs and I was like, why is this built this way? Who did this? I don't always use the pure ingot recipes, but a lot of the time I do. Yeah, I'm pretty good with fluids because I've just broken through the barrier of learning how they work. So I have no problem using liquids and stuff in refineries now. Like I said, that's why we have that release system. It's like if there's a problem, basic rule is just fill your refineries first. And keep your pipes level and stuff like that. Like, you'll be fine. If you really want to avoid any issues, don't use the max throughput on a pipe. So don't use 600, use like 550 and you'll be fine. But yeah, generally speaking, I don't really have much issue with it just because I've learned how to deal with them. Now, knowing that so many people have issues with liquids, when it comes to aluminum in my next build, like I'm building a recycling system that cannot fail. It like won't have an issue. It can't get backed up. A lot of people, including myself, have built systems where you'll merge the water back in on itself for aluminum, which I think you should do. You don't have to. You can obviously send it off to do copper or use that water with limestone to make concrete, sink the concrete, or package it and sink it. You can do a lot of things, but I think it's worthwhile to try and use it because then you don't need as much water in the beginning. So I've made a system now. It's not that... I'm sure it's not that complicated. I'm sure other people have done it. But it's a system where basically a bunch of refineries will have one refinery will have a water extractor and all the other ones will be on a separate pipeline working off the aluminum solution of the first one, and they will feed themselves the water, and therefore you cannot fail the system. It won't back up, it can't get confused. As long as the first refinery runs, they all do, and the first one's based on a water extractor, so there's no reason it shouldn't. And it's just one water extractor, or it depends how you set it, but it could be 160 per minute if you want. But yeah, I don't know. I don't always use the pure recipes. It depends. The trade-off is power. I don't mind using the liquid. That's not the turn-off at all. But for me, it's power. It's like, okay, you do get more out of the ore, but you do have a significant power cost to do it. So it just depends if you can afford the power or not. To me, anyway. Yeah, recycling byproduct fluids. Yeah, that's why I'm building a system for people so that, at least in the next video, where it's like, just keep your belts separate, pipes separate. and then you won't have an issue. You just need to be able to clock your numbers of the machines correctly. This does use the old-fashioned system of... So I'll just show you really quickly. These refineries here, they're all doing alumina solution. It's called the sloppy alumina recipe. So bauxite, water, making alumina solution. Whatever this is set to, that one is set to. They are 1-to-1. You do not need the buffers. Don't worry about that. But yeah, so we get 156 out. This takes 156 in. Puts out water, 78 per minute. That water is used to directly feed the machines behind it. So I know it looks like a mess in here, but that water comes down, goes this way, and then merges here. Because this line is higher than the line where the water extractors are coming in. So this is the water extractor, it comes in, it splits between the 3 refineries there and the 3 here. So because the recycled water here is higher up than the water trying to come up, this has priority, and that's the way you want it. The recycler always needs priority. And the extractors can be the ones that turn on and off if that's going to be an issue, but they don't because they're set correctly as well. But that's one way of avoiding it, right? So you're like, boom, the recycled water is higher level than the other water, therefore it has priority to go in and up. And that just worked, and that was fine. We actually thought it wasn't working for a long time, but it turned out I wasn't giving them enough bauxite. And yeah, it's 1 pipeline per group. There's 6 pipelines in total, and it just goes all the way down. 6 groups, 6 pipelines. And that works no problem. But because even that can be complicated for people, I'll just save this. I'll show you the setup that I'll be using in the next video. So I was just testing this in the desert test environment that I have. I'll show you this one, actually. The second best option is mixing iron and copper, 2 recipes. It's less power intensive and still wields a lot. Yeah, I agree. That's really good. Well, iron and copper. Yeah, we do that. I do that. Where do I've done that recipe recently somewhere. Can't remember where, but that's a really powerful one too. You're mixing 2 ores, but you just get 1 ingot out. You made me say worder or water. Since you're my rotation of YouTubers. Yeah, I say water. That's how I say it. In England, a lot of people around me anyway say water. Very hard T pronunciation. I'm a bit of a mumbler. I feel like Irish accents are. And yeah, I say water. So it sounds almost like W-A-R-D-E-R. Water. 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 And then American one is water. Kind of. Anyway. So this is the recycling setup I was talking about where it, quote, cannot fail. In theory. So I'll just pause this for a second. That's our water. Delete this. We'll just reset the system. Not that you'd have to do this, but I'm just going to do it anyway. And just flush this, whatever. Alright, they have their coal already, but you get the idea. That as well. Out of here. Alright, so I just had a save file there. So I was doing a bunch of different testing. I was trying out this recycling system like this, where the water goes down and it comes back around and back in, and it's like a loop of itself, but this is the first one has been fed. And I just ultimately settled on, like, this is the easiest way to do it. They're all the same concept. It's just built in different layouts. It's literally all the same thing. Okay. So yeah, the concept was basically a 2-to-1. Well, anyway, I won't bore you with that, but let's just have a look at how this works. Okay, so this is like a simple version of it. So in order to get it started, let me just take these out for a sec. Got coal on me right now. Throw the coal in there. So that's where the coal's being fed. The water I'm just feeding right now from a packager because I'm in the desert. I just didn't have water nearby. So the idea is this one water extractor is dependent on 1 pipeline of water coming in. Okay, so an extractor is feeding in 160 water per minute. That will make 192 solution. The solution will roll out here and continue along past these 2 and then go into here. So this will take in its solution. Just get rid of that as well. And it'll try to take it into here as well. So both of them will be getting a little bit of solution. And then when they spool up, they'll make the water. That water will come out and roll around and go into these 2. Yeah, so it'll take in 120 per minute. This takes in 120 per minute. This puts out 120 per minute. This puts out 120 per minute. So 120, 120, 120, 120. They're fine. So these two are dependent on these two. But obviously, they cannot run at full strength if only a little bit of solution, right? We're only giving 192 into something that's demanding 480. So the other two have to be clocked so that they make up the difference. The 144 and 144 will make up the difference to get you to that 480 number. So it just eventually, it doesn't take very long. It takes about 5 to 6 minutes, I think. Just becomes self-dependent. So as long as you power one, all of these will recycle their stuff and continue and get rolling. No problem. No interruptions. This can't get backed up. This can't fail. The solution won't get backed up unless you run out of coal or something, right? That's how it will be. I'm going to do it in the next video because it's like, this is perfect. You cannot mess it up. Whereas if you start combining pipes and trying to think about how you feed these things in, it gets very messy very fast. I've also got another version of this where it's going to work even better with the specific amount of bauxite I've got coming in. I've got 3,000 coming in. So this setup takes 400 bauxite for these 5 refineries. But you can do it where we take in, the maximum is really 500 bauxite, which is perfect for me. But it does mean that you'll need a 600 solution pipeline. And I'm a little scared of using 600 on a pipeline because it often has rounding errors. But yeah, anyways. Right, so I think to get this running, we now just feed this. So I'll just feed my bauxite in. Alright, so the bauxite's rolling. We'll turn on the water. Let it roll out. This will make the first batch of aluminum. Aluminum is going to pass by its 2 buddies and go into the 2 that are accepting. There's a valve in the center just to prevent any backflow, but it shouldn't happen anyway. It's just in case. There we go. We make our first batch of water. Not running at 100% though yet. It's going to take a while to build up, obviously. That water comes around. It should be enough to... After 1 or 2 cycles, it'll be enough to get this started. One of these. I set the water correct as well? Yeah, it's 160. Nice. That's full now. So that's just full and running, right? This should always be at 100% now. It's starting at a really low clock because obviously it was powered, but nothing was started on it for a while. So that'll take a while to build up. But it is at 100% now. That's just banging out solution left, right, and center. The solution is then banging out water left, right, and center. That turns this machine on, and that gives us even more solution to keep a more consistent flow of water, and then they feed themselves, and that's just the way it goes. And ultimately, what they should be doing, these ones anyway, it's 360 plus 360, so 720 scrap per minute. What we should have coming out eventually. But it won't do that for maybe 6 or 7 minutes as it feeds itself consistently. Yeah, this is just a testing ground. Sorry, yeah, if you're seeing the desert, don't worry. This isn't the actual save file. I was just trying to figure out a simple way of building these recycler type aluminum machines. And this is the best I found. I like this build the best in terms of like its visual clarity. So there's 6 refineries, you only need 5. But with 6 you can block the numbers differently and just it kind of looks a bit more symmetrical and interesting. But this takes 18 minutes to get up and running fully. So it's, even though it's the exact same clock speeds and everything, it just takes way longer. So this one, just building in a line and building them alternating each other like that, just gets it up and running in about 6 minutes because I actually timed it for both. Yeah, at this point I feel like the water will probably never run out, or it's almost already ready to go. As long as solution doesn't dip below 4. Ah, it did just there. So yeah, we're not ready just yet. That's what we keep an eye on this for. Anyway, so that's how that works. Are you going to stick to perfectionism or embrace raw, messy stochasticity in the future? I've never heard that word before. Now that apparently the hover pack introduces fluctuations in the grid. No, I've got to stick to perfectionism if I can. And hey, Zenaror, yes, by the way. Been playing Satisfactory for about 2 weeks now. I wanted to ask how to actually plan a factory. I worry you have to expand later and it'll ruin the design. Yeah, you do, and that's kind of the by design of the game. My best advice to you is you can't really plan for things you don't know about because the game doesn't tell you until you unlock it. You could look it up online if you want, like how much am I going to need of whatever in the space elevator, for instance. My general advice to give you a little bit of breathing room for doing upgrades and that kind of thing is, at the very least, look up the belt speeds. So you have 60, 120, 270, 480, 780, and 1200. Those are all the belt speeds in the game. My advice to you is to basically build to a belt speed above the one you're currently at. So this way, you're not future-proofed forever, but you're future-proofed a little bit. So you might build a factory, let's say, and when I say build to the belt speed, it's you have an ore deposit, and you should be able to max it out. You throw in power shards, you overclock it, and then it says like, boom, you're getting 270 out per minute. Like, great. But you know that eventually you'll be able to get 480 out per minute. And that will mess with your factory, right? So just assume you have the 480 and build the amount of machines that require that instead. So one of your first, like, maybe steel factory or something. Let's say you're looking at steel beams or steel ingots, and you just want to use the standard recipe, right? 45 in of coal and iron. And you could say like, well, I've only got 270 at the moment, right? 270 per minute is the best I can do. Maybe just one deposit or two, whatever the case might be. And you say 270 divided by 45. Great, I need 6 machines, 6 foundries. But you know that eventually you'll be able to get the 480 out. You go 480, and it's like, it's not as nice a number, I suppose, but you clock your machines to 10. So this means you need 10.66 machines. What you can do is say, I'm going to build maybe an even number, like 12. I'll make 12 machines, right? So 10 divided by the 12 means that you get 0.88888, and just times that by 100, and that gives you the clock speed of what all of those 12 machines need to be. So now your 12 foundries can be clocked at 8888 recurring, and the factory won't run correct for a while, but you could turn off a few machines if you want. Just power them down, you know, flick the little red button on them, turn them off while you're at 270, and then as soon as you get that 480 belt speed, what a great feeling, right? All you have to do is go back into your existing factory, flick a few switches, upgrade some belts, and boom, you're making, like, you know, way more steel than you were before. And that's how you future-proof. Now, you can't take it to the extreme, or you could if you want, but if you start saying like, oh, I'm going to build it to 780, that's what happened to me with that giant copper factory. I was like, I had belt speed 2 and then 3 in the game, and I was like, I'm going to build this for the best belt in the game, and I'll never have to, like, do anything. But it takes so long. Also, you get better build materials and blueprints and stuff the further you go, so you should just stay one belt ahead, and you'll be pretty covered. This game is so much math. Yeah, you don't have to do any of that. That's just if you want to get, like, totally perfect numbers. You could just build 11 machines, and then clock the last one to 66.66 recurring percent. That's an easier way to do it. Or you could just build 10 machines and just let your miners go on and off periodically. Everything will still run. I like to have like an uber efficient, clean power line and know where everything's working, but you know, you don't have to do that. How are we looking now? Might have to feed in more bauxite. Obviously, we started on a lower than 0 number, but I would say, judging by the look at this, like even this has just been running at 100 since the beginning. It's only at 94. We're up to 82 now on this one. 83 on this one. Pollution is filling up a little bit better. The lowest number I'm seeing is 8 when it cycles down, so that's good. This one a bit lower though. Although it's hanging in there, 91%, so we're almost there. That's how you should do aluminum. How easy is that? You don't have to worry about anything. Except providing the water and the coal and the bauxite. Everything else just takes care of itself then. 720 per minute, as it should be. And then if you use the pure aluminum ingot recipe, you take the 720, you divide it by 60, it goes into 12 smelters. Make 360 ingots. It just works. Yeah, 270 is a strange choice. They did it to mess with people. Too easy otherwise. Too easy to split things. Are you gonna? Oh yeah, I read that already. Need a chat GPT plugin for Satisfactory? It'd be funny, like Ada GPT, I guess, the thing in the game. Nice. Alright, I think that's gonna have to be it for me today. Just quickly go back and see how things are running at the motor factory we were just building. Music has gone off. My god, this is taking a while to load. As a developer yourself, do you know of Ada Lovelace? No, I haven't heard that before. I'm quite the novice developer. When can we expect the next video to be out? Probably this weekend. It's already partly recorded though, so that's good news. I'm definitely ahead of my normal schedule. But I do have a stream tomorrow. And it's like 10 o'clock now, so it's like, well, I'm not recording more tonight. Looking forward to the next Desert video on YouTube. Thank you. Weird that YouTube doesn't tell you how long you've been streaming, or at least I can't see it. Yeah, I can only see it on... does Twitch tell you that? I mean, you could... If you hover over the play bar and bring it all the way back to the beginning, it tells you minus how many hours it's been since the start. Oh, and also, actually, even without doing that, it does say in the description below the video, doesn't it? Next to where the views are, started whenever. Yeah. Such a clean build. It's clean on one side. We're adding to it all the time. Gonna run down to the motor factory again real quick. Take a train, actually, thinking about it. Still want to adjust the rails here and put domes on the stations. That would look cool. When it comes to ingots, the best I managed to cram is to cram 8 Mark IV lines worth of smelters into a single blueprint. Sadly, connecting up to the inputs and outputs is quite a pain. You're wasting your own time, man. That stuff. I'm sure it feels quite efficient though once you get it up and running. Oh, almost hit 200. Man. Interesting, no sparks came off me. $780. Yes, that's good. We need 520 on this one, but it's actually stopped starting, so there's probably just a bit too much on the belt. So that's okay. It's pretty close. I'd like it to be clean, but the only way it could be clean is if we empty 1 or 2 of the machine's inventories, probably. That's a really good sign. Might be a little cheeky and just take some. Slight inefficient on the machine there, but that might help just a bit. Yeah, so it's a manifold system. We see the one on the end is yellow. Got green lights almost everywhere, but I think it will just take a little longer.
Although we don't know for sure. This is the row that's suspected to somehow not have enough. I don't know how that could be possible. Although it is the very end of all the manifold. Like all of these machines push everything down to the very end. So it could just be the case that it just hasn't got here yet. I would hope. I'd have to let it run for a while and then come back and to really make the determination or not that that is the case. All the belts are like flashing like crazy. Anyway, with all of that being made, it should allow all of these to get up and running, I think. I don't even know if I have to make any changes to these. They're just dependent on getting enough rotors and motors. But they're just a little lacking on motors. Or, oh yeah, they actually might be making a bit too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I look at the thing, we needed 26 assemblers. There's 28 here. Okay. I don't know. Clock the ones at the end to 50, I guess. Or just clock them. Oh, they are down. Let's see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it's definitely 28. Just make sure about that on this side. 7. Yep. All right, so we just give them that clock speed that I just saw there. 92.8571. Alright, that'll be the last time copy and pasting machines for a while. I've never done that so much in one day. Must have done it to 300 machines probably, because we did it twice to the 144 wire ones. Does belts look better? Programmer has become the program. Are trains worth using for fluids? Most people will tell you no. They don't hold very much fluid. And you can just kind of build big pipelines. I think it's okay. I did a big oil train once before, and there was no problem with it. It's just like maybe adds a bit of risk to getting it right. Because it's difficult, right? Because the problem with fluids, especially for a train, is that when you feed it into a station and the train pulls up, the fluid stops going in. So you need buffers behind it. You just have to make sure that you're sending into the train faster than you're sending into the buffer. Right, so if you've got, so you can't do a 600 pipe into one thing. You just can't do it. Unless you had 2 pipelines. So you'd have to be like, okay, every carriage is going to be like 300 per minute, or maybe 400 or something. And yeah, you connect the 400 into a buffer, and then you connect this, that 400 into the station with a Mark 6 belt or Mark 2 belt that can do 600 pipe. That would be okay. And where it gets tricky then is just guaranteeing that your train time doesn't let you to fill up. I mean, I suppose it's the same principle for even doing regular material, but it's just feels like it's even more tricky when it becomes liquid. Use cargo trains to transport packaged fluids. Yeah, so that's actually what a lot of people do, right? They package their fluids because you typically can store twice as much fluid if you package it, because of the way stack sizes work. Yeah, because you can stack up to 100 of a packaged fluid, but the amount to get one packaged fluid is, let's see. So you have 60 water in, so it's 2,000. Yeah, I don't know the amounts. I guess you just have to trust us that definitely what most people do is they tend to try to package the water, and you can kind of compress the amount that you send into a train. Yeah, I forgot about that. A lot of people do that. I think it's a cool challenge though, but it is a challenge because things do go wrong with it. He's looking all right. Looking all right. We're a little low on rotors, just a tiny bit. These 3 or 4 machines here at the end need to get a bit more. The way I would know if this is working or not, given a long time, is just checking if all the wire is getting out. If it's not, if it's being backed up somewhere, then it's like, one of my lines isn't correct or something. But if we're making what we say we're making and it's consuming what it should be, then it's just a matter of letting that manifold fill. I mean, wire does have a 500 stack size. It can take a while. But I'm seeing green lights not across the board. What's this problem here? You've got a belt there that's completely backed up. In the line that's below where I'm standing. Maybe this one, is that it there? So it's this one here. Yeah, this is having an issue. Oh, interesting, okay. Well, this is good. You just go on towards the end and feed into that merger, actually. Ow. Oh yeah, because we have 115 overflow here that's not going anywhere. That's a good point. Hello? What height is that at? Now the awkward thing here is I needed to sort of... Oh no, this will work actually fine, yeah. So overflow at the center, anything at the right. So that continues that, like, there we go. That'll probably do it now. That was the missing piece, I think. 124 left over. I can now join its buddy up here and continue down to those final machines. I think that might be it. So in the 1.1 update, you can nudge vertically by pressing page up and page down. And you can also nudge infinitely now. Goodbye. Bye. It's a great feature, and that's coming to everybody. June 10th. Stream is sponsored by Coffee Stain. It's not. Wish it was. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. That seems like that might be the missing link. If we leave this running for a little while, I'll be back tomorrow streaming again. So we'll be doing other things, improving different aspects of the world and stuff. Again, might actually do some cosmetics at the beginning of this to finally finish off the bottom of this factory. And while that's happening, you know, we'll see if this is all building up correctly. And that will be giving us 130 motors per minute, if it is. And using almost all that copper that we dedicated out here. We've got a little left over, 130, that we'll have to send somewhere else. So that's all written down, so hopefully we'll be able to take care of it. Whew, man, what a long stream. So I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all very much for watching and for the support. Appreciate it. The gifted memberships and the channel memberships, super chats, appreciate it a lot. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time. Should be back. Yeah, the vertical nudge is amazing. It was the main reason I moved over to 1.1. It's nice, some of the other things, like, fine, but the nudging is the one I wanted. And I played with the mod a little bit on the streams, but in my main desert video series, I don't use any mods. So it was quite the relief getting that. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Sorry I didn't do the aluminum Evan, by the way. Yeah, I don't know about using... We moved gas via train into my nuclear power plant in the previous streams, and that worked totally fine. I had a gas train. We actually were building a big pipeline, then I was like, oh, let's just do a train instead. No problems with it. Just as long as you do the buffer thing, you're okay. Alright, that's going to be it. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great rest of your week. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If not, have a good weekend. All from me. Bye-bye.